the road to the international playoffs. We're continuing day number 2. No eliminations have happened yet, so we do still have our 16 teams remaining, but at the end of today, that all changes. We will be seeing 4 teams go home, and there are 4 of us on this panel. A very small change up. Purge, you're now sitting on the end. Resolution,
Hello.
feeling a little bit under the weather, but you're back here on panel. You're gonna be doing it all.
It's nice to be elevated above everybody else.
Yeah?
I've been down here with Is it special? Does it feel special? Do you guys feel more important?
Of course. We are
To
more
walk
important.
upstairs.
That's true.
These comfy couches.
The couches are
Everything.
good. You have to stand for your segments. Every time.
I do.
Do you prefer standing though or being here?
This is pretty comfy. I'm not gonna lie.
It's
This
so
is the best
cozy.
chair I've sat on in the whole.
See,
in the whole
now
book.
we've corrupted another one. Now Slacks is going to continue to scream down there. And we're
Soon it will only be Slacks and Tsunami down there, and it will be all of us up here. But T, we had an amazing day yesterday. We obviously had that first best of 3 between Team Spirit. But did you watch the rest of the games? Anything else that stuck out for you?
Yeah, just the fan base for Azure Array is insane. Like,
Yeah.
just I don't know if they catch it on the stream, but like every time they're close to GG, they just swarm to the stage, and just the energy that they have. So that is incredible. And of course, we get to see them in the upper bracket. So either they go a bit further or they have 2 more series. Like there's a lot of energy around them as well. So yeah, it's just nice atmosphere.
It's really true. I mean, if you're not eyes on the game and you hear cheering, you're like, okay, I know who just got a kill.
Literally, yeah.
This is Array for sure. Yeah.
There's always a fan favorite out there, but do you have any new favorites to win this tournament, Sheep, after yesterday?
I don't know if I have a favorite, because I think what yesterday taught me was that Spirit are not as strong as we thought they were.
Right.
And I think they were the favorites. Like them and Liquid for me were like the stronger teams. Liquid obviously like lived up to that, but definitely Spirit shakier than I thought. Very excited to see if there's any upsets coming out here. VP are also looking great, so I'm super curious to see how they do in the lower bracket now.
Yeah, we could have had a potential upset yesterday. Everything else ended up being a 2-0, so the day sort of sped up that way. But is it too early to say Purge, China region back?
I think it's not too early to say that. They looked really good yesterday. I mean, naturally, there's only 2 teams here. At most TIs, we get 4 Chinese teams. So the 2 that remain, they look really good. I think they're just playing a little bit different meta than the rest of the teams. I think they're advancing things. I think a lot of other teams haven't necessarily had a ton of group stage games to play because the format's a little different. So it's kind of boom or bust right now, and China's really hitting.
Yeah, like you said, only those 2 teams, but they're guaranteed top 3. Our team is going to be guaranteed top 3 for the China region. Massive for them. We'll see how far they're able to go. But as I mentioned before, we are live in the convention center. It means we have a beautiful crowd here down on the floor. And we also have a just as beautiful host, Tsunami.
That's right, indeed. We are
Justin.
joined with the crowd. We got some North American fans in the house right now. Yes, we do. And is that? Come over here. Come over here, my friend. If you don't mind joining me. We have actually. No. I believe we have a South American fan here joining us. My friend, you're a big fan of South American Dota?
Yes, I am.
Tell me, who's your favorite Evil Geniuses player right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now, yeah, if I'm noticing this logo looks a little bit outdated, tell me who's on the back of this. It's Arteezy. You're a big Arteezy fan, then, I take it.
Yeah, for a lot of years right now.
I'm noticing it. This jersey looks a little bit tight on you. What year did you buy this jersey?
Like TI7. Yeah.
It's been a while, then.
1 push-up on every loss. It's tight now. It's tight. Yeah.
So then, what is your favorite memory of this Evil Geniuses or even Arteezy in general?
Yeah, I don't know. Psy, Creed, that team was good.
Oh, you were an Arteezy Secret fan then. Okay. Now, how about now? What's your thoughts about Shopify Rebellion, Arteezy, right now? We got high hopes.
Yeah, I trust them.
How about you guys? You think that Shopify is gonna do it? But I gotta share the love. How about TSM? Any TSM fans think they're gonna do it? How about Canada? All right, there we go. That appeals to everyone. My friend, if you don't mind, what's your name?
Martin,
Martin. One last word for the North American fans in the house right now.
let's go.
Let's go! Martin, thank you so much for joining me, and let's get the game underway.
That is one of the best workout regimes I've ever heard of. 1 push-up for every loss, and you too could be as bulky as that man.
I need to start doing it now. Yeah. Actually, no, I can't even do a push-up. To be fair, what am I saying?
I was going to say too, but I also know I can't do a push-up, so we're all just got those gamer genetics on us. But yesterday there were a lot of games going through, so if you had time, Sheep, you could only watch one game. Which one stuck out?
I'm going to choose LGD game 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mostly just because of the Willow carry. That shit was so exciting to me. I'm so glad Shiro pulled out. It was also like first pick, I think. They took it in the first phase. So there was so much confidence in that strat. They played it with the Brood as well, which was a hero I thought was a little dead. You know, LGD just looked so revitalized as a team. That one was hype.
Yeah, I think people have been criticizing Shiro for being a weaker carry, but in the last couple weeks, he's just been picking weird carries. And some players are just like that. Topson is maybe the best example. He's like, I'm not going to play meta, I'm going to play weird stuff, and people are going to have to adapt to it. So it's fun to see LGD pick those weird heroes.
Who is calling him a weak carry? I will fight them. I think Shiro's
Some people
amazing.
have been.
I mean, when you replace Army, there's going to be some easy speculation of, it's not very, but it takes
Look,
a little
it's
bit
a
of time.
comparison thing. You got to grow into these shoes. You
And he
have
has.
big shoes to fill, exactly. Look, maybe you don't even have time to go ahead and watch that 60-plus minute game that did occur, that LGD one. So instead, we've wrapped it up into a nice little bundle for you guys. We have a highlight reel of all the games that happened yesterday and their big plays. It's going to be very exciting when we do have that, when we have our players joining us, when they're going to be walking out. But I'm super excited. It's day one, it's weekend, it's Dota. It's going to be a fantastic time. And we have a beautiful crowd that is getting riled up already.
Ice Blast afterwards connects. Notice starting to fall lower and lower, but not going to go down. And with Spectre in the backlines destroying Mapochka, he's finding more. Kiritich tries to TP out. Does he have a way to escape? The life drain heals him back up, and now Laura also in trouble. Virtus Pro say we don't want to go late game. VP trying to put the nail in the coffin. With the Haster and the rundown, it might be enough to take down this Tusk. Sayuch right on top of him. Larla's there, does have level 6 though. Now Dreamcoil connects onto 3. Do they have more help? Are any teammates here to help at all? No, they get 1 kill. Now looking for a second. Oh, the movement, they swell, they get enough. Yadro jumps away and now turning, wants to hit onto that egg. BKB already out, collapse in, brings it down. Now they did kill off some Muerta already. Laurel tries to back away, eats the G's, tries to escape. Yadro gunslinging away, does he have enough damage? Can he get out of there? Survives, he turns it around. Triple kill, Yadro goes for an ultra. Buyback status, none of them. Nobody has buyback, nobody. But look at that, Yadro gets caught. Stun, no, the snowball save is there for the turnaround. Yes, again, they got what they need. Laurel, can he do enough? They try to bring him down quickly. Dead for 2 minutes. They bring it back in fabulous fashion. Mapochka, the captain, is there to carry the game. Ogre Seal Totem looking forward, catches only one with the fear. Now Kiritich shows up, finds Mira immediately onto him. Yadro dies, but the Cataclysm, the damage, it's almost enough, and it is. GG is finally called.
He seemed to be pretty confident about taking a fight right now. No hope to take this fight, however. They just burst down the Tree Protector, but at the same time, great Ravage. 23 shows up with the Primal Beast form. Oh, he got feared. Rumble, he got feared up, but he couldn't actually stop it. He crack and shell, gets Jabs out of there, but he's blocked in by trees. This could go very right for them or very poorly. This is no buyback, but they got it. Oh, Jabs picked up the Aegis. 23 isn't going to have that extra life. Is he going to be fine, though? Mickey in there with the BKB, but he don't. Too much away. Mickey, he managed to push through both of those heroes, 1 versus 2, and the rest of Talon are crumpling to the initiation of the Storms here. The Go's going to try and get away, but remember, this was an all-in. They took away the Aegis. That means 23 can't join in this fight. They buy back, but for what? The supports will not have cores join them in this second part of the fight, and they're just going to be hunted down now. Diebacks on the side of Talon.
Kiyotaka, he's right behind him. He's going to get instantly hexed. There's the RP onto 2. Can they take out the OD? Aghanim Scepter does activate again. He's going to get rooted up in an ice. Mystic Flare onto 2 heroes. There's the buyback onto the tree, but the OD is lost along with the Primal. Kiyotaka buys back into the game. Couple buybacks from LGD as well as Shiro finally takes a tumble, and now he will finally use his buyback. He's going to blink into the corner. He's going to force that in. They're going to be able to see it. Oh, he gets hexed. There's the RP finally to come. OD is dead. No buyback at all. And the arrow will follow suit. He does have his buyback available. There's the waveform from Ramsey. He's able to clean up 1. That's a form of Mew. So no Brute to come, but he does have his buyback available right now. Looks like Antares is going to die on the sidelines, as there's a triple buyback coming out, making a quad from 9 Pandas. Miero getting off the hook stomp onto 2. Mew killing him with the crippling fear. Good enough to take out the Spectre, it is, but that's just the Aegis. Now the Torrent Storm doing so much work, keeping everybody stuck in place as Miero falls along with Antares. And there's the tidal wave on the Ramses as GGs are called, and LGD completely dominate game number 2.
This is a pretty prime time for Announcer Strike. Keep thinking we're going to zero him.
Almone's going to show on the tower. DP's going to start to come in and look to burst through the Spectre immediately with the set of the round again. The Mystic Flare, Tapping Pop.
Still alive.
Out of there. They didn't have any damage. Lowe's perfectly fine. He's ready to turn. The dagger across. They brought down Gunner. They'll take down Mu as well underneath the tower. Lowe survives. Yamsen also to full his. Azure Ray. Solar Guardian straight into the heart of Now. Straight to their fountain. Swings in with a hammer. They're all going down. Now just left to Lelis on his own here. The last one with buyback. They have a fortification. He's got a fear. They're trying their best now, but it's not good enough. As Azure Ray onto the Ancient. GG is called. Azure Ray take this series 2-0.
A day that I could reminisce on for as long as possible, but we have to look forward. We have to move on because those upper bracket matches, the way that they panned out, did have Nouns falling down. They're going to be facing up against whoever wins out of Shopify and TSM. 9 Pandas also going down, awaiting their opponent in EG Gaming Gladiators, and Talent as well as Nouns going down there. But that's for a later day, because today we can focus on that top portion of the lower bracket. Our first series being Shopify TSM. They get a little bit of a break while EG and Gaming Gladiators come up against each other. Nouns awaiting that opponent, and 9 Pandas later today. These are all approximates. It's a rolling schedule. We don't know what's going to happen. We could see more 3-game best of 3s, but is there a series, a matchup, an outcome that you think is going to be the most exciting or even the most possible?
Just the NA bloodbath. The fact that we get to see Shopify TSM and then another run of Nouns. Like, you know, we had them throughout the entire DPC battling it out, and now only one gets to survive and stay in the road to the international. It's like, oof, that alone is spooky.
I would agree with that. I think this is series of the day, personally, because you never really know how TSM and Shopify are going to do on a tournament. Sometimes they have good results, sometimes they have weak ones. So this will kind of determine what's going to happen for this team for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, we're looking at their head-to-head records, just comparing some of the stats here in, against other teams, but also against teams that have made it to the upper bracket, how they fare against those teams that are a little bit better, their average kills and their average win time as well, which 50 minutes. Let's just round up. 51 minutes here.
It's a long time.
It's a very long time.
And the thing for me in this is, like, at the start of the year, TSM, they were like the top dogs of NA. They were crushing Shopify in Tour 1, Tour 2. Then it got to like the middle part of the year. Shopify's like, wait, we know how to play Dota again. And then they're coming back to number 1. And then like at Riyadh, they both bombed out, but TSM was the better of the worst, and they then took the spot. So throughout the entire year, they've been going toe to toe, and they are kind of, it isn't like the old school days of just Shopify, one team, everyone else. It really is the two of them at the top, and yeah, the Nouns showing up, of course, as well at TI.
A lot of back and forth between them, but if you don't know too much about TSM, then fret not, because we have a little video summarizing their year and their journey on the road to the international.
After a disappointing last place finish at the previous international, TSM felt the pressing demand for change. First, Saberlight left the team to join regional rival Shopify. Then their captain, Moon Meander, made a pivotal shift, transitioning from player to coach.
He was like the captain, the drafter, the shot caller, the face of the team. If you think of Team N9 and TSM, you kind of thought of Moon. When we decided to make changes after TI, because we had a really rough TI, first person to being let off was Tuvu, and I was really sad. Lots of talking, and we came to the conclusion that he was the one that needed to be changed. Then Moon had this idea where he thought, what if I just kick myself into coach and I just get 5 young people and I just keep the mid and the carry player, which are way younger than the support players. He was like willing to sacrifice his dream of winning TI, to coach like 5 young players that all they need is guidance. That was his idea.
Despite numerous shifts in their lineup, TSM showcased their strength in the region, clinching spots at the first 2 majors. But when it came to delivering on the main stage, they struggled to rise to the occasion.
In the team, I am one of the oldest. And I've never played with such inexperienced players. They don't know about after a loss, things that you should say, things that you shouldn't say. So it's been quite interesting. When you're a new player and you just join the scene, you're kind of like, you watch from your screen and you play your pops and you're very good. You're like, damn, these guys are bad. Like, I'm so much better than them. Like, if I were there, or if they got me instead of that guy, I could do what he's doing 10 times better. Like, I see it. But then you get to LAN and, you know, like the admin walks in and the room is silent and the AC is cold. It's been a lesson to everyone. Everyone's learned something different this entire year. But it comes down to how fast you learn and how quickly you can apply it. That's what TI is going to be for us. But yeah, he's going to have to go roll with it, see what happens.
Hey guys, before we get started for the day's matches, let's do a brief meta overview of what we've been seeing from group stage and playoffs so far. Now, you may have noticed a lot of Hand of Midas purchases. The map is bigger, that means that there's more camps to farm, and that means it's generally safer to hit creeps because it's harder to spend time to go gank. Now, if we take a look at a clip, if you do end up ganking somebody, you move 3 heroes across the map, and if this gank fails, this is a lot of time that you could have spent farming instead. So in this game from yesterday, 9Pandas try to kill New here, he ends up surviving, and that causes a lot of problems. So some teams right now are updating meta by grabbing heroes that allow you to gank very efficiently. Spectre is the best example. Previously a very farm-heavy hero, but now you can just teleport across the map as the gank begins, and you contribute a Spectral Dagger and an Urn of Shadows damage to help get kills. So in this way, Spectre is still allowing you to farm constantly, and you don't have to spend time setting up a gank that may or may not succeed in getting a kill. Now, there's other heroes that are able to do this as well. Dawnbreaker has a nice global ultimate Team Liquid used for yesterday. In this case, just jumping in just to be there to help guarantee Jabs dies and accelerate the game. Now, before this advancement happened, a lot of teams are doing this Wraith King offlane type thing, summon skeletons, pressure the tower, but the problem is that after this, what ends up happening is you're sitting here AFK farming for a long time to get a Blade Mail and a Radiance. That is too slow. The teams that are winning right now are teams that are accelerating. Here's another hero that does it. Centaur offlane, you're pressuring the carry, you're hitting him with double edge, you're setting up pressure to make sure his game is slower, and then later on your first item is basically a Blink Dagger, which helps you get in action. These teams aren't buying Midases, they're trying to farm a little bit less, and they're trying to get things done. LGD yesterday used Night Stalker, if I can get the clip to load any second. It's gonna work, 1 second. Okay, there we go. Night Stalker offlane was used. Look at this. He bought Urn of Shadows. He's pressuring. The Spectre comes in. This is 11 minutes into the game, and they're already pressuring the carry. And the other cool thing the Night Stalker does that so many of these Wraith King offlaners don't do, he spots heroes in trees, so they say, we can get another kill. And then to further compound on this, because you need to get so many ganks off to beat this farming playstyle, they pair it with a Grimstroke. The Inkswell allows you to chase, deal damage. AA is another good example of a support that can apply gank pressure globally without having to be there. But the downside is when they run at you, not necessarily the best hero. So my view so far of the current meta, you want to put pressure on the map. You have to gank constantly. Sometimes you pick these Ricky mids, and I think this is something that could really favor TSM in the upcoming match. Their average game time is lower than Shopify Rebellion. I think they're farther ahead in the meta as of right now.
Thank you so much, Purge. So that's his viewpoint here on that meta, that you got to be fast-paced. You have to be active. You have to make sure that your opponent doesn't get anything across the river, that you're constantly pushing it onto them. Any other heroes that Purge didn't mention that could also fit that description?
I mean, there's Earth Spirit, there's Primal, the Grimstroke that he kind of touched on as well. He touched on Kunkka. I mean, Bristles, of course, top on that game as well. Like, I think any hero that allows you to get to, like, say, like level 6, level 7, use a Twin Gate, and go look at fighting, insanely good. And just be able to continue that and know that you're not going to suddenly be starved. And obviously, he was touching on the points of you get the kills, but you need to find that balance where you can't just overly be aggressive the entire time. We saw that yesterday with VP. They keep going aggressive. They make these cool plays that are in the meta, but then they get to a point where it's like, wait a second, they haven't kind of taken that breather to be able to readjust and make sure they're scaling throughout the entire game.
Yeah, it's why it's also so nice that all of these big, beefy heroes are so good right now, is that you're going to have so much health earlier on to be able to just go put yourself in dangerous positions, go fight, go dive a tower, go be out on the map. Everything just seems to come together really nicely in those strats.
Yeah, it's also down to that execution, and like we've already talked about TSM, they might have that slight advantage against Shopify Rebellion when it comes to meta, when it comes to being more active. But let's hear more about Shopify Rebellion. Let's see what their journey to the road to the international was.
The reason for me joining Shopify Rebellion is that I think last TI we had like a really bad performance on TSM, like we were dead last at TI. And I've been playing on that team for 2 years, and then Bulba approached me at that same TI whether I would like to play for them. This team is like full of extremely good players who I respect a lot, and I feel like it's just too much of a waste to not seize an opportunity like this, to like, you know, play with such experienced players and learn from them and see how it goes. It was exciting. I think this team has like a lot of history and a lot of ideas of how things should be done. There's like a lot of experience. So when I joined the team, there's like already a structure that's already set up for me, and I just, you know, do my part. So that's been very interesting.
Shopify Rebellion kicked off the season by securing a 4th place in Lima, yet they found themselves in the 9th to 12th spot in the following majors. Riyadh in particular saw the team grappling with their toughest challenge yet, marking their lowest result.
I think that the lowest point in this year, at least for me, was right after Riyadh, because we did really badly at Bali, and then right after Bali I went through a breakup, and then we played Riyadh as well, and then I got home. And the way I set up my life is like mainly focused on the aura, and it was also just focused on the relationship, and then I didn't really have either of those things. It was basically like building up my life from zero. I think I figured out what's important to me and like how to navigate into the future. Over the years, I've learned so many lessons. It's important to be present. You have to give it your 100%, and you need to like be in the moment. And it's just like so much more exciting when you're just like fully immersed yourself in the game.
Some wise words from Saberlight. You know, he's still quite a young player as well. He talked about being on TSM. Now he's facing up against his old team on his new team, Shopify Rebellion, for their life in the road to the international. It's still an upgrade for himself. TSM didn't even make it out of groups last year. Now he's made it out of groups. Unfortunately, straight into the lower bracket for himself, though.
Yeah, I think the main thing from that interview is just knowing that today is the first day of eliminations for the road to TI playoffs. These players, they've played for an entire year to get to this point, and if they are to, you know, fall short, you know, it's a whole year of work to then not get there. So, you know, show some love to them if they are to get eliminated today, Shopify or TSM or any of the other teams today, and yeah, the road continues.
I just like the moment to humanize the class clown guy, because he always brings so many laughs in so many tournaments that he plays in. So to give a little picture into his struggles, I think it just makes me root for him a little bit more.
Yeah, I was going to open up back from the interview with Bing Bong, and I was like, this doesn't feel appropriate anymore. Let's not do that one. Yeah, it is nice to see that. And I think it's also been a really tough year for Shopify Rebellion. It's almost this sandwich, right, for themselves of they get that 4th place at Lima. They got 2nd at Dream League Season 21. So just after TI, they do fantastic. Just before TI, they do fantastic. Everything in between, it's just lost direction. So where does that really build you up for, and where does that place you now for the road to the national?
You're not allowed to do well before TI. They fucked it up, man.
No, they messed up.
It's over, man.
Yeah, that's what everyone thought about Team Spirit. They're still up a bracket.
But did you see them? They did not look in form anymore. It's all downhill.
It's one game.
It's over.
They bounce back and through and through. Is it over? Okay. Well, so
I thought VP just played well myself. VP just impressed me. I thought Team Spirit still looked good, though.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I think Shopify as a team, I look at them, they don't strike me the same way that like LGD yesterday struck me, for example. You know, everyone was saying, where's Magnus? Where's Magnus at TI? You know, they're coming out, they're playing Magnus, they're playing Dark Willow Carry, they're playing Broodmother. These guys are like super thinking about stuff, they're playing the Night Stalker offlane. Like, these are all heroes that other teams are not really touching that much. And when I look at that team, I think that they have like fresh ideas, they have confidence, excitement. Shopify doesn't excite me as a team that much anymore, which is unfortunate because you love the players. They've played together for so long, you're drawn to them. Yeah. I'd love to see them feel like a new team.
Yeah. I mean, what you're talking about here is expectations on this team. You know, Arteezy as well, a lot of expectations on him, and I think infamously, there's a guy on Reddit called Baboon97, and this guy, he asked such an important question about 6 days ago. Any idea why RTZ doesn't buy BKB, didn't buy BKB? You know, 440 upvotes, 287 people flabbergasted by such expectations. But don't worry, guys, I did the homework. We're gonna look right here. RTZ, since TI5, has won more games without a BKB in his inventory than with a BKB in his inventory. Thank you very much. A 65% win rate. This man does not need the BKB to win a game. So thank you very much. And don't forget, at TI, Arna, he has the highest win rate. He has more games won without a BKB, 74% or something. So in the footsteps of a 2 TI winner, RTZ is on his quest to get there. So please, if you are to make Reddit posts, do the homework first. Don't just randomly make statements about these pros.
Oh,
Thank you.
Great homework,
Thanks, T.
great research. Oh my goodness,
I'm
that was very aggressive. there.
Mild crack there.
I felt good for a second, but
Don't
yeah.
question the pro players is what you're saying.
I mean, you can. Some of them make egregious plays, and Kiyotaka yesterday.
Question pro players, but not if they're RTZ.
It wasn't he against a Spirit Breaker that game anyways, so it was like the BKB wouldn't.
That's what made me want to
There
research
were so
it.
many BKB piercing spells. That's what I was trying to say in that game. So there's
But
something
today,
to
though,
it.
if it happens, we can call him out. It's fine. But that game,
You're not gonna have his back today.
I mean, the stats have his back today. So that's all I'm saying.
All right, do you have anything interesting on the side of TSM like that? Anyone else? Because they're a completely different team, right? We already heard from them that they're a young roster, 5 young players, very inexperienced when it comes to lands for themselves. And so they don't have these expectations or that fan base that RTZ has.
They don't. It's they're not as popular for sure, but I like what they're doing this tournament. If you look at the heroes they picked, it's a bunch of weird stuff. And based on their average game length and the fact that my belief right now is that teams do have to accelerate to punish this like AFK farming thing, they're doing that. I mean, they played Ricky mid one game because they saw an AA and a puck on the enemy team, and they're like, oh, we're just going to up-tempo this. Like, Ricky had top net worth, and he had like 38 CS that game. So I was like, okay, they're doing what they need to do. They're picking abnormal heroes that fit the game circumstances, and that's why we're praising the Chinese teams as well, because they're doing similar things.
I mean, Tomato, he's got 10 games played, 10 different heroes. So he's sporting just creativity in the draft. Of course, it's not had the best success because they're in the lower bracket, but the idea that they are coming into it with their own ideas, their own confidence, their own camaraderie. We saw it in the player interview or the video, that it's like they are looking for those young players to have their own ideas. Mooning's going to kind of craft them, and I like the idea that this should be a project of time rather than quick results, and hopefully that creativity can spark on the stage today.
What is that line of picking too many different carries for your carry player that it's just like, okay, it's not really creative, we just don't really know what's working, we're trying to try everything at this point? Like, where is that line? Is 10 carries in 10 games over that?
No, I think we've seen, in the past we've seen players, right? Like Yatoro, I think in the TI he won, had like a new hero like every game for a really long time. We've seen like, I know OG Lamal, but like in Yuragi's been really good with his versatility in the past, and it's been very successful for the team. I think having a wider pool is something that you can value a lot, especially when it means you can move your carry later on into the draft, right, and give priority to other people. That versatility, I think, is much more of a strength than a hindrance.
If it works, though, because it's like you can pick weird stuff, but you have to win with a Yatoro. World class, probably best carry in the world. That's why it works. So I love the creativity, but you also have to win. You have to pick it at the right time and not oversee something that ends up being a crucial game, losing a mistake.
I mean, it's just volatile, right? It's one of those things where we're going to either be sitting here praising them, going, wow, they're one of the best, or they're so volatile, it's like you just don't have your own ideas yet, and maybe they're struggling to find their identity, right? It's like one of those, such a polarizing idea, and hopefully today at least, they do kind of see through all of that. They've had the extra break before this series. They've got a little bit more time. They've had, 4 or 5 days to pump in some extra scrims, so I hope they find a nice balance for sure.
Which team do you think favors the 4-day break a little bit more? Is it Shopify trying to reset after that loss for themselves, not having a great group stage, or TSM, who kind of just was really average, like that middle of the pack?
I'll go for the cheap answer and just say Shopify, just because they have the international experience. They've heard the horn before. Like TSM, though, they're going to be struggling potentially with the TI pressure.
Yeah, that horn does mean that we are close to our day starting, to our games beginning. It's not long now, so sit tight before we do see any players. Before we see any games, though, we have to open day number 2. So let's get started. Let's watch our video and enjoy some Dota.
It is a beacon, sounding a call to greatness that echoes worldwide. A crucible, forging a single contender worthy of rising above the very best. And a celebration, gathering a community of millions to witness history unfold. It is the International, the final proving ground, where the world's finest Dota teams assemble to face each other in the ultimate test. Each challenger has earned this honor through hard-fought victories in matchups around the globe. The journey has tested some more than others, but the favorites and underdogs all know the road to the Aegis defies all prediction, and anyone can carve a new legacy here. The Aegis of Champions returns to Seattle, and with it the eyes of the world. 16 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
The road to the International is a rocky one. It's not over for some of these teams, but today we will be seeing 4 teams go home. Their dream to make it to TI, their dream to lift that Aegis will be over, and there is a pumping crowd here with us, Sheep.
Oh yeah, the excitement is up.
It is high. We're going to welcome our very first team to the stage, TSM. This almost entirely new roster representing 5 different regions has struggled to make a statement on an international stage this year. But now they have no expectations on them. They can win it. They can progress further. And they're going to be coming up against some familiar foes in Shopify Rebellion. After a tumultuous year, this North American fan favorite squad has had a tough group stage. They're here in the lower bracket, but like I said, they know their opponents, they know who they're coming up against, and they fought for first in DPC many times before, but now they're fighting for their lives, and we don't know who's going to be coming out on top, how many games we're going to see, but either way, it's going to be an NA bloodbath, Sheep.
I'm hoping for 3 games. I also think that they usually go to 3 games. These teams are very back and forth with who wins, so I'm expecting a good series.
Yeah, their head-to-head record, you talked about it. We have seen TSM, actually, when it comes to the DPC, being the favorites, winning out on top until the 3rd tour, where Shopify did win it, but it went to that 3rd game that you were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it's who can adapt, who can do well, who gains the advantage, momentum. I don't know. I think Shopify tend to give me more reassurance on LAN, but I think that might have just been because TSM had, like we talked about, all the new players or the younger people, and they didn't have that previously. But at this point, we're at the end of the year. If I liken them to a team like LGD, for example, they had no LAN experience prior to this year, and now look at them and the strides they're making. They've gotten better every LAN, and I'm liking to see that from TSM.
I think for one thing for me, though, is with the addition of Kasani, at the start of the year, that's when the Zoo meta was quite prevalent, and now, as the patches progress, we don't see Beastmaster too much. We don't see Lycan. We don't see Enigma. He was that specialist, So he's kind of, maybe that's also one of the reasons why they've been struggling a little bit, because re-finding that hero pool. Like he's played an Omni Knight offlane so far in the tournament, he's played Lone Druid offlane, some traditional ones with like Tidehunter, but he is maybe still trying to find his footing because he was like very powerful on the Zoo, and then like, yeah, he's pretty good on everything else, but he's not like S tier right now. He's still trying to find that footing.
And that's true. And some of the heroes they picked earlier in the group stage, they were trying that Lone Druid offlane thing, which was kind of Wraith King offlane-esque, and they didn't win a lot of those games from what I remember. At least they got crushed in some of them. So I see him as he's learned his lessons probably and has some flexibility to maybe pick some of those heroes. And they just know as a team that they need to play aggressive. They can't sit back and farm. And some of the Zoo heroes are kind of good for that tempo at times as well.
Talking more about TSM, Ari Kasane, this is their first international appearance, so it's big for themselves, right? Whitemon didn't make it to TI last year. He was on that T1 roster that got knocked out in last chance qualifiers, just missing out, unfortunately, but he has seen an international before. He's had appearances, and Tomato and Bryle obviously still staying with TSM, but I want to focus on Whitemon, right? His change from the SEA region, what he sort of added to this squad, maybe not necessarily in leadership, but in that experience, having a couple years under his belt, and also how he fits into this meta. Are these warlocks, are these trees, are they his heroes?
Yeah, I mean, Tree especially, he's very comfortable with that hero. I think his experience was great for the team. Like you guys said, there's a lot of newer players on the squad that have less LAN experience, but they've been together so long now and they have had enough events that I feel like they have the pieces that they need to do well here today.
Yeah. And also for Ari, like even though he hasn't maybe had Dota LAN experience, he was at the top of the game on Hon, so it's like he's had plenty of like high-level competition before he transitioned into Dota, and like he's only been around like the competitive space for like maybe like a year or so, but he's instantly already at TI, right? So I think he's going to be in a good spot to not really fall victim to the arena, to the crowd.
On both those players, it's Whitemon moving into this team. He does not suggest much in this team. I think he's definitely like a weaker voice, self-admittedly. However, in game early, he makes the most calls to move, apparently. And Ari loves playing aggressively early. He hates losing. He says he loves to go and make plays. He loves to move. He does not like feeling like stuck. So him and Whitemon together are able to go and play and combine their heroes, and like that's what I want to see. I want to see them making, like stepping up and killing and stopping Shopify.
Just like reading Ari's hero pool for this TI so far, Spiritbreaker, Weaver, Centaur. He's position 4, by the way, just so you're aware. And then like there's a Phoenix, that's normal. SD, normal, Tusk, normal. But just half of his heroes are like, okay, sure, why not? And I respect that. He is trying to push the boundaries a little bit, but of course, you do need to reel it in at this point. Now that you've got to this position, like elimination is on the line, see which ones are the ones that actually want to work, because, yeah, no, don't be too creative right now.
I feel like Whitemon was always like impressive to me though, because he would play passive-looking heroes like your Treant, but then he would move a lot on them.
I remember us getting into a very big argument with Lizard back in Arlington Major when we saw Whitemon, and we're like, trust us, this man on Tree is one of the most active Tree players you'll ever see, and then he proceeded to lose the game.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, that's funny, but it's true. He does like to move. It's like you would have other people playing Tree during that Tree meta who would play in the safe lane and stay, and they would try and soak that farm and let their carry leave and go farm jungle. But Whitemon would be like ganking mid. He would be pincering from behind while his other teammates came from the front. Like this guy really innovated a lot of like aggressive plays on supporting heroes. So when I see his hero pool, I see this Dazzle, Tree, whatever, I still think I trust him.
Yeah, and you talk about moving. On the flip side, I think Shopify, the reason why they are in the low bracket is they have been resilient to make moves. We saw the Weatherman from Purge earlier. When you have the advantage, you're playing in the face of your opponent. Shopify, they've had a couple series where they get some like early 6,000, 7,000 gold lead, that's 20 minutes into the game, and then they kind of park themselves on their own side of the river. They don't actually progress the map. They just keep hitting creeps, keep farming up, and then they wait for a very big timing in the mid game, but they give a little bit too much room for their opponents. And you're talking already about the supports. Like if TSM can see that kind of static nature from Shopify, we could see a mismatch in tempo potentially from the teams.
Yeah, that's the thing that worries me for Shopify here, because they have been playing very, very meta heroes, and it really comes down to, have they been prepping for this new strat in the last couple days through scrims? Have they updated themselves, or are they going to play standard farm Arteezy, win a safe lane, let him get fat type stuff? He's always been a harder carry. He hasn't really been so much of a tempo carry. Whereas I feel like TSM's going to be potentially ready to shift. The one clip I showed was mid Riki carry Night Stalker from TSM. So I just don't really see Arteezy doing that same kind of thing. And if these mismatch, if this does mismatch and give TSM an advantage, I don't know if Shopify can pivot within the best of 3.
Purge, what is the disconnect for Shopify out of like lanes in this early into the mid game? Because more often than not, they're winning lanes. They're actually winning multiple lanes, but then nothing transitions and they do end up losing that game. So why is there this inconsistency? Why does it fall flat?
It's probably because they're thinking we need to pick heroes that win our lanes. That's the most important thing. It is important. If you zone your opponents, then your carry gets to sit in lane and get every creep wave lasted and then shift to jungle and go back and forth. And their offlaner gets that but less. So that says, okay, we have this big net worth advantage. But then when you get in the mid game, that's where you start transitioning more to gank. So your supports that you pick to win your lanes aren't necessarily as good at ganking, and that's where the disconnect happens. You might be waiting for your offlaner to get a blink dagger, or for your mid hero to get some important item, and then it kind of slows things down. So the best strats from what it looked like yesterday were the ones that are just constantly going through to the mid game.
And also Abed in his pubs. Unpicked hero at TI, Timbersaw. He started playing a couple games recently.
How's they looking?
50-50, but you know, for a hero that's been unpicked, untouched, a lot of people have been speculating, well, with all the strength heroes in the patch, why is Timbersaw not here? Why are we not seeing him dealing with that tankiness? Of course, he did have nerfs throughout multiple previous patches because he was very, very powerful before, but maybe that could be a thing that we see within the draft today at some point. You kind of bait your opponent into some strength picks, you get that mid Timbersaw, because I think a mid Timbersaw, you still get the levels, you get that advantage. You're not going to have the issues that an offlane Timbersaw has when you're starved. So maybe it's something that could surprise TSM if they haven't done their pro tracker research coming into the series.
Well, I mean, thankfully they have Moon for them, so he will most likely be doing that.
I'd like to think.
They also did pick up another coach. Did you guys know this?
Yeah, Eki.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you spoken much? Do you know much about him?
Yeah, he's played a lot of the kind of national tournaments. He did a little bit of coaching for Secret in Riyadh and I think a tournament before that. But yeah, he's kind of slotted into that kind of secondary coach assist.
Well, we'll see how he's going to go for TSM, what advantage they get, because we are ready for game number 1.
Shopify Rebellion versus TSM. Game 1.
The draft is ready. This lobby is full. We can already see some bans. You guys will see them very soon. And TSM actually banning out that tree for themselves. So we're talking about Wymon being proficient on him, being an absolute demon on that tree, and isn't going to get it for himself, but that also means Shopify won't either. So Murta, Spirit Breaker, Dazzle, and TA being removed.
I think it makes sense. I mean, Tree is both good at winning the lane and pressuring the mid game. That new shard rush that everybody does on Tree just helps you find carries in different places on the map without them realizing that you're there, and then sets up a good 5-second disable basically with somebody showing up. It leads to a lot of kills and 1 lanes.
And not only, it's like Tree buying shard, it feels good as like your first item. So now you're giving the shard away to another person in your roster. So you're like, some random core is now picking up a 20-minute shard rather than a support potentially, and that alone can also further punish your opponents. So I like seeing some of these heroes that actually want to buy the shard and not feel like they want to play the Tormentor gamble.
First pick for Shopify is picking up that Bristleback. We've seen it do so well over groups. It had its ups and downs yesterday. It did get really shut down, heavily shut down in one of the series that we saw yesterday, but is a hero that can still do a lot of damage earlier on.
It just pressures the carry, right? That's the main thing. Like the entire time you got to think about, okay, how do I stop Bristle from making my carry think towards the jungle? And now because he's under-leveled, he can't go to Twin Gate to pressure my other carry. There's so many just things you need to deal with.
And he can really up tempo as well if he's having a good game. If your lane goes well and you get stacks, you get your Ags at a good timing, it can really open the map up in a big way. Take Tormentors, things like that. So it's a pretty safe opening. I mean, teams have experimented with some counters, the Viper, for example, but it's okay. But then they just build fast BKB. It feels ineffective. So I think it's just a pretty safe opening.
Yeah, Bristleback for me is when I see it do well versus when I see it do poorly, it's just how much pressure you apply to it. The Bristles that get to free farm, the Ancients get stacked, they get to just farm between that for like a solid 20 minutes. They come out with so high, like so many levels, more than anyone else, and it becomes impossible to deal with because when you have this Ags, you can burst pretty much any hero, it feels like. The extreme amount of damage Bristle does is too much to ignore. You have to pressure it. You see a team, the actually deals with the hero, they run it, they gank it, they gank it, and they gank it, and they don't give it a good game, and then this hero feels weak because he doesn't have the strength and levels to be really tanky. He struggles to reach his extra items that allows him to sustain. You just can't let him free farm. You have to respect Bristleback.
Well, Chaos Knight was the response pick. Is that going to be that lane matchup that can pressure, that doesn't mind getting up into melee range with Bristle and will still be able to get those last hits and have a solid lane for himself?
It's a couple things. So for laning phase, you set up your support to also do a lot of damage with the Chaos Bolt plus whatever aggressive support you go for. Easily can be very kill hungry. And then in the game, you like to buy Silver Edge, so then you can actually break the Bristleback. And also it's a carry that, if really needed, you can go for a Blink Dagger as well, but like you can always get that break on Bristle. So it's a good carry to carry matchup. We have seen some teams practicing CK offlane. I don't know if we'll be seeing that today from TSM, but the fact that we have the toolkit of CK available is very powerful. When you pair it with a Grimstroke, now you've got the double stuns, Inkswell, Soulbind. Like, this is a very aggressive lineup that can punish a Bristleback. If it has a good game, like the mid-game turnaround from TSM is very much available.
Interesting.
You like it?
Yeah, the Dark Willow follow-up. Obviously great to have a melee hero to Bedlam target, so you can do that with the Elder Titan as well. And it sets up some cool synergies, things that you can do with magic damage or physical damage in this case. If you get ET in there, the CK is going to take way more damage from either source, and maybe that's a better way to control them in team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it was very quick picks, Dark Willow into Elder Titan, but the question remains, Sheep, you hyped it up yesterday of a carry Dark Willow. We didn't see it come out on the game you talked about, but we did see LGD Shiro pick it up, and it looked fantastic.
Yeah.
Do we see RTZ maybe playing it?
Absolutely we do. 100%.
100%?
I think the nice part about picking Willow is obviously the flex. Crit plays it. You can move it to that carry role if you feel like it's a good game, but you can also keep it as that 4. I think it's a strong carry from what we saw of Shiro playing it. You get these treads. Like, you're a universal hero now, first of all. That's why we're seeing Willow be played as a core. You get those treads, you get a Midas so that you can help scale your items up later, and then you're just able to buy this Ags, which does all your damage. And then the way Shiro was playing it was that you just live to survive, because your damage comes from your W, from that Ags. So all you need is just to live. So he buys that BKB, he buys like a Silver Edge, because Break is so good this patch. He goes the Octarine, so he has more uptime on his spells. He later on, very, very, very late, was able to get like a Wind Waker too. You just want to survive so that you can keep outputting damage, and the hero just carries itself through its spells.
Yeah, and the good thing here for Shopify, the way that they've picked it, they've already got the Bristle off lane, so he'll kind of cushion the early game aggression, where Willow obviously needs a lot of time to farm. And they've also have the drafting flex, where they'll see 4 heroes in TSM and then decide if they want to do it. RTZ, the last 3 carry games he's played in his pubs in the last 4 days have all been Dark Willow. So since the inception of it coming into this TI, he hasn't played it, and then it's like, wait a second, I have this 1 week break, I gotta play it, I gotta give it a go, I gotta try.
But the scary thing though is that the carry Dark Willow is very slow. Like,
it is, yeah.
Your lane can go fine, sure, but then you have to buy Midas, and then you're waiting to buy Nags until you truly become an impactful hero. So it's going to be slow, and on the TSM side, they grabbed fast things. They've got 3 melee cores to pair with Grimstroke. Grimstroke can go into any of those locations. The Dawnbreaker can help save people when they commit to an important Bristleback kill with heals and more disable. So they've got Tusk Dawnbreaker, which is a fantastic lane. They've got lots of ground target AoE, which could punish a Willow. I think TSM is potentially up in the tempo here.
Yeah, I don't think I want to see the Willow carry in this game, like based on the points that you're making. Like, I think TSM, their laning phase is very strong. The ability just to make things happen on the map is very high. They do lack a little bit of building damage to actually progress the map, but it is very much in your face, get the kills. And Shopify, they're kind of ready for that. Puck, counter-aggressive, ET, counter-aggressive. Bristle can soak up a lot of damage. So TSM, if they execute, they can be punishing, but Shopify always have that turnaround potential with some of these big heroes that they've got.
I genuinely think it's fine, and I would argue this based on the fact that I think a lot of Willow's strengths come from her spells rather than items. Like, yeah, she wants all these items, but you get your level 6. You now have an offensive and a defensive ability. If TSM want to commit, it is difficult because you have that realm. You're going to be able to phase out, and you can have Puck TPing in to do counter initiations on any ganks. Like you talked about how defensive Elder Titan can be as well. I think they have really good ways to disengage from TSM, especially especially a lot of AoE control within like the coil, within the stomp on Elder Titan to deal with Chaos Knight early. I do think they can reach Willow's timings if that's the route they want to go down.
They're going to have to reveal where this Willow is going as they don't have overall last pick. So are we going to see a crit RTZ hero? Is it going to be melee? Is it going to be ranged? Is there a 4 that even brings us all together to maybe give you more confidence, T, in a carry Dark Willow?
So TSM are actually banning out some of the position 4s, so they're thinking it's a Willow carry themselves. And even a bit of respect towards Riki. I didn't expect a Riki ban to be occurring during some TI. What heroes has he got left?
I mean, I get it. Imagine if you're Willow, you get jumped on, and then it just silenced immediately. You get nothing, and if you haven't gotten that farm, like Purge is saying, you don't have a Wind Waker, you can't do anything. It's rough.
And they picked Riki against Puck in that one game that I highlighted as well. So it was pretty straightforward. They picked the Coddle, though.
Yeah, Coddle 4 with the Bristle then, and then it's going to be some, so Willow carry, and then Coddle's just going to amp up this Bristle and just keep pushing forward. Like, come fight me, I'm going to have Vanguard, and triple the amount of cores in your face now, so okay.
Well, this is the excitement I wanted to see from Shopify.
This is the innovation you want. You want to feel excited for them.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit being that last pick.
They're so beefy. Like, every pick on TSM is like, oh, I'm going to play Dota. I just see, like, they're just grunting.
Grimstroke's only regret is he doesn't have more ink swells to put on the melee heroes.
You have to refresh, like, up through and refresh. You get one.
So many good ones.
I really like the Earth Spirit last pick, though. I think when you're playing against these heroes, you want catch for like this Coddle and this Puck. You have a silence to play around. You want to have AoE control for Willow because, you know, that's how you kill Willow. I can't believe it got all the way to the end, but I do think this is like the perfect last pick for TSM.
I'm scared for Shopify where they only have 1 point of frontline, which is Bristleback, and then outside of that, it's a lot of like reinitiating and hoping to turn the fight around Bristle surviving long enough. And when you have already a Tusk that can just blink, punch, start the fight into the break of the CK's eventual Silver Edge, this could be a little bit spooky for Shopify if they don't kind of dictate the game on their own pace.
I don't know. I think Shopify has the better draft. I think they have so much AoE control. I think it's very difficult for TSM to take fights. I think Shopify's ability to disengage is amazing. I think they can poke and prod and try and get this Dawn ult easily. I really like their draft. I think they have synergy. I think they have good team fight.
Purge, you got to be our tiebreaker very quickly. Which side do you feel?
I just feel like TSM's gonna be able to pressure with their Spirit Vessel and the Earth Spirit. He's gonna move around, get kills, and then catapult them into the mid game where they pressure Willow.
Yeah.
All right, okay, you guys have given me some confidence in TSM and not so much in Shopify Rebellion, but hey, maybe this Dark Willow
I'm sorry. It wasn't good enough.
No, okay, all right.
The eventual turnaround.
We can see both their win conditions.
Yeah,
yes.
like Shopify much later, TSM earlier. So if the game goes like 50 minutes, congratulations Shopify. If it's not there, TSM, wow, you're game up.
Do you really think 50 minutes?
I've just said a random number.
Because their average game time is 51 minutes?
There we go.
Okay, for me it was more Purge, you know? He's not always on my panel, so I was more inclined to decide with him.
You have to be biased, yeah.
Yeah,
I understand.
All right, guys, we're going to stop talking here. We do have Tsunami joined with Bulba, so we get to have some coach insight before game one.
That's right, I am joined by Bulba of Shopify Rebellion. Now, obviously, the question on everyone's minds is Dark Willow carry. We saw it revealed, or at least debuted yesterday. You guys are using it in this game. Whose idea was this? Because I know Arteezy's been practicing it.
Artur was inspired, I think, he was thinking about it, and then we saw some of the other carries playing it, and then we just, he was feeling really good about it. So, at this stage, it's good to go with what people feel good about, too.
And you've been to a large number of internationals at this point, but it's kind of unique how we have these interim periods in between group stage to playoffs to finals. Would you usually see this kind of meta development of like, oh, hey, here's a random carry hero that we never see show up halfway through the tournament?
Yeah, everyone was scrimming. It was definitely weird to have a break between, but everyone was scrimming, and we didn't exactly know what TSM would take. I think they didn't know as well. So, their draft is pretty different than what they picked in the group stages, and same for us. So, it's just a battle of new ideas.
Well, may the best team win. Bulba, best of luck in this game number one as we pass it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Neil and Bulba, looking good out there as always. Trent, we get to see some crazy stuff coming out here. It's early morning in Seattle, and the teams are raring to go.
Yep, it's a little bit of copying, I guess, right? We're bringing out the Willow carry, but some innovation here due to a more recent change to Willow, where now you can target your allies with Shadow Realm. So, you know, she goes into her little shadow form. And with Chakra Magic, because I've been seeing these Coddles, right? These Dark Willows. They don't really appear out of the Shadow Realm very often. Now, is she just going to appear even less?
I think
that sounds really annoying.
We're just not going to ever see her.
Don't think I like that.
That's the way you stay off the cliff. They can't target yet. Easy peasy. As we get into this game, there were a couple pauses there, and you can see the ZyJs get thrown down right along the bottom side of the map as TSM all heading out to try and find their fortune, see if they can catch somebody on the opposite side of the river. Doesn't look like there's going to be anybody there, though. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, oh my god, I just saw the Saberlight spray in the middle of the river too. Yeah, that's a classic one.
That's good. That's good, yeah. Both teams appreciate that a lot. You can tell. There's lots of good luck, have fun, you know, over to their former teammate. So TSM happy to see him here.
Absolutely. Handing up on this cliff right here, though. This might be an interesting one. It looks like we're just going to manage to trade out 2 runes unless something crazy happens over the next couple minutes. But we do see a little bit of that switch up. It's going to be, again, the Earth Spirit picked in the last phase. This is one of those heroes that's definitely been looking super good, incredibly hard to deal with, mobile hero. Do you think he's going to have a good time against Puck? Hold on. Kasane in far forward, push back to Blinding Light, in trouble, and just like that, Arteezy gonna draw first blood.
Oh, okay, very good start here. Obviously, kind of greedy, right, on this position 1 Willow. You want to get fast into that Midas, get in towards that Aghanims, grab all the universal hero items, so you can already see stacking up some ideas towards a Wraithband. What an inventory right there. Look at all those stats.
I know.
And just have that flying under the courier. Yeah, that is absolutely terrifying. But yeah, I mean, Earth Spirit, I would say Earth Spirit and Warlock are 2 heroes that were like super primed at the start of this group stage, and Warlock's just gone. Yeah. That hero, we're done with Warlock for now. I don't know, maybe he'll come back. And Earth Spirit, well, you know, he's still around, but I feel like he's more often in the bans. We haven't got too many picks lately.
No, and being able to get him in the last phase, though, is definitely pretty nice. To, you know, set up to, you know, just be team fight in a bag, in a bottle, ready to go.
That's right.
I also am curious to see how the matchup goes down on the bottom lane. Saberlight again facing off against his former teammates. They picked the first phase Bristleback, and you had some ideas about this and what you felt like their reasoning was behind the early pick on it.
I think part of it, I mean, number 1, Bristle's just super solid, right? I mean, it's one of the most picked heroes so far in the tournament. It's only their 2nd game on Bristle, though. So, I mean, I guess, you know, the group stage didn't go that well, so maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe they needed more games on Bristle.
That's fair.
Yeah, but like the panel was saying, Kasane is definitely in a bit of a hero struggle. Like, he has certainly shown his skills on those Zoo heroes with multiple summons, and without those, he's been struggling a little bit to find what's the next good hero for him, and the Bristle was looking pretty solid.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't win all their games, but it looked pretty good. So removing that immediately from the pool, Dawnbreaker's not a hero he's played a whole lot of, especially not here at TI. It hasn't been featured in a lot of their drafts either. It's not like teams were banning it out. So I feel like this is a hero that they're looking towards to try and get some answers. And right now he's in a bit of trouble.
Oh my god.
And this is supposed to be one of the most bullying lanes we've seen lately, right? This Tusk Dawnbreaker. So you really want to make sure you're actually winning this lane when you pick this combo.
I mean, it is a little bit strange, obviously, playing against the Willow. I think it throws a little bit of wrenches out there. And so far, Arteezy, looking at the CS, 8-5. I mean, this has always been sort of the bread and butter of this group of players, right? You've got so much strong laning, and Saberlight in trouble down bottom. He's going to go down. So in spite of the strong lanes, TSM managed to find a kill.
I mean, if there's a carry that you want to get right now versus Bristle, this feels great, right?
Oh, yeah.
Sustaining in the lane. Yeah, you still have to play around the Quills. They're going to stack up. It's getting a little bit wild, but you're going to get into that sustain once you start taking points from the Chaos Strike. But for now, just immediately trying to bully him down at those earlier parts. These tanky offlaners, you know, your Timbersaws, those earlier levels, that's when you really want to punish them.
Okay. Fair enough.
Dude, Arteezy's hitting for 73 right now. Oh, sorry, his branch isn't back in yet. Just hold on. There we go. Back up to 75.
That's so much damage. He's bringing out double recipes. I mean, is that going to... So that's going to be the full stick done, and then also a Wraithband. I mean, it's really hard to stay in this as double melee. Ahri is already starting to fall, but the Dawnbreaker moves in with the Starbreaker, a couple more hits, Snowball goes into the Shadow Realm, a couple more punches. The battle looks good for a moment. Fly is gonna go down, got woken up after that Echo Stomp. Nonetheless, another win for Shopify as they got the first kill.
Able to get something back, but I mean, on top of that, look at the CS. I mean, still only 7 right now for Kasane versus the 18 and 8 denies of Arteezy.
Yeah, that's
8 denies.
That's a problem.
Ranged hero.
I mean, this is just, you know, Universal Heroes in a nutshell. In the mid lane, also, you look at it, I had a standing tweet for a long time, which was, Abed has gotten Puck, surely something has gone wrong, because he is so freaking good on this guy and can definitely snowball a game. We'll see if he can have similar success or if Brow's going to be able to keep pace with him.
I mean, how's it looking? I mean, resident puck hater here, for sure. Typically, the main problem is when you pick a puck trying to just like solve one single matchup without benefiting the puck in other ways with your own allies. And I think we got a lot of follow-up for Dream Coil in this game, so looks pretty solid here. Tomato taking advantage of the lack of stuns. Little TP back to the tower here, but Whitemon still chased.
Nowhere left to go. They throw out the stun, still have Quills on him. So Saberlight keeping the pressure and takes down. That was a big courier. At least they still have regen in the lane for TSM, but you can see the bullying potential that this Dire draft has.
Oh, that's tough too. I think trying to get some control back over that camp as well, not gonna have an opportunity for it. I mean, you got 2 sentries on it from Crit, right? Like, he is ensuring that he wants this camp open, he wants to be able to stack it, he wants to be able to pull it. You're calling the bristle, you know?
Oh yeah.
Speaking of stacks, I mean, obviously with a Keeper of the Light, you're also hoping to try and find some of those for your team, right?
Absolutely. Nice stun there to secure the CS onto the big creep.
Well, speaking of which, Crit's trying to go do them now, and he's going to find that I only got the 1 camp, so he's well aware that it's blocked out. He doesn't even try, so
yeah.
At least no Ancients so far.
I'm doing a good job of laying that one down to stop the acceleration of gold. Might see Crit head over to that Ancients instead, depending upon how the game goes. But at least for the moment, very steady, slight lead for Shopify. Gonna have to wait for the rotations. And well, speaking of which, it looks like there's already gonna be one down bottom. Fly making the move, has Astral, 2 points in it, along with a Stomp. Do they decide to go though? They want to start stacking up some Quills first. Whitemon though, oh, he's gonna find the trap. They move in, and that should be enough to force back.
He can snowball over that too, if they want to commit.
All right, thinking about it, goes in, Inkswell breaks it, and now moving in. Fly in trouble, Tomato shows up, they find themselves an easy kill.
Yeah, I think Fly was hoping that he would try and go for a play, like throw out the stun, and see if they would be the ones getting aggressive, so that he'd be able to follow up there with the turnaround play, but not able to get it. Nicely done there from TSM.
Oh, and Abed, he gets lucky. Finds the 6-minute rune down bottom. So that's a haste on Puck, who hit level 6 before the Earth Spirit. That kind of stops like any aggressive moves from TSM, I feel like, on these side lanes. You got to know that an easy kill could be coming the other way.
Well, we kind of abandoned top after Arteezy was owning, and Kasane's now ahead of him.
Okay. Well.
So here, you can see when the levels start stacking up on this combo, this is why it is just so oppressive. I mean, what's a Dark Willow going to do, right?
Yeah.
You're going to die if you get caught inside of this. They have so much damage. Shadow Realm can't save you.
This is how you get some help. They drop down the coil, try to move in onto Kasane. Will be able to go for some extra damage. Ahri, no way to stop this. And so the easy rotation with the haste rune on Puck sets up for a kill.
Yeah, that's just good adaptation there from Shopify Rebellion. Not going to feed away. They're trying to get humongous Dark Willow here. She is just about done tread, so Arteezy powering up this hero to the max right now.
All right, and double Wisdom Rune's going to be claimed. Both teams able to get one for themselves while stacks are being made. Definitely feels like that's the name of the game right now. A little bit harder for TSM to take them, must be said. Tomato, only 1 second stun, but with Ryle moving in, they get some good damage out there onto a Magnetize. It's not going to be enough. Vanguard, a couple gauntlets of strength, and that Bristle is tanky.
Yeah, Brow's going to TP right back to that mid lane there, so not ideal, but we'll try and play for that 8-minute rune. We'll see if anyone joins them. Kasane is still not quite towards that level 6. I mean, perhaps, depending how this next wave and neutrals go, he could make it there by 8, but obviously it's fairly unlikely unless he grabs a big kill. So not going to get any help from him. Instead, it's Ahri who makes the rotation towards mid.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right, is that it feels like they're going to have to play around that Dawnbreaker ultimate to set up for some more of these kills, particularly if they want to go on the Bristle. Abed hard to kill no matter what. The stomp, and Bryle does manage to click a little bit faster to get that shield rune. Do they want to get aggressive here? Could think about an Inkswell play, but decide not to, and instead just going to de-ward.
Yeah, but a 3v3 here. Meanwhile, Saberlight abandons the bottom lane to go farm up these stacks that have been prepped. Also has an Ancient Camp there too. So going to scoop up some neutrals for the team.
This is nice. And immediately into some mana boots. Retakes over that Watcher, claims those. Gonna come back to lane. This is the classic. Shopify getting their farm on. We'll see if TSM try and come and interrupt that, or if they're just gonna do a similar thing.
Yeah, TSM definitely have a bit of a timing, right? They're trying to play a bit of a faster game, hoping to use this aggressive opportunities between Tusk and Dawnbreaker. That'll be the goals for this one. So, and meanwhile, Shopify just looking to chill out a bit.
Yeah. I mean, it is always a little bit scary being on somewhat of a timer, if you will, when you're coming into these elimination matchups. Is Ahri brazenly just going to step forward there towards flying Arteezy. Doesn't decide to go for anything, though. And now, Whitemon wrapping. He's just going to go back through the gate as the scan connects, realize there's people in the area, and they get out of trouble.
Abed kind of lurking nearby here, farming in the jungle, has that Dream Coil ready. And meanwhile, Crit takes the opportunity to push out mid by himself, so trying to get some levels up on this Keeper of the Light. And this is something that, when we started missing out on some of these stacking heroes, the supports are the ones that really struggled the most, right? Because Crit's getting that bonus XP, he's getting that bonus gold now. He's going to be a much happier support whenever you have these core players farming these stacks for you that you've set up for them.
Well, a move forward, the kick back onto Fly, TP's away, but the roll's going to be there. So they're going to find and kill this Elder Titan. An easy bring down, and now going to try and pressure the tower off of it. At least for the moment, doesn't look like they want to make any aggressive move the other direction. Arteezy's just farming with some Bedlam.
Oh, here comes the smoke up, though. Bit of retaliation. Will they bring in Saberlight? I mean, typically, you know, he wants a little bit more before he's fighting, but there's 3 points in Chakra Magic, so, you know, a bit of a classic combo, the Cuddle Bristle. See if he feels the need to TP in here.
Bedlam still on cooldown for a little bit. They don't quite have it, but with the coil and now the Terrace, Kasani gets caught. They're going to connect now with the Illuminate, a couple more hits. Abed trying to do what damage he can, but doesn't have quite enough. Their TP is coming now, but it's a little bit late. Bristle not able to get in front of that roll, and, well, when all is said and done, nobody dies.
Yeah, at least he has the Twin Gate to get back there, so it's not as bad as, like, you know, previous patches, but that was an issue of just, yeah, I think we can get the kill without the Bristle, and then when the mid rotates in for Bryle, he's like, okay, I should probably be there, and now he gets nothing and just feels kind of annoyed, so.
I mean, and I'm going to say, Tomato is starting to get big. This guy on CK is a whole bundle of hurt. Already about to complete that armlet, and then you get into the Echo Saber. It's going to be an incredibly strong timing. Something definitely to watch for in this. As eyes again up towards that top tower. Arteezy farming out with the Bedlam, trying to get into the Midas. Knows where he wants to be.
I feel like we're going to see a lot of Dark Willows in pubs today.
You think so?
I mean, after yesterday, and then, you know, it's North America. Once Arteezy does it, that's it. It's over, you know. It's everywhere.
It's all done. Well, beware, everybody, of what it is that you're going to see.
Might be worth the ban.
Fair enough.
For your own sake. Not like playing against it.
Yeah.
Not really my concern here.
Well, back bottom, 2 more heroes from Shopify, not wanting to put any contention there onto the Chaos Knight. And a stomp onto Bryle, manages to catch him here. Ahri's still nearby, so it's not really a move that you can make. Instead, Bryle's going to head on over, pick up the regen, and this is another reset after the tower falls up top.
I have to be careful going for these aggressive moves here that Shopify are angling towards, because we do have the Dawn ult coming through here.
Oh, yeah. And down bottom, the smoke play is going towards Tomato. They want to shut down his farm. Now, does have the courier coming through this direction. Crit is going to be the first point of contact. Might be a little bit early on this one. Abed also showing up. Nobody else nearby. They're also hunting Dark Willow up on the top side of the map. So 2 simultaneous ganks on these carries. Will it be enough to kill off the CK? Yes, it will. Can they bring down another, though? Looking for it, trying to finish. Arteezy, Terrorize, gets a bunch of them away, but Bryle able to dodge it.
Oh, that was really well done with the roll.
Of course, changes to that. Very nice.
So both carries in the dirt.
Yeah, tries to TP out as well there. That was the play, but hey, at least new Midas means he won't be punished there on the Dark Willow, right? We'll be able to just build up those stacks while chilling in the dirt.
Fair enough. So just like that, as both carries trade off lives, Bryle is going to come down bottom, just continue the farm and set up to see if TSM can defend their tower.
I was wondering if we might see Tomato going in towards the Mage Slayer, because sometimes we'll see that in the CKs, but it's a little bit more common on the off lane, because maybe try to scale a bit harder than position 1. And so instead, it's actually Kasane who is looking in towards it, because it does a lot for you in this game, right?
That does have some good value. Inkswell, Bryle, the silence now on to Fly, good damage and enough for the kill. At this point, at least, it's been 4 deaths, all of them for Fly on the side of Shopify. Only 2 other deaths from other team members. It's a sacrificial role.
Just helping out.
Yeah. But 14-minute mark, the Wisdom Runes are going to spawn now as more stacks come out. And it's only these little incursions that we're seeing to try and disrupt farm when they get an opportunity to. Haven't really been any serious moves towards objectives yet. I think the heat map for Arteezy is this spot.
Yeah, he's been hanging out up top. I mean, likewise, Saberlight just down bottom, farming between these camps. I'm surprised that we haven't seen so many invasions into that sort of bottom outpost area where Saberlight is right now. Trying to get some vision down, trying to block out these camps, trying to utilize this Tusk to catch this Coddle. Crit still hasn't died.
Well, this could be interesting. They roll in with a couple and now looking for the kick. Do they have enough damage? Magnetize is there. Crit's starting to fall, but they've already lost the Grimstroke. Now maybe going to lose another, although with the Dawnbreaker ultimate, they come through and connect. Fly going to die. It ends up being a 2-for-1 exchange.
All right, switch is flipped. This is what they want, right? It is time now to get aggressive. Every single time that you're back up here with the Solar Guardian, they want to go for another one. One of the big things that we've noticed too, of course, is the scaling, because I feel like that level 2, getting level 12 on the Dawn, that's when you start seeing these fights where you're like, oh, they just completely got saved by Solar Guardian. The level 1 almost feels more about the mobility rather than the actual save and damage.
A Blink Dagger delivered, and you can see Abed queuing up the next item. A similar thing to what we saw from Laurel the other day of going for the Maelstrom build. We'll see if he'll have the time, but TSM, they don't want to give him that time, as it's going to be all about pushing down these towers and already claiming 1. What's Shopify's answer to this?
Farm.
Okay.
Grow larger.
I mean, look at the wards around Arteezy right now. When either direction he retreats to try and get farm, they're going to be at least knowledgeable of where he's at.
The Mighty Mines aren't looking too mighty, huh?
No, not quite.
Or the Sighty Mines.
But getting closer to that Aghanim Scepter, that's going to be the window, I guess, that they look for maybe.
There's still so much farm down here waiting, though.
Oh, yeah.
Even Abed just coming through. Gonna pick up some of these camps. Again, more vision down bottom as well. Kasane having some defensive options here if they try and make some moves in. New ward placed down there from Crit, though, trying to give some vision up ahead as they try and knock down this tower. Be their first one of the game here. That's not really the plan to get aggressive in this one, but you can hear it.
Oh, yeah.
The machine guns rattling there from the Bristle to pave their way down here. Good D ward from Crit. There it is, that ward.
Gets perfect vision, connects, tries to TP away maybe? No, not going to do it. Terrorize? Holds it, and is just going to die. But with numbers coming in, maybe Shopify can find a little bit of retribution, and in fact they will. That's going to be Bryle going down. So the big move gets punished.
And they did finish getting that tower too, so they kind of already got their goals they want down bottom anyway.
Right.
And immediately just head right back up top. Good defensive punish on that one. And, I mean, it's only 17 minutes, so we're not quite into Roche time. Saberlight is definitely hitting all the right timings right now, though. Almost in towards that hairball. So 4 points in the goo, hairball coming out. Managed to get 2 points in the Bristle. The Bristle back. Probably because there's just not that many breaks in this game, right? Sure, there'll probably be a Silver Edge later.
But look at this, the movement over and finding Kasane. Saving a blood grenade for this late time, and no way to break it that moment. 30 seconds still on the Dream Coil. And a counter smoke instead coming from TSM. But they're heading into the area where Saberlight's at. That's not an easy kill at all. Roll, goes the wrong direction, sees that there's an Earth Spirit by him, and well, is just going to back out. Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of use of this twin gate being done right now by Shopify to try and hunt the side lanes.
Just almost creating more and more space here.
Yeah. No, and I mean, you can basically see Kasane is like, okay, I'm going to stay on the opposite side of the map, basically be ready to come in with my ultimate. Solar Guardian ready to go. Abed, will he get caught? It's, again, no real easy kills to bring down Shopify.
And part of the problem is it's just really hard to pressure tier 2s right now. I mean, part of it is that we don't really have a lot of like pushing heroes that are super popular. We talk about Zoo not being all over the place with all our summons and everything, but even some of those supports that can provide a little bit of better push, they're not as popular. And after that, it's just hard. It's just straight up difficult to get yourself into a solid position for towers right now. Feels like there's a lot of mobility too, so you're super vulnerable in those positions. You don't want to give away this like lead that you're building up. It always just feels safer to go back, farm, maybe buy a Midas. We got a couple of objectives on your own side of the map you got to be thinking about, like Wisdom Runes and Tormentors.
Totally.
So going deeper into enemy territory can get you easily punished.
Well, we'll see here. Manages to force back the Earth Spirit down bottom. And still hunting for anybody at all. If they went a little bit further south, Kasane would have been found, but not doing it. And Arteezy still just trying to get his way towards that Midas. Bottom of the cores at the moment, or rather towards the Aghanim Scepter, not the Midas. But yeah, everybody's just trying to build up. No rush 20 minutes.
Yeah,
that's what we got.
That's where we're at right now. I mean, there's certainly some items that are going to help a bit for the side of TSM, and they do have that Mage Slayer, so that is 35% less spell damage.
Look at the damage done by the cores. They're just AFK farming at the moment. I love to see it.
And that's all spells, right?
Right.
So that is pretty crazy. And of course, with Dawnbreaker, you can utilize the Starbreaker, so you can try and hit it onto multiple targets and debuff them all.
Okay.
But, I mean, Saberlight's got to be the main target for that one, right? Because the lower spell damage, the less he's healing. Those are sort of the ideas here.
It does feel like there might be some weird synergy stuff because a lot of the bristle damage is going to be front-loaded with that first hit of Bristleback on the Ags, and then, you know, afterwards, Dawnbreaker's coming in for the follow-up. But we'll see how it goes. The other thing, though, to be honest, is that if Arteezy is able to just, like, AFK farm, get to this Aghanim Scepter, get to some, you know, attack speed, it basically is up to Earth Spirit, I feel like, to find him in these fights. It's not going to be super easy.
I mean, you're seeing the Ags now, and it's not quite as intimidating without the crazy attack speed, is it?
Right. No, it sort of builds up as time goes on. But they're getting to where they need to be. No points in the Cursed Crown. Just getting stats.
Yep. Universal hero.
Faster than average. And 6 matches, 18% win rate is a little bit rough there, but hoping to improve that one a little bit. This Tomato going the standard CK stuff that we've come to expect. Picks up Wisdom Rune, level 16. He's a big guy. Oh no. How many times is it going to happen? Honestly.
I don't know. Every time, I guess.
I know.
It's all right. I want to go back to base anyway. It's fine. You know, looks like you might think about picking up some Tranquil Boots and move across this map a little bit more. And, well, taking advantage of a situation here.
Yeah.
Of course, this is Radiant side here, and they did manage to scan it.
So they know this is happening, but with no Tusks, they feel confident just running in. Already smoked up with 2. It's taking a little while to get here, and Arteezy coming in a little bit on the slow side to get into position. He's wanting to wait outside of it. Doesn't have a ton of mana.
It's got to be on Bryle, right? It's all on the roll. And then to Dawn.
They've got to. They need to take it down, and they're going to claim it. So they managed to get the Aegis. Now trying to get out, but Tomato, he's right on top of Arteezy. They find him and explode him. Oh, that Shadow Blade coming into play, and now Saberlight,
he's low.
In no man's land. I mean, they're going to run this guy down. Bryle finds the backlines. Both of the supports in trouble. Tomato, lane waste. Oh, that is not what Shopify were hoping. Everybody goes down.
Abed escapes with the Aegis, but that's, that is not great. Man, try to sneak one away after they did the Tormentor. And what a scan as well from TSM. I'm not sure what vision helped them secure the knowledge that was happening, but what a great call.
Dude, you have this moment of realization where we look up and Tomato's on Arteezy, just destroyed, didn't get a spell off. Oh man.
Of course, as that's happening too, as you can see the heart gets delivered to Bryle, so level 15 with 3k HP. And then you're beginning a fight versus Bristle, who's already down like 30%.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, you had to tank through it. Again, it is that dynamic where you get a bunch of gold for TSM, more time out on the map to farm. Bryle, happy about that one for sure. But it is still Abed holding on to that Aegis. We'll see what they can do with this.
Oh, dude, all their stuff is such cheesy late game stuff.
Yeah.
It's such cheese. We got Dream Coil, Rapid Fire, Puck. We got this Dark Willow looking for all these late game talents. I think TSM have this giant window now where they just need to play some, some clean builds.
Right.
Get this big carry going. Tomato, take them to the top.
We'll see if he can manage to do it. I mean, he is definitely the carry in this game right now. He is going to hit so hard, going in for an Orchid next, hoping to find a way to maybe catch Abed unawares. Because again, Abed has no survivability items right now.
Yeah, and part of the problem too is that it's a lot of burst. And when you think about big saves from Elder Titan, it tends to be this like more predictable stuff. Like you have some crazy setup hero that's trying to do like multiple Kunkka plays or something like that. And it's like, oh, okay, he's about to torn over here, so I'm gonna have a little bit of time before the big burst damage comes in. CK just hops in, you're just gone.
Absolutely. Well, we are blessed this year to be able to hear into what the players were talking about. Let's hear it in that last fight.
He took the fucking Aegis of Puck, guys. What the fuck is this? I don't have TP for top.
All right, so maybe they have their own thoughts about the decision-making there of that Aegis.
That's great. I love to hear that. Wonderful.
That was the average Shopify Rebellion fan right there, actually. Someone in the crowd right now. Why did they give that to Abed?
Unbelievable. All right.
Aegis.
Well, he is going to have that Aegis, and we've got the Aghanim Scepter coming out in about 2,000 gold. But yeah, a lead right now for TSM. We have to see what they can do to try and build upon this. Obviously, don't want to go for Puck at this point.
I mean, I see double Mage Slayer, I see a BKB that's still at 8 seconds. I want to see some tier 2s go down.
True enough.
That's what I'd like to see. I'm not scared of this Puck Aegis. You scared of a Puck Aegis?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. You probably kill him as you come out of it, though, to be fair. Yeah, probably not. I mean, we'll see. TSM, again, you just don't want to give up any bad fights at this point. Do need to be careful, though, because there is this movement down bottom trying to find Kasane.
If he survives this, I will be so...
Smoke broke. Oh, they thought he was south. He went up to the north. Gets out of there. Now, does he realize that they're all right here? He's going to pass by them, heads on over to the creep wave, not aware of what's going on, throws out the hammer.
I think he knows.
All right, Shopify, do they want to chase this? Abed, eyes on him. Everybody's nearby. Kasane breaks the TP, and that's going to be an easy bring down.
I mean, that's supposed to be your free pick, right? Because you kind of know. Like, the Dawn's going to play this part of the map. They're going to be pushing either in your jungle or straight up in that top tower. Dawn's going to be waiting to use the Solar Guardian to get in. Not going to happen there. Tomato going to force out the glyph. And then probably consider going right back in.
On Invis for Bryle. Visibility proved to be pretty effective in that last big engagement that happened. See if it happens again. Illusions are pushing out the top wave right now, cutting the creeps.
Yeah, use that Phantasm too. So the next creep wave comes in, just takes the tower for you, and that way Tomato can just keep on farming with his main hero and perhaps even link up to his team. They're doing a bit of chasing right now, though, with that Invis rune. Shielded and invisible. Bryle just all ruined up right now. He's just all jittery.
Yeah, he's
juiced up on everything.
Hard to kill, that is for sure. With Dawnbreaker back up.
With 1,600 shield rune.
It's not fair, honestly. Oh, Tomato just passed by a Sentry Ward, though, so they'll at least know that he's heading down south. That tips off Shopify to avoid. I guess waiting now after the Maelstrom to go back for the BKB. Remembering that T-Gov segment. Actually, higher win rate without it.
Yes, has to avoid the BKB if possible.
Tomato still on the hunt, not finding anybody. And full Bloodthorn completed. He reveals himself on this ward, so they see this. On the side. Do they realize where he's at? Yes, they will. Thinking about it. Oh, the roll. Bryle gets the silence onto 2, looks for more. Magnetize out, trying to follow up. Text now on the Fly. Fly is gone. Didn't stand a chance there. Can they chase for any more? Ahri looking for a snowball, a shards, anything. Almost caught there onto Abed, but not quite going to connect. And again, they dodge. I mean, they've been doing a good job of staying away. When the fights eventually happen, TSM are definitely coming out on top, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem, though, is that these intervals are just too far in between the kills for TSM. Like, they just need to get more kills right now.
Saberlight, jump forward, try to kill him off. Heart, start to kill, but they do eventually get him. But Abed goes down to Tomato. That was the reveal. The Bloodthorn doing massive work, and now trying to take down Saberlight. Can they bring him down, too? Instead, pulls a crit. Tomato, this guy is unstoppable. He puts his sights on you. You are going to die. TSM, every fight has gone their way.
This is so what they needed right now, too. Puck going down, that's the hero that's going to be the one who actually like mocks you into these attempted sieges on these tier 2s. So if they wanted to just like follow that wave mid, could be an option for them. They're not committing to it, though. They're just playing mega safe and looking to probably cement some vision up in this part of the map here.
Yeah.
Gonna take that outpost, knock it down.
Heads on off. And full Mjolnir done. Have yet to see Arteezy in a fight or even hit that many heroes. Has just been farming this entire time and hoping to get towards a position where they can take a favorable fight. Again, like, you think about the big combo that can happen later. Dream Coil, Terrorize, Connection, the stuns, right clicks, it's all there, but will they be able to get that fight, or is TSM going to be too big by the time it finally happens?
It's very reminiscent of these like core Witch Doctor games.
Right.
Where it's like, if they hit the big ulti, it is absolutely insane and you will all die. But you look at that and compared to something like a CK where it should be a little bit easier to execute, you're hoping. Especially if Tomato probably angles in towards some sort of a blink item next.
Right.
Just try and secure the ease of these fights. At this point, they're definitely just playing for the next Roche. Take down this tier 2, great job. And then just try and secure the next Aegis. It will be a daytime Roche as well, which is good news for them since they're on the Radiant side, so they have control over that bottom outpost there and can TP in with buybacks potentially. Makes their lives a little bit easier. Their Wisdom Rune is also still up right now, so hopefully that doesn't get stolen away from them, but it could be a good opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to get a little something here on the map.
Trying to do what they can, but meanwhile, down bottom lane, you still have to deal with creeps in the base, popping Phantasm, sends him back into... Oh, he's sending in a little sneaky play here by Tomato.
Oh yeah, okay. Hoping that someone will TP back.
Yeah, and maybe gonna go for just one straight up kill. We'll see what ends up happening, but for now, they're bringing in numbers. Tomato, he's very far forward, Shadow Blade to get away, but they take a long time, and the tower takes a ton of damage.
He's kind of doing his best Jug impression here, right? You know, he's got BKB, TP.
Right.
Not too concerned.
How close are we? I mean, again, it's really far from any of
that
the
was a fast Roche, eh?
Oh yeah, that was instant.
That thing's right back up. So we got a smoke go to the base here from Shopify Rebellion. Are they gonna find somebody? Again, very impressed, honestly, with how much they've dodged.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like TSM, they have a Earth Spirit mid, they got Tusk, they had early shard on Grimstroke too, so you can kind of feel really bold about it. The only thing they're really lacking, I guess, would be like a blink on CK in terms of like the catchability of these heroes, right? All combined with Solar Guardian.
Ryle reveals Dream Coil, but he got the roll off. Able to dodge that one. Really huge play from Bryle. He gets caught there. That could go so south so quickly. And now Shopify, they have to back out. They got to go grab the wave.
And if they check Roche right now.
I know.
No Dream Coil.
This would be the window. Ahri heads right on over, but Fly is going to see it too.
Okay, that's big.
So they're aware at the very least of what's happening.
Ooh, Tomato just got Divine Shell.
Oh.
Great item there on the CKs. Might save you in a bad situation.
They're just giving it up, I think. Yeah, deciding that they don't want to go on in and contest the Roche, I guess. So they take Tormentor, get the Aghanim Shard onto Arteezy.
That's going to be really good for his Cursed Crown. What a helpful shard.
Oh, no. Maybe he takes a value point into who knows. But 32 minutes in, and TSM claiming a second Aegis. Gonna try and close this game out here if they can. I mean, again, we're waiting for that fight for Shopify, but can't wait forever.
The cheese is even on Bryle here.
Yeah.
Like, how's he gonna die? I guess he doesn't have a Dispel still, so that's kind of huge.
Well, we are almost at BKB for Arteezy. Abed is queuing one up after that last death that he had. Anything else really that's coming out soon for the rest of Shopify to help them? Not seeing a whole lot yet.
Honestly, the Spirit Vessel from Crit could have so much value in this fight. If they don't get like a I mean, do you really want to commit Inkswell to like remove Spirit Vessel? Probably not, right? So there is a chance that Bryle could overcommit and get Spirit Vessel and a bit surprised.
That's a fair point.
Because like he's kind of the big initiation right now.
I mean, he is still incredibly hard to kill. Has the god items of Heart, Blade Mail.
It's rather large. It's true.
Yes. As well as the cheese.
And perhaps a little bit of help from a Dawnbreaker as well.
True. All right, BKB done. What can they do in this fight?
If this works in the way that Shopify have played, this is like their dream way to play Dota. This is exactly what they wanted. This is what they've been searching for all year.
Exactly.
How do we just farm as passively as possible and then just win the game?
I mean, it'd be pretty cool. Ward down. Bryle rolls in very aggressively into this area, and the rest of Shopify, they back out. Bristleback now has the Sanjin Kaya done. They've gathered all the items, gotten everything that they want. Will this finally be the fight? Or are TSM even going to give them the opportunity to? I mean, they still have 3 minutes left on this Aegis, and I think that's full heart on now on CK.
Still no mobility, though.
Oh, kick onto one. Saberlight pushed back. Now the fear, the damage. It starts raining down on top of him, but the snowball save is there. Okay, now rolling in far forward. This is already BKB used. Do they have the damage that they need? Yes, indeed. They take down two. Streaming forward, hunting for Tomato, looking for Kasane. Tomato might be able to get out of here. Although the invis slowing down. No, Saberlight doesn't fully commit for it. But that's the combo.
Oh, man.
That's what they've been waiting for.
Okay, all right. A little bit of Dream Coil, bit of Rapid Fire, bit of Shadow Realm. That was a lot of damage.
I'm pretty sure that Arteezy doubled his damage throughout the game in this fight.
Yeah, he just did 4,200, so more than the entirety of TSM right there.
Yep.
And yeah, he did.
Yep.
Yeah,
doubled the damage in one fight. That's how this is going to work. We'll see what TSM are going to do.
This is bad news, Gabe.
Oh wait, TSM?
What?
Again? Oh no, the Tormy! Racking up the kills in this one.
This guy's unstoppable. Both supports.
Very good. Well, 4K separating them. And still 2 minutes left on the Aegis. TSM gonna have to lick their wounds and get back to it now. Our Shopify up in this top lane set to get a little bit of structural damage done to their own. Oh man. 35 minutes in and it feels like the game's just starting. Tomato steps up. Don't have vision. They pop the dust. See him now. Abed onto one. That's going to be a good connection. Takes away their save in the Tusk. And now Tomato starting to rack through the damage. Look at the Willow. Look at the damage. The right clicks are there, down to almost fully dead in one round of Shadow Realm. This is scary, Trent.
Yeah, it's only a minute left on the Aegis anyway, I guess, but kind of frightening how quickly you might be able to lose it in a situation like that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, the inability to take the tier 2s is just killing them right now. Like, they were so slow getting it done. Like, sure, they're all knocked down now, but it feels like this whole window that they had is just missing. And, like, now it's here. The beast has emerged.
All right, they need more blade mails. More blade mails is the only option. Might die just from full if those right clicks are streaming out from the Dark Willow.
So currently it's a 5-second gap, right?
Yeah.
And Coddle's level 15.
Right.
Has CDR reduction 6.
Be careful though, Tomato, he's again caught. Damage starting to come forward. Dawnbreaker ultimate already connecting. Tomato dead, that's Aegis down. Now Abed, soulbound together. Crit in no man's land, he's in trouble. They get the silence now onto Arteezy. Do they have anybody that can find him though and deal the damage that they need? They've already taken down another. Bryle turned upon, snowball save for the moment. Good damage out onto Fly, he's gone. And it's gonna be a TP away for the Willow. Saberlight gonna be brought down. Oh, just turns. Hard to kill this guy, 3 seconds stun, but once they finally isolate, they'll kill Saberlight as well.
Yeah, definitely need that combo, right? It is finicky.
Yes.
They need things to go well. Abed got really low there, barely able to survive and escape out of that fight. Great damage in that one as well there from Bryle. And he still has that cheese too.
Oh yeah. Well, this one might require a couple of buybacks. You have 60 seconds before the Bristle is going to respawn. And do TSM want to try their luck going high ground into this? Man, it's tough. It's not easy at all.
Shopify are thinking ahead right now on the supports, though. They're trying to go for 4 staffs because, like, I think Tomato knows he needs Blink, right? So he just wants to, like, Blink stun Arteezy. And then if he does that and he's BKB'd or something, they don't really have any good saves, assuming there's any sort of detection there for TSM. So they're just going to try and, like, 4 staff away, essentially.
Okay.
Like, what else can you do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of your only option. Unless we're going to get some Wind Wakers.
Wind Wakers is probably a little ways off, but the rate that this game is going, it makes it feel like we might see them.
You might as well just start prepping for them at this point.
Honestly. You can see Dota Plus win probability up at 62%. Do kind of wonder if that's factoring into it, the insane damage that can happen. I mean, again, we saw in that last fight, if it's not done perfectly, this Rebellion draft very much falls apart. It's a tall tower on some shaky foundation.
And this is where you make this one change for Tomato, right? He gets rid of the treads and he puts in the Blink. Right?
Okay.
I've just been waiting for this for like 20 minutes, but I get it. I understand why it takes this long on the CK and why you have to really be sure, like, okay, we are just committing for fights now. That's the life that we're leading, and we can just win this game. Like, if I get the kill, do we win the game? Yes. Okay, I'll buy Blink. You know, I'll make the big commitment right now.
Tomato needs to be that guy. He's 10,000 net worth ahead of the next highest in the game. And if he can find the right avenue, he can get the right hero caught out of position, he can win his team this entire one here.
Yeah, I mean, that could be Saberlight. Could be a Blink into immediate break if he wants to go that way. It could be Abed, too, right? Abed still, you know, he doesn't have a Linken's or anything.
A lot of bounty runes down there for old Saberlight. And TSM threatening high ground. Necessitating Shopify Rebellion response, which is taking a little bit of time to come, and they're just going to claim a good chunk of the damage onto that tower.
Brow with an interesting tactic there, spinning and waving in front of the tower, trying to entice them.
I like that.
Yeah.
Rotating out, going bottom, hoping to find somebody. And Shopify holding this high ground. Honestly, if he steps too far forward, he can die too, but no. Now that Arteezy's TPing away, it's not going to happen.
Arteezy, speaking of dying, doubling up on the survivability, going for that Lincoln Sphere. So, same build that we were seeing at Ashiro before. Just trying to live, because it's all just about damage and attack speed. That's the goals that we're looking for here. And the other goal is Roche, which is back in about 35 seconds, right here. And once again, going to be Radiant side. So, the roles have been very kind towards TSM in terms of the timings everyone's been killing Roche, and then the actual respawn times. And now look at these big level 25 counts. We got level 25. We got Roche coming up. We got Blink Dagger, CK. Surely this is the time where they're gonna win the fight.
We'll
right?
see.
Shopify, on the other hand, though, they're just thinking like, we're gonna hit the Stream Coil.
Yep.
Arteezy's gonna Shadow Realm. It's gonna be sick.
I mean, to be honest, it is a scary situation because if you do manage to find it, the Dream Coil, even if Arteezy dies, Abed's starting to deal some serious damage himself. He's got the full Mjolnir completed, trying to queue into the Refresher next. Now, it is a very short respawn time on Roche, but TSM has not checked it yet. They're still a little bit spread out, and, well, first point of contact, Saberlight running down is going to find Whitemon, and that should be a quick one. As they got him in their sights, kill him off. Trying to collapse in on the rest of them. Ahri off to the side. Saberlight runs right by him, gets the blink away, but a little bit far forward, and now the fight for Tiernate over on the other angle. Dawnbreaker ultimate down, Bryle connecting, killing Fly, Saberlight throwing out those quill sprays. Bryle rolls back in onto Saberlight. Abed is there, but they're having to back away. TSM all together, Inkswell onto Tomato. Turns, wants to get a stun. This Soulbind is going to connect onto both, and now the roll through. Kasane gets the heal back up from the Luminosity, and then the snowball save. That is what they needed. Arteezy under control, down to half HP, goes back into the Shadow Realm, and finally, they're going to bring him down. Kasane with the triple kill. He was so close to dying. Unbelievable. TSM trying to play cleanup as finally this moment has opened up for themselves. The snowball means that Saberlight is going to get controlled. Still dealing a lot of damage though. But Tomato moves back in. 3-second stun. Godlike.
It was right back to the laning stage right there. It was Ahri and Kasane just jumping on top of Arteezy and blowing him up with the Walrus Punch and just the big damage there from that Dawnbreaker. Absolutely smoking him.
Man, that was so close to bringing him down too. That last swipe of the Luminosity heal brought him back up to surviving, and then of course that snowball save like you're talking about. Clutch stuff for TSM, and now a 10k gold lead and going to claim Roche.
And Shopify, they want these centralized fights here. This fight, we're everywhere. We're all over the map here right now, right? This is already after the Dream Coil. Like, it's dropped down right there. It gets a couple, but then it's not quite all this like amazing damage that you're hoping for. You're looking for this like absolutely wild combo.
And of course the chase down, you can see here trying to focus, kill him off, get so close and bam, back up. He was so on the edge.
And look, Arteezy's still at full health right now.
Yeah.
And he gets punch, swipe, swipe, boom.
Would have been able to get off a bunch more damage if not for that blow up there that came out from the Dawnbreaker. And now you're in a world of hurt. It's going to be a tough time going forward here.
Oh, buddy. Phantasm Aghanims as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we got a couple illusions all around the map now.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting couple of minutes here. I mean, it's still not easy going high ground against this lineup, but with double cheese and Aegis, you feel like you should be able to make some type of a play. But maybe that's what the Phantasm's for. Just send all the illusions in.
Well, I know I've heard you say never go high ground.
Yes.
Is now the time.
I mean,
are they
with
permitted?
Illusions? With illusions?
Should they apply for a permit? Is this like building a gate?
I think you never go high ground, Trent. I think that's the reality. Ari, don't die. Blinks away. Oh my god. Oh, what does he have right there? That's not the block of cheese, is it? No.
Oh, dude. How could you do that?
I wanted to see it. He eats a cheese, though.
Imagine the first block of cheese happens at TI.
That'd be crazy.
Be fitting.
Well, 17,000 net worth lead at the moment for TSM, and still don't feel entirely safe going high ground, so the illusions are being sent in.
It's a great way to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the other options were maybe giving it over to Ari, right? I mean, he's trying to farm towards his own Aghanims. It's not the most reliable game, though, for pumping someone out with the Ags of a big Walrus kick and just, like, giving yourself the win. Right. I guess Solar Guardian could have been pretty good, too, for Sonic. You know? Reject, Scrooge McDuck, get Donald Duck.
Okay.
That's what they were talking about, I think.
Yeah, that's the one.
Makes a lot of sense.
You know, I will say that I think the focus that we've seen from TSM on the killing Fly pretty continuously has been a huge part of their success in these fights, because that natural order can really start to rack up when you pair it with all this magical damage that they've got.
Well, both ways too, right? If he gets into the fight with the Bristle.
Well, that's a scary position to be in, but he decides to go for more. Still has that shield run, keeping him very survivable, but interrupting it. Saberlight gets to the far side, and now the Phantasm don't have enough. Even when he walks in alone, they just can't do anything. Too tough, and in the meantime, down bottom, Tomato spammed his illusions onto the melee racks, and they got to deal with that quickly. We'll bring them down, though.
And this is working out really well, though. I mean, it's a slow siege, but you understand the risk here, right? This is an extremely high ground defending team. Like, this is what they want to do. They want to catch you in like a 3-4 hero Dream Coil. They want Arteezy just sitting there doing his thing. And they're going to try and break that up, though. Ari, no buyback. He goes all in. He just buys the eggs. He says, team, I got this. So,
well, you know, he's the first player from Britain to play at TI. He's taking a little bit of football here. He's going to play in the tufts, trying to kick people back and away.
A little more American football, I think. I think he's trying to convert a bit here, right? Through the uprights.
Silence. Roll, catches, decides to go for crit instead of the Willow. Now throwing out the damage, controlling onto Bryle. He's dying, eats the cheese a whole second round. So much damage out from that Willow. When left alone, can they do enough though? Abed Chase, he doesn't quite manage to connect, and there's the TP out.
Tomato?
Willow not around anymore, but Tomato dying. The Saberlight. He's got the bug on him, but it just doesn't look like it's gonna matter. Do they have enough to kill him off in time, trying to kill him? And yes, they do. TSM taking a lot of damage, dealing a lot of damage, and everybody ends up falling.
The Dream Coil kind of feeling like it's tickling if it's just the individual heroes there. I mean, how much did Bryle just tank in that fight?
It was so much.
I feel like all of the damage done was mostly on Bryle. You know, he's just like making his way through the engagement. They're chasing him over and over, popping the cheese, still surviving. Got off 2 rounds with a Shiva's Guard to boot.
And just like that, I mean, there's no buyback on the Bristle, no buyback on the ET. You're going to have to do this one with just a couple of heroes at this point as they even break through backdoor protection and start to lay out on it. They're going straight in. Why not? Tier 4 towers. Who needs to go get the racks? trying to end this game right now. Arteezy coming back in, but he's on the far side of the map. Goes for the terrorize play with a blink forward. Tomato dodges it immediately onto him. Goes for the silence. Nothing there. In trouble. Forstaff tries to get away. Lane into Ahri, but he's gone.
That's it.
Arteezy dead. 100 seconds. TSM clean up.
Really a draft kind of built from the ground up, I feel like, right? Getting super solid lanes, some nice combos, nothing complicated, just Grimstroke, CK. Lots of synergy in the laning stage, lots of synergy throughout the game. Grimstroke proving to be a solid hero throughout the entire thing because you have this hard dispel the team's been utilizing a lot with the Shard. And then, of course, on the other side of the map, Dawnbreaker Tusk.
Absolutely.
Worked fantastically well as well.
A really impressive showing. The crowd giving a little bit of love here. Got to give highlights there to Tomato. Guy went in 12, 1, and 6 at 32,000 damage, one of the highest in the game, and just never looked back. A really impressive showing from him. And for Shopify now, need to come up with some answers for what they want to do in game number 2. I got to say, CK looks scary, man. This hero's crazy.
Yeah, combined with the flexibility too, being able to move around the lanes, I think that's a super important aspect of why you're going to see it. I think it could easily have gone to Kasane with a couple points in this draft, and partially why Shopify felt compelled to address it too, some of their own picks. So really nicely done here from TSM. And moving forward here, like Shopify, I don't think you can try and just count on this like late game idea next time.
No, definitely not. Well, we'll see what the panel thinks and what their remedies are as we head on back to them.
We're going to focus on everything that TSM did right here because Purge, you were talking about, especially you, Purge, you were saying that this Earth Spirit's just going to get this vessel run around. I mean, he was very active. He was shutting it down, and they focused a lot on Arteezy, making sure this Dark Willow wasn't going to be able to hit any item timings early for himself.
Yeah, I was wrong. He didn't buy a Vessel,
No.
but he went Blade Mail instead, which was really cool because if you're playing carry Dark Willow, you're just like, go ahead, hit me. You have 2,000 HP and you're invisible. So, yeah, it was basically pressure. They sometimes lost 2 heroes to kill Arteezy, but he kind of needs to like farm constantly to keep net worth even with CK. And CK died like once as well, but then CK did more on the map than Arteezy did. So it felt to me that the tempo was just too high for TSM. Yeah.
It feels like one of those moments at TI where you see other teams performing well with a hero or a concept, and you try and kind of take it for yourself, but you haven't really done the homework really to understand why. Like, you got a Dark Willow here. It's pretty cool. You know, he's farming quite a lot, but then the rest of the draft doesn't really complement the Willow perfectly. You know, Bristle wants to make moves and make space for your Willow. ET wants to protect the Willow. Kottle's enabling a Bristle. Like, everything's a little bit off. Like, I mentioned it during the draft, like, when Bristle's the only hero that can stand up front and start a fight and soak up an engagement, yes, you can counterplay, but that's no way to really play out the map. And with TSM, all 5 of their heroes love taking fights in the map. They love punishing a weak front line. And Bristle, yes, very tanky, but he can't tank literally everything on TSM by himself.
I mean, there was the thing that you were saying, Sheep, that a Dark Willow carry could potentially play by itself if you get enough save items. And when we were looking at those Dark Willow items, there wasn't that Silver's Edge or that Wind Waker that we saw Shiro picking up in the LGD game. So maybe a slight difference as well in the itemization could have still worked and not needed to have as much team synergy if those items were slightly different.
Yeah, I guess like there's issues. Like he went Mjolnir to help deal with the CK and stuff like that. He got Silver Edge very later. He went for Linken's. His item build felt weird, mostly because I think TSM played so well. Because they were finding him, right? You had Bryle, who was always like finding his way into the thick of things, super hard to kill. You had the Shadowblade on Tomato CK. Like we saw a clip just then on the highlight reel of like them playing this Roche. They get the Aegis, but Arteezy thinks he's in a good position, but he's been found out. Like they did such a good job of scouting him and pressuring him in fights and making it hard for him. Like pre-BKB, I think he struggled hard too. I do think he played poorly, sad to say, but I think that when you looked at the map for the first 20 minutes, he's constantly farming this top part on the outer parts of the map, and honestly, like plus to TSM, they went up there, ganked him, and put a ward down, and then ganked him there again, and really pressured him. But I think he could have played more with his team. I just think that Willow is not like this weak hero that only has to farm.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean that Bristle as well, like you're saying, when they're focusing so much on Arteezy, did have farm. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Bristle wasn't able to carry the game towards the end. TSM doing so much for themselves. They knew their win condition. They executed it pretty much perfectly. Were able to capitalize on every timing they had for themselves. But we're going to have a little bit of a breakup here. We're not going to talk about TSM Shopify Rebellion. Instead, we're going to have a chat with Tsunami.
We can talk about the region that they're participating in right now, though, because it's North American Dota. The only thing that kind of has me a little bit apprehensive is that despite it being an NA versus NA match, there aren't any Americans playing. Bulba's the only USA player that's participating in this match. So maybe we can broaden our horizons a bit. We can modernize it a little bit. My friend, introduce yourself and tell me where you're from.
Hey, my name's David, coming from Vancouver, Canada.
All right, and how about yourself?
My name's Manny, also from Vancouver, Canada.
All right, a lot of British Columbians. So then, well, why don't we indulge you then? How about you guys want to do a Canada chant instead of the USA? We do the USA all the time. How about a Canada? You ready? All right, 1, 2, 3. Canada! All right, that's good. That's good. I like it. But this is the road to the international. It's a very multicultural game that we play. Any Abed fans in the house right now? All right, so why don't we treat them? How about a Philippines? Philippines. 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 All right. I mean, I like it, but you know, the classic. You mind indulging me? Can we just do a USA for old time's sake? All right. You guys ready? On the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. USA! 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 Oh, wait, actually, guys, this. Listen. It's a little known fact. Anytime there's a USA chant at a sporting event, a bald eagle gets a second set of wings. Warms my heart to hear. But I don't want to leave out my panelists either, so I'll give it back to Nat with a Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Oi, oi, oi! Tsunami, he's so cultured, he knows. I don't know if I heard any other Australians in the crowd, but you better have been doing that one with me there. A very Australian calling. That's how you can find us in any crowd.
That makes sense.
I didn't know.
3 of you.
You actually didn't know? All 3 of us. I think there is. No, there's 4 of us. No, there's more. There's 6 of us.
Oh, okay. I just assumed it was you plus 2.
No, there are more. There are more in the crowd.
In the room or?
No, in this specific convention center, this specific room. I
You
know
guys
there
know
is.
each other, huh?
Oh yeah, it's a real small, tight-knit community. But we could look towards Game 2 for this series because there's a lot going on. It's an elimination one, okay? We're in the lower bracket, backs against the walls. Do you feel that Shopify have that mentality to be able to bounce back, Purge?
I mean, they switched up their draft. They tried something new. That was encouraging to me. But I think Dark Willow is a little farm heavy. If you do want to participate more in the fights, like Sheep said, which is a good idea, it needs to work. If you run across the map to go gank and it fails, then you're going to get massively outfarmed by these traditional carries that have built-in farm mechanisms. So they can try to do something like that again, or maybe they'll go to comfort and go back to normal meta stuff. But I just feel like TSM's a step ahead here.
Look, it could be their last game that we're seeing in the road to the international for them. This 5-stack, or 4-stack I should say, outside of Saber has been together for a very long time. It is a big one for them. We're going to see if they're going to be participating any further in the road to international. But for now, with their backs against the walls, let's have a look and know some more about Shopify Rebellion.
We had a bit of a rough group stage. I think not as good as we would have hoped for.
A cataclysm for the ages, but it is going to be Liquid remaining supreme.
Yeah, they're going to take this one. They're going to clean it up nice and fast here.
I mean, I think a big goal for the group stages was no matter what, like, just don't get last in the group. Don't play Team Spirit round 1. And then we had to play Team Spirit round 1.
Shopify, unfortunately, not able to put the pieces together and will be playing in the lower bracket.
But at the same time, I think we got the most out of it while not getting eliminated, so there's some positive to it, you know? You say losing is learning, so it could be worse.
A lot of these young players, they play like all day, so being able to match that as you grow older is definitely the harder part.
I think probably individually from my role is just being adaptable to what the meta is, you know, and like use what you can and still be your own player. I think that's probably the biggest thing, because this year's been like some weird position 4 heroes coming in, like some techies out of nowhere, you know, so yeah, it took a bit of adapting, and I think it's helped me become a better player.
For me, number one, like the next like short-term goal is like making sure that no matter what, we're able to play at Climate Glitch. To feel the passion and emotions, and not just out of the game, but in the game and in the back room, and
going through all like the strategy and gameplay things. Like it's like my favorite part. So just getting to that, and obviously past that long term is winning. But just want to get the gauntlet match.
That is a great short-term goal, and they can still make it happen. They're not out just yet. They are down one game in this best of three, but they have to get through this one. They have to be able to make a comeback, and then also another best of three on top of that one later today. So that's game one. You already mentioned, Purge, some change-ups that could potentially happen for them, but TSM really did have their numbers. I want to go back to this game one, look at these stats, because the numbers are impeccable. You talked about Tomato, how he only died one. I mean, this man went 12, 1, and 6. Like, that as a position one is insane, as well as Kasane doing so much, and Bryle too, having 22 assists for himself, Sheep.
They all played phenomenally. But that's kind of where I was going earlier when I talked about how Arteezy was never really a part of the game, right? I felt like TSM always were together. They were always doing things. They connected so nicely across the map. It kind of brings in like the global that Purge talked about earlier in his bit. Is that you have this Dawnbreaker. It's so easy for them to bring their heroes together and do stuff, whereas Shopify felt way more disconnected. And that just reflects in all of their KDA and how easily they could take these fights.
I think it's also the heroes they chose. Elder Titan, I feel like, doesn't fit very well into this play on the map type thing, because while your laning stage is okay, while your ulti does percentage-based damage, very good at killing CK, and you're amplifying your team's damage, you're not always very useful at gank add-ons. It's like you are there to amplify other people's damage. That means it's still going to take a lot of heroes to get kills out of it. Whereas if you looked at TSM's draft, every single one of their 5 heroes is good at making a gank happen somewhere on the map. That gives them more options, they're more likely to be successful, and they're more mobile. So these are upper hands that they had in the draft.
Yeah, I also like how Ari, in the early game, how he makes those moves. He connects into a safe lane, so he kind of amplifies Tomato's early game. Kasane takes the hit in net worth, but then they make that smoke move to kill Arteezy, so the time that you've lost on farming on your Dawnbreaker, it comes back with just one clutch pick-off on the enemy carry, so like the lanes go perfectly, and they're able to keep up and not ever get out-farmed, and then in your stride, they just win all the fights. So I think their position 4 for TSM as well, quite a pivotal part in getting themselves into such a dominant mid-game.
Yeah, well, in that piece as well, speaking of position 4s, we heard Crit talking about how it's just been a weird year for him as a pos 4, this change-up towards more ranged pos 4s, whereas he is normally inclined towards the melee. But we're still seeing Tusk being picked up. We've seen Tiny as well in group stages. Do you think with the potential of this being their last game for the road to the International, to just go for that comfort, try and make it work for yourself? Know that this is what you can do, and you've won on this. You've been able to build drafts around it before, so kind of rely heavily on that.
They honestly need to do that, I feel like, especially when you're one game away from getting eliminated. Like, when you think about Shopify, they are like the kings of consistency, where it's like the meme, of course, like, oh, Bulba picks Abed Storm Spirit, right? But like that type of concepts have allowed them to always be at the top, because they pick the best. You have to counter it. If you don't, you just lose the game, right? And we kind of haven't seen that so far at this road to the International. It's been a lot of, let's try a bit of this, try a bit of that, let's copy that. It's like we're not seeing their own homework bleed into the stage, right? So hopefully in this next game from them, they have just like the Shopify strat that they have, which is their true identity, and then they can actually muscle up against TSM.
Mm-hmm. Do we think TSM has that identity, a similar one, or because they are such young players that right now they are able to be molded, that Moon, their coach, is able to kind of draft whatever he wants for them, and that is that advantage as well. That's why we're able to see something like that, them able to adapt quickly to this meta that you mentioned.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think TSM has been playing their own style since the group stage. Shopify might be forced to pivot, and that's going to be a lot harder for them.
All right, well, the players are walking back out. TSM obviously having the confidence. Moon clapping and riling up the crowd there for TSM. I'm not sure what to expect, Sheep. I need some guidance here. What can we have faith in?
All right, we can have faith in the desperate struggle. Whoever loses this series is the 3rd best in NA. You don't want to be the 3rd best in NA. You gotta keep fighting. You gotta get stronger. You gotta get hype. You gotta bring out your classics. I don't know. I think TSM are way more fun with their drafts and playstyle right now. And Shopify, they didn't seem confident in that strat.
Yeah, we had our video earlier from Shopify. I think it's only fair that we have one for TSM as well in their road to the International.
One kill snaking. Tomato gone. Whitemon looking next. Geomagnetic Grip hits on both of them. They'll even throw a blood grenade. They get the count on Ari. Starbreaker was landing there and taking out this Tusk, and it's a full team wipe as Tundra lose nothing.
We got destroyed by Tundra.
after that, we learned a lot. You know, sometimes you get destroyed, and then you're like, that's when you learn the most. So after that, we started giving it back to other teams.
Talon losing 3. Talon about to lose a 4th member of their team with Q. Can't even kill Ahri.
Every time you expect us to win, we will probably lose. And every time you expect us to lose, we'll probably make a win. So that's how our group stage went 4-4. I think Dota is really a team game now. If you ask other players, they think something similar where individual play is kinda losing value over the years. Not that you need to have it, but like it doesn't define games anymore. So I could have played the best, but we probably still lose. And if I play the best and I get mad towards my teammates because I play the best and they didn't, then that's only gonna create a snowball towards getting last place. It really is off pressure. I really learned to like turn the pressure into just like be thankful for like playing Dota and like all that. So I'm just happy to be another TI, you know. So like when I'm an old man, I'll be like, oh, you went to 3 TIs, and you know I look back and be like, oh yeah, I tried really hard. So like I really enjoy the process. When you do things bad, it only allows you to do them better. So I have this mindset that really allows me to play bad, and I don't feel bad. I feel like all I have to do is when it matters, I have to know what to do. And we're getting to the point where like when it's gonna matter soon. So the learning experience has gone by.
That is so heartwarming to hear Tomato, the way that he's been able to grow throughout, you know, international showings for himself, his years as a pro player. So he's able to now channel that pressure into something else for himself, and he just wants to be able to look back fondly on these days for himself too.
Yeah, I think it's just cool to see like players just mature over the years, right? You know, when you think like Tomato, one of the younger players, but still he's speaking as if he's like some mid-30-year-old man who's like seen the whole life before him, you know, but he's still a relatively young player. So no, it's cool to see players just mature and kind of realizing what you need to do nowadays to succeed in this game.
And he's run the gambit as well. I remember the Stockholm Major, he got to finals, he lost it. I saw him at the after party, he looked depressed, so depressed. So he's been through those tough times, learned from it, and I love his outlook now, it's great.
Yeah, it's really nice to hear that, and they don't really have that pressure on themselves. It's this lower bracket, but there's always going to be an ounce of pressure for that one, no, right? Knowing that it's a lower bracket, but he's just like, I get to look back. We made it out of groups. It's better than last year for themselves. So already a big props. They're 1 game up in this best of 3, but it is time that we move and look towards game 2.
Shopify Rebellion versus TSM. Game 2.
We're going to need some solid strats coming out from Shopify if we want to see a game number 3. That's what you really wanted to see, Sheep. You wanted this NA bloodbath to go the full distance. Some drafts, some bans in the drafts have already come out of here. So TSM is still going for that tree for themselves. In fact, I think the only change-up ban to them is the Bristle.
Oh yeah, that Bristle ban is pretty nice. I think that hero was like very annoying last game because whilst like the best thing I saw from Shopify in that game was at least while Arteezy was being focused down and like being chased around the map, Bristle was farming pretty well and he was kind of an issue for a little while. They're just removing that issue now.
Yeah. And already I'm seeing like one key component here. Now you've got most likely the mid-primal beast. He's going to seek that fight, seek the engagement, and if you have Saber out in the same concept of hero, it's 2 cores, couple supports. Like you're bringing the full team to make that space for Arteezy, rather than that previous game, which was again quite a lost draft when you think about Shopify and how they normally play their game.
And it leaves them flex potential as well with the CK now being banned in the first phase, because that's just such a lane-defining carry right now that can survive through almost anything. So Shopify's opener looks pretty safe, and TSM's going to respond with the Shadow Demon.
Very nice counter to the Primal Beast, especially if you, I mean, they could lane it into it if they want to, but just of course throughout the game, having that disruption, saving that hero, putting the slows on him as well. If they do lane it into Primal, then, because obviously being off lane, you can just stop him from getting on top of your hero and just make that distance. But
and the skill that everyone forgets exists, Disseminate, amplifies the damage that somebody takes, very good against these tanky heroes. So.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great pickup for themselves then, because this Primal, I mean, there's not too much difference in the build that he does go for, so we know he's going to become that tanky boy. Some more bans coming out, Spec, Kunkka. What are TSM going to do with their 1 ban? What do they have to look towards setting up for themselves?
Probably something that combos well with Primal Beast is what they're thinking, or maybe like a lane matchup that where Shadow Demon might be a little too weak in the lane. because that can be one of his weaknesses. He can do lots of Shadow Poison damage, but if you're against some like Tusk plus Dawn dual lane, Shadow Demon can look pretty weak very quickly.
Yeah, maybe just a ban that sets up their next picks. I don't think there's anything, I don't really think you want to be defending your Shadow Demon pick. It is just a support. It's rather like, what cores are we thinking of, and let's protect that. I like the response to Primal Beast. I do think that Primal has looked like one of the strongest heroes in this tournament by far. Like the damage he does throughout the whole game, even if you have like Shadow Demon and you hit your ult on him and you're not letting him just trample all over everything. I think the biggest thing I like about Primal is his ability to kind of get out and then re-engage with his Q.
The thing though, when we talk about Shopify, it's the game where they are backs against the wall, could get eliminated. Primal Beast, they played it once 28 days ago, again 4 months ago, another time 7 months ago. They started, of course, in Lima Major, where they lost twice with it, when it was kind of his big entry.
Yeah, I was going to ask,
really
like, what is the history for Shopify and Primal?
Bad. There we go.
Oh, okay. And where has he not mostly been played for this team? It's obviously different, right? Primal, the hero himself, is changing, but always mid?
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm quickly scrolling through multiple drafts here, but it's been a little bit mid. Yeah, basically mid every time I feel if I quickly glance through, but the fact that I can count on like 2 hands how many times they've been Primal throughout the entire year, whilst other teams are rushing towards it every time. Again, it's a hero that obviously they have played immensely in their pubs, right?
Yeah.
But competitively, it's not been at the top of the Shopify kind of playbook.
Well, talking about not being at the top competitively, Magnus, we are going to be seeing him. We saw him yesterday. It went mid for LGD. Where do we see it going for TSM?
I assume it's probably mid. I think it's kind of a cool hero in the meta right now because it's guaranteed to farm with the skills that you have. You don't have to worry about some Midas thing to have super high net worth. So that means you can spend your gold on something like a Blink that allows you to make action happen and also accelerate a carry or other hero on your team if you want to. All item independent, so that's a cool thing the Mag brings right now.
Yeah. And if it is in mid, then the Primal with the Trample, you naturally want to play inside the lane. So Magnus being melee here as well, Shockwave into Skewer, get him under tower. Now you're not actually pressuring, you're actually killing him on the Mag into Primal matchup, if this is the mid versus mid.
I don't know. I'm leaning towards Shopify right now in general. I just think when I see Magnus, the whole thing of when Team Spirit won TI was that you played around the shard and the skewer, and that was like what made Magnus so powerful. But then after that was sort of nerfed. Now he is weaker, and you aren't going to be able to just outplay a Primal whose cooldowns are so low that he can just keep going in and out. Like, you have to be able to kill this guy. And now you have a Phoenix on top healing with no real anti-heal on TSM so far. On top of that, being able to use the egg to counteract this RP is going to be really nice and powerful as well.
What if they pair it with like a Bloodseeker or something, and then you get damage from Skewer with the Rupture, it's a good empower target, kills
That would
egg
be
a little
hilarious, you know, with a crowd as well.
I mean, there's nothing funnier than somebody getting ruptured and you...
That's exactly it.
No one's picking that here though. Luna makes a lot more sense, just higher tempo, solid laning. Ooh, and a Snapfire.
This hero is literally dead.
But they want to kill the egg very easily, and they'll do that.
Probably position 4, most likely. Ari likes to play it, and we've seen it fall out of meta because the mid laners don't want to pick it up. Of course, with the talent changes, preventing kind of how quickly you got to your big explosive timings. In support, you still have Cookie, your Fire, your Blast, like you're still potent in how you play out the game. So yeah.
I guess it's nice to take some magic damage, especially when like you see Luna, you think TP time, yay, we're gonna counter that one. I think it's hard to pick illusion heroes like easily into this Shadow Demon, but it's still, you want a good carry matchup here. You're gonna have the aid of your Phoenix. I just want to make sure they can fight into whenever TSM decide to go, and I think they can so far. They just have like they have loads of spells on Shopify. They can do ganking right now. They can take early fights, early skirmishes. Now I just want to see them scale.
The thing I do like about TSM's draft right now, though, is that their team fight just looks a little superior due to the fact that the egg is not a big worry if Snapfire can get in there. Yeah. And then other than that, they have great team fight between Eclipse and the BKB Piercing RP. So it's going to be hard for Primal Beast to channel his ulti confidently without it being interrupted.
Yep. And also having damage outside of getting close enough to the egg, because whilst you jump one hero, if you just throw an egg down, sometimes you have to retreat, but now you have this Monomakiss to throw from a distance, so yeah, it's pretty cool. I think both teams are kind of similar in that nature. You've got a Primal plus a Sky, very quick. On the other side, you've got an RP into Monomakisses. Both of these are core plus support combos will be having like the same kind of ideology throughout the game. Find a hero, get the kill, get number advantage, and try and sweep through.
And the center looks good for up-tempo on the Shopify side. They can disengage better from Mortimer's Kisses, for example. That'll be less of a threat. But I don't have as much confidence against it a ranged carry versus a melee carry, but he can definitely abuse his lane between Skywrath and himself, and he's going to be the obvious setup if Primal Beast isn't the other one for Sky ulti. So if they do catch heroes and Shadow Demon is not quite there, that's going to be easy kills for the Shopify side.
Still respecting the illusion here as well. Like this SD pick, when you think of course, RTs, it's like Terrorblade, it's Naga, even the Void, Luna. Of course, they pick Luna themselves, but you know, it's like potentially final game. We're not going to allow you to have your Terrorblade and be in a super comfortable position. They ban the Void, yep.
Yeah, Faceless Void also green.
Does TSM play Invoker? Or is it banned? No, it's in. I want to see something that can follow Primal around the map. Like, my biggest problem right now is I don't think Magnus is going to want to respond in TPs. I think Shadow Demon's a weak support. So when Shopify start to move around the map and go on people, I want there to be a hero on TSM that can match that pace or just stop it.
Technically, that could be like a Tidehunter style hero, because then you put the Mag mid, you put the Tide off lane,
right.
But then Tide can soak up the initiations. A little bit of respect towards Brood, actually. We didn't see that here too much. We saw LGD play it.
Yeah.
Kasane, when I mentioned his initial entry to TSM, it was the Zoo, the toxic heroes, and Brood was one of them. Yeah, imagine getting Brooded out of TI. Oof.
That wouldn't feel good.
That'd be sour. It's like getting Huskar. It's the same kind of vein.
No one wants that cheese, no one wants that toxicity at all. So the last pick for Shopify Rebellion here, going to be Arteezy's here, going to be the carry.
Maybe Sven is one of the heroes he's picked that isn't banned, and it's either that or Naga, or he's playing somebody new this game.
Are you afraid picking up a Sven of being in that melee range for the Shadow Demon, for the Magnus?
It's explosive, and they have so much frontline that an explosive hero will always be able to find entry to the game, because Primal and Centaur, or even the Phoenix Egg, will kind of cover your initiation.
Okay.
Morphling instead, huh?
Well, you can empower yourself if you transform into Magnus. We saw that earlier in the tournament, just a huge amount of damage increase, plus Skewer. So between Skewer and Waveform, you're very mobile. So it works.
Okay, but how about just the hero in general, team? Morph hasn't had a phenomenal showing, but here it is. You mentioned Kasane, how much he loves the Zoo. The Brood got banned out, so he does still end up getting the Lycan for himself. Lycan, definitely one that we are not going to be seeing very often, one that has fallen out of favor. So maybe let's touch more on that one, too.
Yeah, I'm going to wait about 5 seconds for Moon to leave the booth so he can hear. This is just like...
Oh, he's there. You can tell him.
You're playing against Shopify. You know, you got a last pick, Moon. You can hear me. You're picking up some Lycan. But, you know, Shopify, they're very slow. Now, like when you look at their hero, they don't really pressure the towers. They farm backwards. Only Primal can really make their aggressive moves. So why not? Pick up a Lycan, start setting that tempo, pair it with a Luna. TSM, they want to get out of this game. They want to punch their ticket into a fight against Now Zetas today, and this is a draft that can potentially do it.
I think both offlanes are going to own.
Yeah.
And that's just on the mids to kind of like make their impact.
Well, I want to hear more from you guys. I think you guys have so much to say, but someone who's going to know a little bit more about this draft is Moon Meander, and he's joined by Tsunami.
That's right, I'm standing by with Moon Meander, who has seemed to deliver quite the final blow. That last Lycan pick, you liked it seemed.
Man, it's been like the whole year where we last picked Lycan, like the whole year, and then I can't believe we got it in TI. It's crazy.
These people aren't doing their homework, but you are doing some different things. This is the first time your team's picking Magnus. Where'd that come from?
It comes from Thompson!
That's all I need to hear, then. Let's get ready for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Neil and Moon. I heard him from over there. Like, we're a little ways away. Thompson! I can't even do it. My voice is going to crack. Holy moly. A big pick to end out the draft. We've got the Lycan. Do you like it? Is it the right pick?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Sonic. He's the Lycan. This is his thing. We got a couple other people here who've been the Lycan. You know, Matu, he's here somewhere. He was the Lycan. Arteezy, he was kind of the Lycan at one point as well. Even Old Man Fear, he was the Lycan. He was the Lycan mid. But today, it's Kasane. He's the Lycan. This guy, what is it, 71% win rate, I think? Yeah, all-time, 38 matches, 71% win rate. That's just gross.
71%?
Yeah. It's one of his second most played hero after Beastmaster. And he's over 70% win rate. That's pretty good.
Insane. Well, we'll see if they can make it happen yet again here in this one, as Bryle doing a little bit of a dance there in the mid lane. They already got down their ward. Does look like Crit is heading over in that direction, and they're going to immediately take it away. So nice ward there. Shopify off to a little bit of a better start. Hoping that things go better than last game, because I mean that was a demoralizing loss. You just gotta say it how it is. That was a rough one to watch.
Yeah, they look like they got kind of squeezed out of the map there for a while. I definitely had my concerns, not gonna lie, about TSM in terms of like the pacing they were taking, but they didn't take any like super risky maneuvers, and they never got punished. Shopify never hit that humongous combo that they were threatening, and they just like kind of like slow rolled it to a nice finish there from TSM.
Well, Ari steps up, take a couple hits, was threatening to steal away one of those runes as, ooh, maybe in some more trouble there. Saberlight still trying to chase back Whitemon. And there's still a bounty rune that's over in the river. That one, I don't know if it's going to be claimed quickly or not. But we'll have it in the river for a bit.
Just a little forbidden fruit there. Just gonna hang out. That never happens.
Let the sky tear down the unworthy.
There's just a bounty there.
Okay.
So that's cool.
I mean, somebody gets a bottle early, you get a free extra charge. Why not? As we get to hear from Slacks and his Marine call at the end. Abed steps on up, takes it away. Bryle need to be careful about the pullbacks with the skewer there. It's the big thing to watch. And
yeah, kind of interesting too, because you're like trying to trample eventually in the lane as well.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see this one, though, because a hero that we have not seen almost at all throughout the entire course of this road to TI has been the Snapfire. Not a lot of games, but as the panel was talking about, an answer to the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's just such a good counter. I mean, all it takes is that single point there into a little shredder, and you can handle that egg at its earlier levels.
As down bottom, Crit takes a lot of damage, but does manage to get the TP out. Ends up going away from that one. Not wanting to run into too much more issues. Already back to the tower as Arteezy very low on HP, switching over and getting the Tango regen back his direction.
Yeah, Morphling at least having some pretty high armor as well, so not the most intimidated by the constant wolf pressure, plus attacks being relied upon here versus the Phoenix with the Fire Spirits. Has some defensive measures up here, and well, a defensive support as you can see down bottom here. Whitemon on the Shadow Demon.
Oh, just stepped a little bit too close. The concussive shot, the Lucent Beam tries to get him away, but no. Saberlight gonna draw first blood, taking down Whitemon.
Nice maneuver forward there from them, and that's gonna hit level 2 there onto Crit as well. So more aggressive options open up, but despite dying here, I do think the Shadow Demon's a super solid pick. We saw Band a lot in the first phases throughout this group stage, because he's one of these heroes that just denies the opportunity later to pick certain heroes, right? You think about like anyone who really struggles versus like these Dispels and the constant purging, as Arteezy being fully back a little bit here. But the main thing in this game is versus that Primal Beast. Not only because you have this like low cooldown save versus his low cooldown ultimate, the other thing is that if you use the ultimate on top of him, he can't actually onslaught out. It is a dispellable buff. So you get ulti, you're just stuck.
So for those of you that are going to watch for that later, you'll see Primal Beast just try and run away, and then he's going to be doing the running man, going absolutely nowhere. As Ari goes for the double kill. He may take first blood, but both couriers gone, and that's a lot of regen too. How are they going to deal with that? They have no tangos, no anything up in this top lane.
Jeez, I mean, Morphling's pretty broken in the lane, but he has his limits, you know?
Right. Oh, man, that could be a tough one.
He gets the Lotus.
That's fair. That's some regen. They need that one desperately. Bryle's just going to step up there, get a couple more hits onto Abed as he tramples through.
Arteezy getting way down there. Gotta get down to, oh, he's chilling at 3 strength. There we go. Oh, that is just so ridiculous, actually, that a Lotus can save you.
How much value you get out of it, absolutely. Yeah, they still have a little bit of time before those couriers start making their way back out. We'll see if Ari is able to time it. Maybe could even go for another pick if they wanted to.
I mean, if he gets a cookie play too onto Arteezy, right, you know?
Oh yeah.
It's pretty low.
It'll be a blow up, absolutely.
You just cookie one little creep, test the reactions there perhaps.
Well, regardless, we'll watch for it. No early kills. The big hero that's definitely struggling so far is going to be the Luna, 12-1. And though Kasane has obviously gotten a pretty good start himself with the 9 denies, I think at least 1 or 2 of those were Wolves.
Fly also starting with no bonus armor versus a Lycan and a Snapfire. It's kind of scary too.
Yeah, it could be a tough one.
But yeah, so far so good. Despite losing their couriers, it is kind of crazy that they're still looking this okay, to be honest.
Yeah. I will say at various points when this team, Shopify, have looked their best, I want to harken back to the days of Fly on a Phoenix, you know?
Yeah.
This is his bread and butter as well. We'll see if that can make the difference for him, but already decide to go. Kasane will get cookied to a little bit of safety, and the Wolves get sent out. Fly keeps the distance. The regen is now on its way as Couriers, I believe, are respawning and heading on out.
Abed's heading on out to that bottom lane there. Spotted on a ward as he's just going to steal a bounty room. But this is a bit of a classic thing that Primal Beast players will do. They'll often just rotate into the lane. Like, they come to this bounty room, but if they see the opportunity, they'll utilize that early movement that you have at the onslaught to just charge forward. But I think he noticed that they were probably aware of it. Plus, he's this wave pushing in, so way too risky unless you have like a guaranteed kill to go for that.
Yeah, a tough one to make happen, but level 6 can make the difference. Bryle comes on in and steals away that creep from the Primal. And still just sitting steady, trying to outfarm when they can here. The deny is definitely racking up though. As Jeezy hoping to get off to a better start and maybe be more active in this game than we saw in the last one. Obviously you have to wait for a long time. Azari will back out, but maybe can play at a little bit faster tempo with the rest of his team.
Yeah, we had a fantastic Morphling game yesterday versus that Magnus. I mean, you could really see the ability to take advantage of copying that hero as well, so not too shocked to see it here once again.
Right.
Taking the skewers, of course, using that shockwave, getting yourself empowered, probably being the most important factor there.
Looks for a stomp. Saberlight not quite going to connect onto it. Gives him the bing bong and heads off. As the 7-minute mark's coming around, Fly stacking up where he can, and likely going to see some movement around for the the Wisdom Runes rather. Another stomp connects, but again, Saberlight can't do anything really there to wipe on.
Yeah, very static side lanes right now. No twin gate maneuvers quite yet. Just hanging out on your own sides, and we'll see if that stays the same for the Wisdom Runes, like you were saying.
Right.
I do see a line drawn there. Maybe Fly saying, hey, what do you think, Abed? Want to go the Wisdom Rune?
Let's see.
That's what he's saying. He wants to smoke with ulti and go Wisdom Rune.
Oh! Whoa! Ari there, playing it close. That was very close to death. Or it's easy. But no, they're just going to trade them off one apiece. Although, maybe if that rotation, they know that they're heading for the Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, I mean, they scan, right? So now they say, okay, support's definitely there. Do we catch him on the way back, or do we go for Kasane?
Who is
and Ari TP's mid. He's going to catch the wave, so this might punish Kasane.
Yeah, it doesn't have anywhere to go. This should be an easy one. They run in, tries to go for the side step. Control is there. A couple more hits. Bryle RP connects, pushes him away. Never mind, Kasane waveform through. They managed to finally get that kill. Bryle can't quite get in range to punish this one, though, it looks like. We'll have another shockwave. Thinks about throwing it out, but no. Won't go for it. Nice play.
Okay, not quite easy, but a kill nonetheless. As that's 2-0 now in favor of Shopify, so solid rotation, good punish on the support, heading over to that Wisdom Rune as Abed farms his way back home.
Not a whole lot separating all of the cores in this one. Centaur's top of the mark, but it's pretty even across the board. Waiting instead more likely for a couple of the big level 6s to come out. Obviously, Crit's going to be able to play pretty aggressively around the map with Abed if he wants to, comboing the Mystic Flare and the Pulverize. So Tomato will have to be careful with his positioning in this game. Make sure he doesn't run into too much trouble. As we take a look, and Saberlight, full Vanguard completed, trying to finish off those phase boots next. There was a movement over where, again, they're trying to catch and kill, but immediately banished. And that is the defensive play they needed. Also going to make it back in time to stack the Ancients. Why not?
Yeah, perfect. I mean, that's definitely the best thing about Shadow Demon, right? Infinite stacking. Certainly why I like the position 4 when you can do it, because it's really easy to stack from the side lane, but wasn't really possible with the current setup in this one.
Right, and I mean, again, Bryle's out in the jungle. He's going to make this move now to connect onto Saberlight, who is managing to stun Bryle away. But this is so much space mid for Ari and Fly to soak up some experience for themselves, trying to get those level 6s on Lycan. About to have it. This can definitely be a quick kill if they find an opening.
I mean, they certainly have the more aggressive mid on Shopify, you would expect too, right? Like, to see it being Bryle, the one who's moving around, you're kind of expecting this Primal Beast to be the one who's hunting for these kills, this low cooldown ultimate, but Abed, he's a little bit busy. Like you mentioned previously, there were some stacks set up here in the jungle, so taking advantage of that, he wants to try and be the one to snowball, because you think about who's going to take stacks, like, you know, sure, all three of their cores can kind of farm them up, but Primal Beast can be the fastest one at it, and also the one who's going to get the most value out of it at this point in the game. So where can he actually take that net worth and apply some pressure? Speaking of which, also, like, Ahri, level 6 right now on the Snapfire. One of the absolute best do-something supports, and, well, they're going to get a kill down bottom here with his ulti.
Moves in, finds him. Immediately there with the RP. The kiss is not quite going to connect. And Saberlight
it's a drive-by.
All right, I'll do it myself. Gets out of trouble, manages to break the ulti, and, oh, that is a nice dodge.
Okay, so not the synergy they were looking for there.
Not quite.
Yeah, definitely a bing bong moment.
They keep themselves alive. But yeah, big ultis used is more time for Shopify to start to come online.
That is a tough hero, though, to kill with the ulti, right? It's definitely not guaranteed when you have that Stampede versus the kisses coming out there, so. Certainly a disappointment, though, because it is supposed to be kind of free when you get 6 on Snap.
Well, this is a bit of a scary moment. Ahri does not actually have any points in the Little Shredder yet, so will not be able to stop any Supernova plays that are coming out. Abed still thinking about a play here. Does he want to go for an Onslaught? Not going to do it. Did not want to try and catch him.
This is a great voice line. I mean, I get why they're spamming it.
Pressure onto bottom. They're going to claim this tower instead.
Yeah, they've been working on this one for a while. Last time Bryle was able to drive them back, but knowing that there's no kisses, knowing that the RP was used and no kill, even without a Stampede, they're very comfortable just standing here and going for it. Kasane trying to apply pressure as well with Catapult up top, but Arteezy's just waving at him. They're going to high-five a little bit.
Making a move. Ahri looking, hunting. He's going to go for it here. Maybe no. With Abed showing up still very, very low. The cookie forward tries to bring down for the kill, but Kasane is gone. Oh, Shopify, they brought in numbers and take the finish.
Great defensive egg there, too, from Fly. Just a really secure thing. It gives you the hesitation, like, I can't commit. Like, there's no way I can fully go for this kill right now. But then Arteezy able to just morph on down and go right back to farming like he was, and that's going to miss out on this pressure in that top tower. So big win for Shopify. Full pressure down bottom. They take the tower. They defend their top tower right now. That's just going to keep this pressure moving up top, where, of course, they're trying to extract a ton of net worth from this top part of the map. They can't lose control. Like, you think about how Gaming Gladiators often play when they're on dire sides. They love getting wards up inside these Ancients right here. And now they're even pressuring. Like, he's not far from there right now. Have to defend with the kisses.
Yeah, just kisses there. Disruption already used. Abed, now he's out far, but they will turn it. Saberlight stunned with 2. Sunray out. Starting to bring Whitemon down. He's going to be the one left behind. So Shopify starting to get a little bit more aggressive after their defensive postures.
It's funny because, I mean, this Lycan last pick, I look at it and I'm just thinking like, oh, this is great, because a lot of these counters that you see, like, you can't get the Lycan early because there's some pretty significant counters for the way you want to escape from fights with your ulti. You think about like Dream Coil, think about Mars Arena and stuff, but kind of the same thing's happening now with the Stampede, right? They're both countered by similar ideas here, and this Stampede is a big save in this one. As long as you don't get RP'd, you're kind of just out of there.
Exactly. I mean, maybe a disruption, but, you know, disruption has some elements to it which are saving you anyways, so it's a weird position to be in. And they don't really have that answer at all for the Morphling as it gets later and later. Need to buy an answer, I guess.
And now with the Blink Dagger coming down towards Saberlight, like, I would love to see Vision up in that top Ancients camp. Like, if they could spot when TSM are trying to get in there, trying to stack with their supports, having this like over-the-train movement of both the Phoenix and the Primal Beast, I feel like they can just like run all over this part of the map. And they just want all of this gold in here for their Magnus, for their Luna, right? Like, this is where they want to live.
Well, there is not going to be a Magnus at this fight easily, but they are setting up for this. What can they do on the side of Shopify? Now they're smoking with Mag behind.
They're reading this move.
Yeah, they're ready for this. Ahri jump forward, wants to do what he can. Pulverize is going to be there, already caught. Don't quite have any items yet for the Mag. He's getting them delivered on the courier. As the rest of Shopify back out, Kasane pop the ulti, the run forward. Now the Stampede trying to hunt this Lycan and see if they can go.
We're all running.
They just got the Blink Dagger delivered for the Mag. If they're stuck together, Shopify, they have to be careful. Kasane, run forward, the jump is there, and they caught one. Pulls him back in for the finish. So they decide to give up on Kasane, get that kill on Shopify, but they lose the morph.
And it kind of drags them all back. So at least getting the punish on Arteezy is huge there. It still saves their space that they need for their heroes to farm up and become these giant cores that they're hoping for. But Shopify are making it no secret. They want to pressure this mid tower. They want to take over these Ancients. If they lose this part of the map, the game gets way harder for TSM. There's no doubt.
Pull one back, see if they can get him. Ulti out from SD, looking for a stomp, waits for it, hits onto immediately. Tomorrow, look at the turn! The Supernova, it's already down, starting to do a good chunk of damage. Disruption and too much onto Tomato. He is gonna fall. Can they get out with the rest of them though? Fly trying to escape, Wolves after him. Abed starting to fall lower and lower. TSM chasing almost enough for the kill, and they just can't get anything else out of him.
Arteezy comes to join in the fight, has no morph yet though. So not able to contribute a whole lot, but hey, at least he's there.
They do manage to get that kill on Tomato. There wasn't anything after the egg.
They never got the tower.
Yeah.
Drew him right off, kind of forced the fight in behind. That's going to force the glyph out here from Shopify Rebellion.
Very back and forth type of game already. And you can see that fight handily won by TSM. Even though you lose Tomato, the rest of the squad is starting to stack up that net worth. And Abed, I mean, you look at his farm, he just has not been able to get the type of kills that you would expect out of a Primal.
It's very frustrating for sure. Like, there's just these little tiny stuns that come out there, like obviously the big save from the disruption, but even just having a kiss fly through, a skewer that comes by. He had to wait so long for actually using the pulverize. He grabbed Tomato when he was at like 100 HP. He just like lived him for half a second, and the Tomato dies. Like, okay, well, you know, I secured the kill, but it's not that impact that you're hoping for. So clearly he's kind of just hoping for the BKB, right?
Exactly.
Still a very BKB dependent hero on the Primal Beast, despite some of the nerfs to the item. Kind of has no other recourse.
And it's really the pain of you know, the first pick overall Primal Beast. You stop all of his movement with Shadow Demon, you cause so many issues, and even with RP eventually coming out. I mean, that was a whole fight taken without RP that TSM were able to win.
It has an Arcane rune too here, so definitely just begging for a smoke right now. Smoke, Arcane, go for RP play. Kasane also has the ultimate plus his summon here. He's got a Warpine Raider. Terrifying creature.
With a Siege shot, you love to see it. I call it the Willow, or not Willow, the Hoodwink ulti, the Acorn shot, Siege shot yesterday. I was just thinking of the Warpine
Okay,
Raiders.
that's fair, yeah. They're equally as powerful currently in the patch, I'd say.
They're so scary, the big pine cones. TSM hunting mid, waiting for anybody to show up. Nobody is there. Tomato starts to hit the buildings. And a similar sight to what we saw in last game for TSM. Tomato off to a hot start and on a hero that can snowball.
Yeah, just the one death, has some more stacks to go back to. Already up to 3 points in Lucent Beam and then 1 point in the Eclipse. So it's not this Luna who just feels horrendous when the fight actually breaks out, right?
Right. But that said, you do have the answer already done with the Centaur with a full Crimson Guard completed. That is such a good item against this sort of middling damage that's coming through. Bryle hunting, finds crit, misses on one. Shockwave is there, slowed. Stampede tries to get away. Cookie connects. Everything in perfect concert from TSM.
He's just silenced me, but I just get cookied for the stun. That hurts. Thought you had a play there, but not quite.
Still, a lot used for just the Skywrath Mage. As Abed heads on over, picks up the Wisdom Rune, trying to re-salvage his game. BKB, I believe, is coming out, along with hitting level 12. This could be a decent window for them to fight.
Looks like it here. I mean, no Stampede for 50, though. They might want to hang onto that a little bit. Also, still no Morph on Arteezy, but he is holding the point. So, yeah, if they want to go for a fight,
they're going. Looking, Saberlight wanting it, not finding it. They couldn't quite get him.
I think you approach the tower with no Stampede, since you're not going to have it for the full chase down. Maybe just play this a little bit casual. Oh, God, if they all come, though, this could be bad for Shopify, honestly.
Ari gets hit. RP already onto a bunch. Fly trying to save it. Can they dive it? Crit is already gone, but they have the Supernova down. Already used a little Shredder, trying to kill it off. The egg, is it going to pop? They managed to kill it in time. TSM hit on 2.
All right, they only lose the supports, I guess, but that definitely hurts. They weren't expecting, I think, the fact that TSM were still so grouped up just north of that part of the tower.
Oh, yeah.
Caught out there. Great skewer back there as well. Bryle having a fantastic series so far. Yeah, the BKB having to use there from Abed means like he probably does not want to come fight at this top tower. Saberlight caught here, skewered back.
Oh, that is not what they want to see. Saberlight pops the Stampede, but there it is, the disruption. Can they do anything? Gets the blink away. That was super necessary, but that also opens up Roche now for TSM.
Yeah, they're gonna back right up towards it. Kasane already getting started here with the Orb of Destruction.
He's huge.
Yeah, he is the Helm of the Overlord. Again, that another reason why we don't see it too often. There's some heroes that counter Helm of the Overlord. There's some heroes that specifically counter your ultimate. You feel very like counter pickable. So this is why even if the hero's not that popular right now, it's still so important to ban against TSM in these situations where they could just get it last and it gotcha.
Right. No, this aura, this group together, I'm seeing the writing on the wall. Shopify are going to need to make some big plays here.
Oh, Bryle.
And this could be it. Bryle, a bit too far forward, will get disrupted, but they have enough to keep him alive.
These saves.
It's so good, but Mild still dropping down the bolt. It's not quite enough damage to kill him off, and now Saberlight, he's in too far. Will manage to get away. Now the disruption, switching into it. Arteezy's in Shadow Demon form, trying to get the Luna connection. The stun is there, but Saberlight starting to drop lower and lower. Manta back away, gets the kill. Abed in, Cookie away. Now the disruption. Again, Whitemon doing so much on this Shadow Demon. They've already killed the Centaur. Can they find even more?
They force out the BKB on Abed with the blink forward there. Man, these plays from Ahri and Whitemon have been so good. Huge saves there, just constantly enabling their cores to play a little bit more aggressive than you're probably expecting on Shopify.
Absolutely. That's what you need out of them. And a perfect lineup to do it because there's so much of this like single target going in there trying to blow up one hero. You know, you got Primal and Skyrack. And even in that instance where they caught somebody so out of position on Bryle, they weren't able to play cleanup. And Kasane now just taking away a double stack of Ancients.
The piggy bank being raided here.
Starting to get towards desperate territory. I mean, still only 1,000 gold lead, but I mean, look at this group up potential from TSM. It's going to shred through buildings.
Yeah, just being led by this ancient black dragon. Moving their way through here very confidently towards the Tormentor.
Oh no, we've seen what happens here.
Now, surely no one dies on this one.
Be careful, Ahri. Run, get out of there. Oh man, Whitemon's gonna get it. So now, Demonic Cleanse available for the Shadow Demon.
All right, and what are they getting on the map right now for Shopify? They're taking some farm near the Ancients. They might steal their Wisdom Rune. Arteezy, though, of course, very unlikely they would still be there, so kind of risky to go for. He will get the tier 1 tower top.
Yeah, the building's falling down bottom. This tier 2, they gotta know what's coming. It's the first tier 2 of the game. 4-staff done for the Shadow Demon as Bryle. Does see Saberlight in the mid, but won't go for anything there.
Fly even catching a wave down bottom here and getting some farm. They've really spread it across this map. He's gonna put Fly almost into the Yule Scepter right now.
Okay. Whatever they can do to get more control.
I mean, you compare the saves that we're seeing from Ahri and Whitemon, and you think about how they play these fights here from Fly and Crit, it just feels so much more difficult. Like, with his Blink Dagger on Crit, who does he actually target with an Ancient Seal and with his ultimate? Because he's constantly have to worry about some sort of movement from a Cookie, which could just like break someone out of his little combo, or a disruption save.
No, I mean, yeah, you're gonna need to find the Shadow Demon, I think. Like, they have to get him. Whitemon's free to do too much. Tomato takes another tower. Heard him in that little interview talking about how he sees the future playing out. A very lovely voice. This is his old man impersonation.
I played in 3 TIs. Oh, it was good. He did nice.
He definitely did. We'll see if they can continue moving on here to the third one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's really trying to force them back right now.
Ahri staying so far back as well.
Shadow Demon Lunaing even here. A little bit of vintage gameplay right now.
I mean, nobody's showing up. Nobody's here.
You're just gonna mix them up so you don't even know who the real one is.
The building is just going to fall. You leave Luna alone to hit buildings for a second. Down bottom, connection.
Nice.
He got the strength form off. Can Arteezy get out of trouble? Are they gonna be able to get anybody to help him? Tries to TP out, but no, the skewer was there. Stampede now trying to escape, but Arteezy, he's in no man's land. The hunt, the kisses, everything drops onto his head. saving the buildings with his body, but giving up another death, it hurts. TSM everywhere.
And I love what Ari's done here. He's just picked up a pipe.
Yeah.
They are going for it. They're saying that we have grouped up, we are stronger than you right now. Sure, maybe the net worth isn't the highest. You guys have been farming. Yeah, we've seen you all over the map. But our strength right now as a unit, you just can't match it right now. And if we keep bolstering that with a couple auras, like with a slightly, you know, unused hero here in the Snapfire, like one of the benefits of this hero is that she can pick up these Greaves and these pipes and feel good about it.
As they catch another. And you talk about auras, there's only one aura right now on the Shopify Rebellion team, and it's on Saberlight with the Crimson Guard. He's getting chased down. Does not have that many places to go, was hoping for a blink away, but the chase is there. Bryle has him. Controlled and the slow, steady death. A lot of HP on the Centaur, but eventually he too will die.
And how are you feeling right now on Shopify?
I mean,
you know, you're getting chased around the map, you're trying to farm as much as possible, you're watching these new items pop up on each hero. I mean, there's a Satanic, there's an AC done on this Lycan. They are peaking right now on TSM.
It's got to feel like an inevitability. There's so much that is going to be running down these lanes and just trying to end this game. Shopify, they've got to prep for it, and I feel like they need to catch somebody unawares. They're going to have a Scotty soon on the Morph lane. But yeah, TSM, they're not looking to stop anytime soon. You're still a ways away from the heart on Abed.
I think he has to abandon those plans.
Yeah.
I mean, he's looking at a blink right now because they just have to find a way to create a fight that's favorable for them right now. Part of that is definitely the Scotty, which is done. Certainly a huge element of that. They also have level 12 on the Phoenix, which is a big deal, plus the Shard. So, trying to get the best egg possible. And trying to catch them before they get a Roche, right? This might be the best moment they're going to get.
Can they get anything, though? Jump forward. Bryle finds one. BKB out. Doesn't have an angle.
Okay.
BKB wearing low. Abed thinking about going, not wanting to commit yet.
Bad jump. Do they chase?
They take down that ward. Hunting. Saberlight. Still has Stampede ready. Kasane pumps it. Catches immediately. Ahri throwing out the kisses. What damage do they have? The egg is already there. Tomato hits onto it, but now the Manta, the walk away. Stun is there. Can they get it in time? They do. Barely managing to bring it down. Ahri connection says no siree. TSM, they're tired of playing second fiddle, trying to take the top spot here at NA as they find 4.
Oh, they're too strong. The auras are there. They race up the high ground into the base immediately.
And just like that, trying to end this game, they want to move on in this tournament, continue on a date with Nouns in their future. If they can finish this one off, TSM on the verge as the tier 4 towers are going to fall. Ancient turned upon, they don't have anything. There is nothing left as Shopify are going to be eliminated. TSM, they are moving on.
All the thanks between the teams. Regional rivals, of course. Good luck furthers. The thanks back and forth, but total heartbreak, of course, here for many fans and for Shopify, but TSM just complete elation here as thinking themselves, what some would consider an upset, but at the same time, like, regional rivals in NA have proven that nothing is secured in these matchups.
Absolutely. I mean, no matter what, there's going to be 2 teams from NA going home today. It was meant to happen, considering it's 3 of them playing off against each other. But TSM moving on, looking incredibly solid. Again, a flawless game coming out from Tomato. The love being spread from the crowd, as of course there are eliminations abound today, but it will be TSM that move on and have that date against Nouns a little bit later on.
I mean, you just saw the absolute, like, wonderful team play as well, of course, right? I mean, how many times do we go back to the supports in this game? Ahri and Whitemon constantly covering. They made it just so comfortable to be up front as these core players. And what 0 deaths on Bryle, insane game on the Earth Spirit game 1, and then towards the Magnus 2 in game 2.
Impressive showing indeed as we head on back now to the panel. Let them talk about all the actions and implications from that solid series.
It was a beautiful display from TSM. Unfortunately, Shopify Rebellion going to be our first team eliminated in the playoffs. This NA bloodbath. It didn't go to the 3 games sheep, but it was still an amazing game too. I mean, TSM, they were just applying the pressure. They were keeping it on. It took one solid team fight from them, and they just went straight for the Ancients, straight for the win.
I mean, before we get into the TSM praise, of which they deserve very much.
Okay, all right.
I thought the start of the game looked good for Shopify. It was really nicely played from them. They had the 6-minute smoke from mid on the Primal to top, killed that Lycan to try and stop some of his pressure. Lycan was trying to take the tier 1 up top again. They bring in the TP Primal. They kill him again. I'm like thinking that they were making such nice moves, as well as like bringing heroes to the right things. Like 12 minutes in, there's a rune. Let's bring the Centaur mid, fight with him, get some more kills. Like they were constantly staving off the moves that TSM wanted to make, and then it all just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, I absolutely adore the TSM support during this game. Ari and Whitemon, the way that they played their heroes, you got disruption saves, cookie saves. For like all the highlights you're going to see in these clips, it's like, so here, Tamada, he gets saved on top. In the mid fights earlier than this, again, just clutch saves. You're basically baiting Shopify in, and for that, it's like Primal, he's either in the middle of the fight or he's running away. Centaur, he blinks in. The disengage, of course, without Stampede, not so good. But yeah, the support duo from TSM just absolutely picked apart Shopify in this second and final game.
Yeah, Brawl popping off there for himself. The TSM boys taking some photos, autographs with the audience there. Okay. Oh, it's Will. I was like, who is that man?
There's a fisherman next to him, too.
This is a fisherman, yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know that person. No one knows that person. That's an ancient relic standing beside him. It is tough to see Shopify go, but you're right. It does feel like a story we've had so many times, though, of them having this great lane, this great early start for themselves. TSM, they're able to hit their timings perfectly purged. They knew when they were able to apply this pressure and this Luna coming online and being able to have those active fights, have an active role, and have a pressure on the objectives.
Yeah, they really did hit their timings. And there's another cool thing about Luna now, the new shard, it reduces the damage you take, so it helps you so much. Normally Luna's like one of those ranged, kind of squishy, vulnerable heroes. When they get on top of you, it's a bad time. But now with the shard, you're like, I'm in trouble. You press the button, you take 25% less damage, and you do a huge amount of reflection. Well, not reflection, you just start attacking them with your glaive thingies. It's great against these primal beasts, these centaurs that get on top of you. So it makes the timing even safer because your chances of getting that pick off that leads them back into the game, it just reduces it.
We're really excited for the TSM boys. They're going to be continuing on going up against Nouns, but an Empyrean has Moon Meander joining him. So let's hear what he has to say.
Yes, I do, Nat. Thank you. Talking of excited, you look excited before the game. You looked excited just now. That was a hype win.
Yep, we're here playing the NADPC for the last time.
Okay. So when you were going into those games, both those drafts looked, everyone was saying backstage that I think they won the draft. You guys were very confident. You clearly have a very good idea of how you want to play, and you executed well. How much of that is scrims, or how much of that is just sparks of genius?
It's mostly the genius from my teammates. I couldn't really do it without like having such awesome players in their roles like Brawl on Magnus, unconventional picks, Lycanthrope Master, and Luna on Tomato.
So before the game, Bulba said that this was a battle of new ideas between your team and his. Those new ideas, how much are you taking from other teams, and how much of this is kind of original thought?
There was some new ideas in this draft, like the Magnus and stuff. I think he went back way too back into Morphling. I think that's like the hero was a Dream League thing with the Aghanims, but here, this patch, I don't think you want to play Morphling in the elimination game.
Okay, well, there it is. Thank you so much, Moon Meander. Congratulations to you and the lads. Back to Nat and the panel.
Oh, Moon Meander, the humble man that he is. I thought he was doing something else.
Yeah,
I was like, as I'm saying the word humble, he was very humble in his interview, giving a lot of credit to his players, having faith in them being able to draft those heroes that he could, but also quite a bit of humor. The NADPC coming back once again, and they're going on to continue that NADPC later today.
I love Moon Meander, bro. He's so funny. I mean, he's great. I've also loved like him moving into this coach role and the way he's talked about it and all his progression. He's like, yeah, I used to be like, so, you know, when you're playing, you're so emotional, you really get into it, but like being able to be a coach, step back and kind of understand how to communicate more effectively with my players and really like learn that type of stuff. It's incredible. I mean, he's really shown that improvement and growth, and I'm super happy for the team.
Yeah, and he definitely deserves credit for it, because this team, at the start of their formation, it was kind of like, man, tons of young players. They were skilled, but there were a lot of doubts. Their first couple of performances went kind of poorly consistently. They were disappointing. I didn't expect much out of them this TI, but they're definitely overperforming now. They're looking together, and you got to credit Moonmeander for that he's there to help form them, instruct them, and keep things together.
And he's one of the rare coaches that actually shows a lot of emotion. You know, like in the draft, before draft, he's like making these big moves, he's being animated. Nowadays, a lot of coaches, they're very stoic. You know, it's like, this is good, this is bad, do this. You know, Zhao 8, for example, Moonmeander is probably like the polar opposite, on like the animacy he has during the booth.
Yeah, I mean, we saw those fingers go up there, and I do believe, right, where there is a winner, there is a loser. So I do believe that we have our losers interview. It is going to be Pyrion, joined by Crit.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I am here with Crit, of course. Commiserations, dude. You guys must be very disappointed. But both of those games seemed to be going okay for you early on, but then it kind of got away from you. Did it feel that way?
I think the first game for sure. I think second game, I feel like we didn't really get a grasp on the game. They kind of just got to do what they wanted to, and then they just hit a timing that we couldn't fight. So I think second game was hard, but first game was definitely ours. So yeah.
Disappointing. However, disappointing this is. There must have been some highlights for you this year. What was your highlight as a team this year, or even just as an individual?
I think Lima was good for us. That was our first major this year. We had it wasn't perfect, but we had a good atmosphere, and we did pretty well there. And then I think the Dream League that we just played as well was pretty good for us. In some ways, maybe the Dream League put us in a bad spot for this TI, but I think it's been a hard year for us. I think the team's not really functioning as we wanted it to, and sometimes that's just what happens. And then we're in lower bracket, and we didn't do well at all in group stage either. So we put ourselves in a spot where this can happen, you know. So.
Well, that's very tough, but I know you guys have a lot of fans around the world. Is there anything you'd like to say to them for their support throughout the year?
Yeah, I mean, huge thanks to all of you, especially the people here in the arena as well. It's always us that's cheered for the loudest, and we really appreciate that. So it never falters, so we love you guys a lot.
Thank you, Crit, and better luck next time. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Pyrion. It's always tough to do those exit interviews, to see a team eliminated and see those emotions on their faces, but we do have to move on. As unfortunate as that is, a massive props to TSM. They're going to have their time to reset, go back to the drawing board, knowing they're going up against Nouns, and while we're waiting for that series later in the day, we get to talk about Gaming Gladiators up against EG. This is our second series for today. One team no one expected to be in the lower bracket in the first round. Everyone expected them to be sitting in that upper bracket. It is Gaming Gladiators coming up against EG, a team that people have probably never put their eyes on before.Maybe the org, but the players not so much. So, Pod, what can we expect out of EG? What are you looking forward to with their players?
Well, I think EG is a fun team to watch because their players individually have looked amazing over the last year and a half. They had a great run last year. They reformed this year. They had a great first half of the year, but the second half of the year has just been disappointment with the caliber of players that they have. So how are they going to do in this series? It's hard to know. They did better than their past 6 months in the group stage, but they could really show up and look like one of the best teams of the tournament, but they could also disappoint. So it's hard to say.
Yeah, I think in general, South America, they've had quite a decent year throughout, and every time we get to this point, it's like, this is the year. Maybe they get further, they can do it. And unfortunately, the region has kind of bombed a little bit, and to enter the lower bracket, going against Gaming, of course, 3-time major winner, it's going to be a tough battle, but it's hard. It's like, do you want Gaming, who have done so well? Do you want South America to stay in the tournament? It's going to be quite a difficult one for the fans, I feel.
Do you have anything you want to add, Sheep? Maybe a star player in your eyes on that?
Bro, I love EG. I'm a huge fan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I love them. I love Matthew. I think he's an amazing leader. I think when you see regions like Southeast Asia and South America, leadership is something that they've always struggled and lacked, and they comment on that, right? And it's like you have Jabs kind of stepping up in C. Here you have Matthew, who's really good and has prided himself on his communication and ability to bring the ideas together of his team and figure out their strats. I think it's interesting when you hear about this team and how they function and the problems they've had in the past. For example, they were, I believe, when they brought in the new players, things didn't quite fit because you had players that were quite greedy or wanted to play, like Whisper quite enjoys farming, right? But they had to really recenter their targets. They're like, okay, sometimes you can lead as a core, however, we want Pakaz to be our win condition, and they really had to kind of bring that idea back to that and how their playstyle matched it. So they have very much evolved as a team in terms of like internal communication and their actual gameplay. I think they're super fun. I like the hero pools they bring out. They're fresh. You know, you got like that bounty hunter Matthew. I mean, my man makes games very fun when he's playing those Invis heroes. For me, I just love this team.
I love that you love this game. I also enjoy all the information you gave. So I have a treat for you, a little special reward sheet.
Ain't no way.
And for all the other EG fans out there, we have a video on that we can see more about this team, more of their journey as well.
En realidad, o sea, cuando termina el TI del año pasado, fue como que la gran mayoría del equipo como que quería hacer unos cambios. Pacas, Panda y yo teníamos como que queríamos jugar con Whisper. Y nos comunicamos con Whisper y él también quería jugar con nosotros y prácticamente fue como que después Whisper quería jugar con Chris y todo se fue formando poco a poco y después nos comunicamos con la empresa de Evil Geniuses y ahí fue donde se hizo todo el trato y el deal.
EG's new lineup hit the ground running, clinching 5th in Lima and 4th in Berlin. But from there, Bali became EG's stumbling block. Not only did they face an unanticipated early bow out during the group stage, but the community's reaction added salt to the wound.
En realidad, en el equipo hay personas a las cuales le afecta y nada, como que lo conversamos y creo que lo que hacemos para que no nos afecten estas cosas es hacer una reunión en el equipo y poder comprender en qué estamos fallando para no volver a cometer esos errores.
Despite the stumble at season's end, EG had already secured a strong foothold, finishing 5th in the DPC. Teams often express a certain wariness playing against EG thanks to their unpredictable and unconventional style.
Sí, en realidad es un poco gracioso porque nosotros somos como que muy agresivos en el juego y hacemos como que jugadas que a veces otro equipo espera que no hagamos y como que las llaman jugadas randoms, pero para nosotros es como que algo que normal, que ya estamos acostumbrados a hacer. Y es muy gracioso porque equipos como, no lo sé, Gladiators, es como que su capitán siempre me escribe cuando jugamos una práctica o algo o un torneo y nos dice: nunca sabemos cómo jugar contra ustedes, siempre hacen cosas que no nos esperamos y nosotros como que nos reímos y a la vez nos agrada que reconozcan ese punto que tenemos a favor.
Do you feel you know EG a little bit better now, Purge?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they do have elements of that unpredictable play style. It doesn't always get you wins, and I still don't have as much, like, I love the team. I don't have as much passion for their gameplay right now as Sheep does, but they definitely will be a formidable opponent for the Gladiators.
Well, we're going to look at their head-to-head record, not against each other, but just comparing what these two teams have had so far in the road to the International. So the games they've won, the games they lost, how they've stood up against teams in the upper bracket, but the average win time is a lot closer than our previous series. Only a couple minutes between each other, T.
Yeah, I think both these teams like to get in the face of their opponent. When they feel the victory, they are going to kind of close it out. But, you know, I think for EG at least, they have had just shakier performances. Specifically, I'm looking towards Seasmile and Panda. I think these two players have not performed as well as they have done at previous, you know, international events, internationals. So, yeah, I'd like, if they can kind of find their footing, then, of course, this should be quite an even bout.
I was going to ask you a question, and I'm not going to because you're taking. Oh, while you're taking your sip, Sheep, I will ask you to talk a little bit more about Game and Gladiators, and if you have just as much passion about that roster as you do for EG.
I hate that team.
Okay,
I hope
perfect.
they fail. Honestly, I'm sick of them.
Oh, you want them out right now?
Too many first places. I think it's time to share the love.
Okay.
They've had a lot of issues, I feel like, recently since the big patch came out. That's kind of their biggest stumbling block.
Yes. Sorry, I just wanted to say, I was thinking about this because I don't know if it's a patch like a hero thing or if it's maybe the draft change that is more of their stumbling block than anything else. Because for DPC 201, there was a lot of strategy. There was like 3 main ones, right? We only had 2 first phase bans. Maybe that was an advantage for them, but now there's more bans.
Yeah, it's a combination.
I'm just like, I hate that.
I think what happened is they won so many tournaments that everyone's like, what are these guys doing? And they got studied to death, and that it just makes it hard. You have to reinvent yourself. That's tough to do.
Yeah,
I actually disagree with that, but we don't have enough time to disagree right now, so let's keep it short.
Okay, but when a really big patch comes into play, though, then I think teams obviously take time to understand what's happening. So teams just took a little bit longer. It took maybe 3 majors to get there.
Well, we don't have to keep talking about them for too much longer. We are going to get to lay out our eyes on them. It is our first team coming out, Gaming Gladiators. Major winners. These boys have had an impeccable year, victory after victory. They weren't sharing it around, but they are going to be sharing this stage. They're in the lower bracket, a position none of us thought they would be in this early, and it's time that they begin their run. It's going to be up against Evil Geniuses. This organization now representing the South American region. They have 5 veteran players, all with phenomenal records at the previous TI, having great placements. They too are a surprising lower bracket team. Will they be able to be consistent? Will they show up against Gaming Gladiators? We are going to have the answers to these questions because these boys, it's got big pressure. EG is a big org name. Big pressure comes with it, Sheep.
Yeah. Well, they better live up to it, or else.
Oh, are you going to go down there and you're going to be like, live up to it right now?
Just get good, man.
I mean, the last time EG beat Gaming was at the Lima Major. So since then, it's just been draws, losses the entire time. So if there ever was a time to actually beat them, I mean, it probably is right now.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Now I can disagree. We have time.
Oh, actually, we don't have time.
Oh, my
Yeah, because
God.
it felt like we didn't give enough time to Gaming Gladiators. So we want to have a look back at their pathway. We want to have a look at a video and some information on them, and then you can disagree.
Sure.
I sort of led to join gaming because I'd only really played in NA teams in the past, and we never really did very well. I kind of wanted to give playing like one last shot to prove myself. I had a lot of doubts about whether or not I was a good player, whether or not I was a choker, or whether or not I had what it takes to play, like, you know, and beat the best players if I could win a tournament, things like that. They asked me, and I was like, yeah, I would like to take this opportunity to try to prove myself one more time.
Proving himself one last time paid off. Gaming Gladiators dominated, winning every major. Remarkably, they didn't drop a single main stage match all year until Riyadh. Needless to say, they confidently secured their spot for the International.
You build the muscles of playing against the best players, and you sort of shirk some of that fear and that, like, you know, scariness of like the top players. You get rid of that. You feel way more that you can actually win the tournament. I think in past teams, you sort of, you know, try to cope it up and believe that, hey, I'm really good and we have a chance, we can win the tournament. But deep down, you sort of don't believe you can. Playing through the DPC in Europe, deep down, I believe we could. Like, it wasn't like a bit, it wasn't like some, you know, shell I was putting on. It was like, we can actually win the tournament. With every series we won and every like game that we gained confidence, was like becoming more of a reality. Like, it's not just that we can, it's maybe we will. The day after you've won a tournament, you're just another chump who needs to prove himself. Like, if you lose the next qualifier, you bomb out of the next major, you don't win the next major, suddenly it was a fluke, you're a chump, you're a joke, you know, you're yesterday's lunch. And so I think going into every tournament after Lima, Berlin, Bali, you know, the Dream Leagues, everyone felt like we were fighting for our life, and that we could get eliminated in groups if we weren't careful. That's how it felt for me. I used to get incredibly, insanely stressed in the past before games, and this year I've managed to quell that to a large degree, because it used to be playing games was just miserable, honestly. Playing officials was not fun at all, because I was just like racked with anxiety the entire time, and beforehand it was agony. The years of going through that, I slowly fixed bits and pieces and learned different things about this stuff, and I think a lot of those things helped me to find a much better routine for me this year, to allow me to like be more consistent and not be so, you know, in my own head.
Years of anxiety, but now he has 3 majors, 3 wins for himself. Quinn, he couldn't do it alone though. Obviously the 5 stack there, Ace, Tofu, Doracho, and Celery as well for Gaming Gladiators. People put them as their favorites to win TI. I know many people out there are big fans, big supporters of them. Do you want me to not talk about gaming so you can argue with Purge?
I mean, that was talking about gaming.
I meant me not talking about gaming.
Oh, yeah, thank you. It's my opinion of it is based on comments by other people who play against Gaimin. They say that actually they know what's coming. Gaimin aren't like crazy. They don't do things you don't expect. They're just stable. They don't hide anything. You know what they're going to do. They play incredibly stable Dota, and they do the little things correctly. So when you play against Gaimin, I think you could study them, and you're still going to know what's going to happen. But like even Nisha said, they're just hard to answer, and their approach was to make them uncomfortable in like the draft. So when you said earlier like the draft could be a big factor, I think that's true. You take away like some more of Quinn's heroes at the beginning, and maybe they are much more uncomfortable because he was such like a focal point of being able to make moves on the map. As well, just like their players were top of their roles. I think a lot of people hate playing against their safe lane who just trade super efficiently. They don't like over-prioritize farming. They know when to take those trades and push and apply pressure and just make the game super hard.
Yeah, I have like vivid flashbacks of Celery playing Undying every game in DPC.
Bored out of his mind, yeah.
He was bored out of his mind, but my goodness, did they have a stable safe lane. Like, they're willing to play whatever it is as many times over. So you're right, there might not be this innovation when it comes to draft, but it is consistent. When it works so well for them.
Yeah, and I will apologize for gaming gladiators already. So backstage, Tofu walked up to me, and you know how Y and Jinkyu, they'd rub the belly for good luck? Tofu walked up to me and was like, can I please rub your bald head, please, for good luck for this series?
Oh, I thought you were going to say your belly, and I was
no,
like...
I mean, I have a big belly too, but no, he just walked up and he just, good 5-10 seconds.
Is that what he came to the green room
Yeah,
for?
he's just rubbing my bald head. So I've given him all the energy, and if they lose, it's my fault, but what can you do?
What can you do?
I take full credit right now.
Is there any data so far about the luckiness of your bald head?
This is the first time it's happened, so if they win, teams,
you're going to start
there
charging?
I am. Yeah? No, I'll just keep it free this time. First TI free, second TI, then we can get some monetization.
You got to get them hooked first.
Exactly, you need that good head, whatever stuff.
I'm sorry, what?
Wait, what?
We're going to move forward towards EG because we've talked about how stable Gaimin Gladiators is in the way that they draft, how consistent we can see it. Maybe even pick order is pretty consistent too, but EG, can we summarize them as easily, Purge?
Can we summarize them as easily? I don't think so, because they've been kind of, they just look kind of consistent. There's time, or inconsistent. There's times where Prakash looks like guaranteed best top 3 carry of the world type stuff. Other times where they're just not clicking as well. So it's just harder to identify them. They do have their comfort heroes for sure. Prakash always plays a very hard carry, but he's willing to be active as well. So it's kind of a mix of what's in the meta. I feel like they have some signature heroes, but it's just not as consistent.
Yeah, you keep saying like the inconsistency, but I want to know where. Is it in the later game? Is it the early game? Like what exactly? Is it even an execution thing that...
My viewpoint is that they have at times, they've looked at top 6 team in the world for a long period of time, enough where I got confidence in that. And then when they just start losing games, playing sloppy, stuff that I didn't see in the months prior, it just felt like a big enough shift that I just have to label it as inconsistent. It's like their gameplay just sometimes looks amazing and other times looks like they haven't been practicing enough or they're off meta or something else.
Yeah, like spellcasting, for example. You sometimes just see them do everything right in a team fight, and then I've seen some games like this tournament even where you're doing like bad venge swaps and stuff. I know Panda has like had some issues with like nerves in the past. I think mostly they moved past it and got more confidence, but it gets still like you can still have those moments.
My question is really for Matthew. The fact that he's played 11
You want me to get him up here?
Yeah. Go on. Can you get him? Hey, boss, can you get out of the booth real quick?
Yeah, can you just jump out of the lobby, bro?
So why have you played 11 heroes in 12 games? Like, on POS 4, right, there's, like, normally you play, like, there's quite a good foundation for the 4 role, right? But he has played the furthest extremes possible. Like, Nyx Assassin, we don't really see at all, but he's tried playing it. He's played Bounty Hunter, that we haven't really seen as well. He's played some Dawnfall, that was kind of popular back in the day, but not so more.
Say back in the day, like one patch ago, right?
It's old. Dota ages you very quickly. But like he is playing so much that I think often with creativity, like a carry can be a statement hero, but on a 4 role, having that change, like that's quite an instrumental early game hero to be changing every single time. And that could maybe offset EG's kind of rhythm. Because like one game you have a Sky, one game you have a CM, one game you have a Dawn, like everything's very different from the hero that often kind of connects the early game. So
I have a reason why they may be doing that. I think it's because they pick Matthew's hero later in the drafts usually. I think Whisper and C-Smile oftentimes get picked quite early on whenever they do drafting, like kind of this whole year actually. So as a result, I think the versatility of his pool may come from the fact that he's just seeing supports that work better in these different games because he's seeing more heroes when he gets to respond.
Should we then be expecting a stable offlane for them, or not necessarily stable? I actually don't really want to use that word, but adaptable offlane, right? One that maybe one game we might see as just stay in lane, make sure that we can push out the carry, and then another game we might see it where they want to be that aggressive, they want to go for those kills, they want to have him rotate. Is that what we can expect them to be able to adapt to?
It's very possible because historically Whisper has been one of those weirder offlane players where he's like, I'll play Timbersaw or standard stuff, and then next I'm going to play offlane Silencer or other support-like heroes as a 3 in an interesting way. But as Dota kind of develops years on years, that becomes generally less viable. Sometimes it works for sure, but there's a lot of things that it just ends up being safer in a lot of cases to play more meta standard. But Whisper right there, definitely probably the best player, widely respected across all regions, always very talented. So we'll see if he cooks up something interesting. I hope so. It's fun to watch.
Do we see then Gaming Gladiators offlane, right? They have been coined as stable. Are they going to be picking something a little bit different? Actually, I don't want to say picking different, but going for a different play style for themselves.
I think Ace is the definition of stable. Yeah. If you're talking about a player across the whole scene, he's the first person I think of.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, when you think about, if you make an all-star team, we saw the Tundra content as well, like it was always Ace or Tofu, always throughout the arguments.
Alrighty, guys, we don't have to theorycraft anymore. Our draft is going to be ready for us, so let's get into game number 1.
Evil Geniuses versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 1.
Let's get into the nitty-gritty of the draft. We've danced around it. We've used these words like stable, meta, whatever that word is, and we're going to see what actually does get picked up, what gets banned out. Kunkka Primal, absolute no shockers there, but the Brewmaster is the one that is normally kept until the end to either be picked up or banned out for themselves. So Evil Geniuses think it's first phase ban worthy.
So here at the starting, the road to TI was quite prevalent in the first pick. Kind of fell off a little bit for teams, at least in regards to that first phase. But I think against Gaming, when you think about what Ace has played, he's often playing these very big brawler type offlanes. He's got Primal, Brew, Spearbreaker, Centaur, and then Tofu's playing quite a high damage dealing, ranged 4 position. So they have quite a traditional combination. So if you target the offlane, then it does kind of potentially hurt Tofu as well, indirectly.
10 seconds.
Yeah, they massively targeted the offlane. They got rid of the Muerta, which was really good. I think Gaming played it like 7 times, but it was a lot of times actually. Maybe not 7, sorry. But it's been mostly in support, which has been interesting. It's like the Atos build and playing like that. It's a little bit greedier, I would say, but they've been making it work.
You are right. It was 7 games on Tofu.
It was actually 7
games for Tofu. And
Muerta is definitely a greedy support, but before other heroes are able to finish items, she's kind of valuable as a 4 because she has a high mana pool from being an int hero. The cast range on your spells is really high, so in some ways, like before anyone gets items, she's less greedy because she can impact lanes and roam really effectively. So no matter what, though, definitely a dangerous hero. She can set a lot of tempo in the early mid-game and transition in the right circumstances. Maybe just not worth dealing with.
Yeah. And Gaming, they've only played Bristleback so far in the carry role. I'd like to think that they can shift it into that 3 role. I mean, it's Ace, of course, but yeah, so far they haven't done it. And of course, flexibility will exist.
You say that shift, but still when we talk about Ace, in my mind, it's a lot of aura builds. I know Bristle is tanky, right? But for me, I still see him as like this Tide, this Underlord. I know he has more like the Primal he's brought out too, the Wraith King. But yeah, I don't know. It's still kind of difficult in my mind to picture him as a Bristle player.
That's the major days for you. When they win 3 majors, it's ingrained right there.
Oh, that's what they were doing. They were like Pavlov dogging you.
Exactly. But now, not so much. He's had to relearn, had to shift from that one.
All right, we'll see if they make that shift, though. Trian got banned out in the first series, both games. Evil Geniuses having it in the pool, and they think it's a worthy pickup first for them.
It's a good response for Bristle. You're going to slap armor on whoever's about to take 4,000 physical damage, so gives you a chance of keeping that guy alive.
3,972 physical damage instead?
Yeah, it could be a lot, yeah. I mean, 8 armors, it's a couple extra 1,000 HP, effective. And yeah, great scouter. You can set tempo, heals to help offset the AoE damage too. I think it's good. Could be Matthew, could be Panda playing it.
I prefer seeing Panda play it. I think Matthew will make it work and it's fine, but Panda's always been really, really good at safe heroes. It's kind of like his brand of support throughout the years. It's what he primarily prefers, even though lately he has been branching out. I just like seeing Matthew when he's able to move a lot on the map. And I suppose you can on Tree. I really like seeing teams that abuse this hero to like play on the like the outer parts of the map, like the new parts that were added, and place wards down there and in lanes to kind of see where the enemy are moving on the map so that you can punish them. You can do that with Tree. I know everyone prioritizes, it feels like the Shard lately, so that you're invis and you're just kind of undercover on the map.
For me, I'd love to see Gaming think about Enchantress a little bit more in this series. It's a hero that other teams are crushing, especially Team Spirit, and it's a Celery Classic. And I think in this type of game so far, if EG is trying to make moves as well, just make sure you crush your lane so well that this Ench can move away. And if you already know Willow's going to be that 4 position against you, Ench naturally does quite good against that. Get that extra creep, throw the body in front of you, zone her away, and force it to be like a 1v1 against the carry.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And you can dispel off the tree armor. You can also help offset the fact that tree's going to keep your towers alive by bringing a creep there to actually take it. And then it doesn't force your draft so much around like, well, we need one hero that can help guarantee that tier 1 tower dies. Enchantress solves that. She's maybe not the fanciest ganker in the mid game, but as long as your map control is good, that will really unlock a lot of things for you anyway. So I definitely could see the enchant pick.
All right, guys, guess what? Dota 2 Pro Tracker check.
I was gonna ask.
Hakaza's played the Willow.
Hey, I want to know who hasn't played the Willow now from the carries.
I haven't.
Who's?
You're not carry, babe.
Damn, she got me.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know. Everyone's pubbed it a few times. Funnily enough, most times I've checked, I haven't seen anyone with an overwhelming like win.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Sounds like a terrible pub hero. Like, guys, I need to farm the Midas, an Ags, maybe a Silver Edge,
BKB,
plus another item and another item. Just don't lose the game or tilt out your mind whilst I'm doing this.
Hey, well, look, that's what Tree can be pretty good at, you know? You can keep those towers alive for yourself. You can make sure that you're keeping your side of the map pretty safe, that they aren't able to invade as easily. I mean, the Bristle is going to want to be that aggressive. The Enchantress as well, running around, breaking the map open. Tree's just going to stop that. So maybe Dark Willow is going to have time to come online if they want her as +1.
He'll slow it down. I don't know if stop is necessary, possible, but yeah, if he can delay the tower dying or make it more dangerous for them to commit to towers dying, that can be really nice. It can buy you seconds so your team can respond. You can get a couple kills here and there.
Do you want to do more on the Enchantress here, talk more on it, or you feel like you've said your piece?
No, it's good. It's great for the lane. I think as soon as you have Bristleback in your lineup, you just need to have like artillery behind it. And this is a couple forms of artillery, right? You've got Enchantress with Impetus, and now Invoker. Tofu has played it in the 4 position. If there ever was a time for Invoker to be a 4, it's probably when laning with a Bristleback who kind of doesn't need any help at all. You get Vanguard and you're incredibly independent. So if this is the strategy they go for, you now have a Alacrity buffing hero that maybe goes Solar Crest, maybe gets some like Earned Vessel type situation. Both the supports will be pushing the Bristleback forward. Of course, Invoker can still just be their mid laner, and this is where they'll be flexing it as the EG reveal a Tusk and a Dawnbreaker.
I mean, I'm pretty into Invoker core with his AoE disables. That's going to be able to deal with the potential Dark Willow carry.
Yeah.
Deafening Blast, Tornado, even some EMP stuff. Like, they've got decent solutions with just the first 3 picks. And with the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker, it's looking more likely that it is Willow carry.
Couldn't this just be like a Void though for gaming? Like Bristle's going to be so noisy in the early portion of the game that maybe a slightly greedier hero like Void that needs a bit more time to get in. Ench is also so strong in lane that will kind of help the Faceless Void. And then you have the classic Invoker Void for, if the game goes real chaotic. I just think EG, they don't have the cleanest lockdown where like one Manta or one defensive tool will help them. Sorry, Quinn Pangolier.
Wants to say it.
No one. Instead, we're going to talk about Tusk and Dawnbreaker a little bit more. I want to know about why you think it makes it a Dark Willow carry more possible. Is it the saves, the Tusk, Snowball, the Dawn ult, that if they wanted to put everything onto a Dark Willow, that's the saves to keep her alive, that she could go greedier, it protects her in that earlier game?
Well, I think earlier when we watched Shopify play Willow, they didn't have enough ways to save him. Funnily enough, in the end, it just felt like he kind of died, and now they have 3 ways to save it. So I guess it could work. I like that they can fight without Willow while she's farming, because like Purge pointed out, this hero does farm so much. Shiro farmed so much yesterday. Arteezy farmed so much earlier. Like, this hero is going to just hit creeps for a long time. And Tusk and Dawnbreaker could fight in that meantime. And Tree's, like, T-Sec going to hold that map.
10 seconds.
So they both could potentially be looking for their carries here at the end.
5 seconds.
They could be looking for a carry for Gaming Gladiators and a +4 for Evil Geniuses. So
I think
it's
Tree
tough.
Tusker probably supports.
Okay.
Probably.
I thought maybe
Probably.
Tusk mid. I don't know if that's ever a thing.
That's not really
meta.
the meta.
That's ages ago. That's old school T.
It'd be,
Not last patch.
it'd be a little different. It would have to be, they would have to really feel forced to it. And the Dark Willow, there's some counters here, but it's not like the most extreme. They're probably going to commit to it. I still have my doubts on the hero. The Pengo should be good though, brings him some nice team fight. He does have to worry about all the roots, of course, but, and there's another thing LGD has been doing. They've been picking Weaver as a carry. The new shard gives you an extra Geminate attack if you Sakuchi through somebody. So you get like 3 attacks while breaking invis. It actually can give you a lot of single target damage.
Yep. EG, they don't have the best form of control. They go for a Shaker that will help supplement that a little bit, but if Gaming hit their stride early on, Roshan falls very quickly with the Nasal Goa Bristle plus the bugs of the carry Weaver, the Pangos are like, they are so aggressive and they don't really have cooldowns. Like, none of these heroes, like, sure, Rolling Thunder, but that's relatively short. And yeah, Gaming, if they can get a little bit of a grip, that's where EG, they're going to feel potentially outpaced, right? Willow, a lot of farming. We saw it just, what, hours ago when Arteezy tried playing it. It was just constantly farming. Please, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, just please wait. And I don't know if there's enough time for EG to get their heroes into the game against what is such an aggressive lineup.
I do like the Earthshaker a lot though, because he's going to be able to set up disable follow-ups. He's great against the Weaver carry, and they can also then utilize the Terrorize so much easier. It was when she first came out, that was the combo. Any stun plus Terrorize, somebody is probably dead. So there's some good synergy in the EG draft for sure.
Very team-heavy focus for Evil Geniuses. We'll see if that's an advantage for them. We can actually know more about their draft as we have their coach ready with Tsunami.
That's right, I am standing by with a Vintage with Avo helping out with the translations. Vintage, yet again, I'm looking at a Dark Willow carry, but this is something we haven't seen that much during the tournament. How important is it for you to stick to what Evil Geniuses plays all the time versus trying to adapt to new heroes as the game develops?
Vintage, vemos Dark Willow como carry en este caso. ¿Cómo de importante es para tu equipo, cuando estás en el segundo día del torneo, adaptarte a lo que has visto hasta ahora, a comparación de sencillamente seguir el juego, el plan de juego de Evil Geniuses de siempre?
Yo creo que el camino es adaptarse para que ver la manera que funcione. Creo que Dark Willow es de uno de los carries cheesy muy fuertes que han aparecido. Es muy bueno contra el Bristle. Así que lo hemos practicado bastante durante toda la semana. Estoy feliz que haya salido el héroe. Así que tengo confianza que puede funcionar muy bien hoy día.
He thinks the path is just to adapt. You know, you gotta make it work no matter what. And he thinks Dark Willow is one of the stronger carries that have come out. A little bit of a cheesy pick, really good against Bristleback, and they've been practicing all week, and they're pretty confident it's gonna work.
How about adapting to your opponent then? Because Gaming Gladiators has also been terrorizing everyone this whole season. Are you still just sticking to your Evil Geniuses foundation, or you got something special against these opponents?
Gaming Gladiators ha estado aterrorizando a todo el mundo esta temporada. Es el equipo invicto. Y aún así, cuando estás contra ellos, os tenéis que adaptar a su estilo de juego o intentáis jugar el estilo de juego de Evil Geniuses y quedaros con vuestros fundamentos.
Yo creo que la única forma que podemos ganar es imponer nuestro juego, ¿no? Y cuando estás en el TI no le puedes tener miedo a nadie.
I think the best thing to do is to play your game, and when you're at TI, you can't be scared of anything. In fact, ¿hay miedo en esta partida contra Gaming Gladiators o podéis ganarles, Vintage?
Creo que podemos ganar.
¿Un poco más?
Creo que podemos ganar por mucho.
Yes, they can win by a lot. He thinks they can win. He thinks they can win by a lot. They're confident. They're not afraid of Gaming Gladiators today.
Well, then let's watch it. Let's get started with game number 1.
And you know they shouldn't be scared of Gaming Gladiators because this is a squad that has amazing success when it comes to LAN. In fact, this year has been one of the most successful for a South American team. After all, they placed 5th, 6th at the Lima Major. They managed to get 4th at Berlin. This is a squad that has had a very successful run so far. Maybe not quite as good as Gaming Gladiators, but they show they can take on the best, right, Avery?
I mean, it depends how you look at it, right? Do you want to win all those majors and get all your heroes nerfed and then have to play a non-real hero in the Pangolier? I mean, things can go downhill real fast, right? You're looking at the EG squad who has been in these tough positions at TI before, has overcome some of them and also fallen short at others, right? They were very close to the highest berth for a South American team at TI last year, and now it's a very long road to get back to where they were, and it's a different squad, so They have a lot to prove. They have a lot to prove to their fans, to the region, and I mean, this is step one of getting there, and damn, what a tough opponent to go into round one. Triple major champions here on Gaming. Everything that has been said about this team, I feel, has been said at this point. Now it's just, can you prove it?
Absolutely. Can you prove it when elimination is on the line? We asked that question to Gaming Gladiators at Riyadh. We said, you went through the upper bracket time and time again when it comes to these majors and you win the whole thing, but can you bounce back when you've been knocked down? They proved at Riyadh they can, but Evil Geniuses, they have been the masters of going through the lower bracket. In fact, it's a reason that they have actually not played up against Gaming Gladiators in one of these major LAN events this year in playoffs. They matched up against each other in group stage time and time again. Here in some Dream Leagues, they'll play a best of 3, but when it comes to these LAN playoff games, they actually have not run into Gaming Gladiators. So despite both of these teams going far in tournaments, this is a little bit of untreaded ground.
That's an interesting strategy to dodge the most dominant team. You know, just stay in the lower bracket. They're never there.
Exactly.
Upper brackets for somebody. You know, I won't complete that, but Matthew will also not complete the Snowball. And that Snowball level 1, I think it hurts a little bit on this lane. I mean, you really want to get this, like, Shard. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Shard or Snowball into the tag team level 2 is the timing you're looking for to burst this Weaver. And we're looking at a carry player in Dyrachyo who has arguably been the most aggressive carry player we've seen come out in the last few years on one of the most aggressive carry heroes that, dare I say it, has a history of falling a little short at TI clutch matches. I feel like this Weaver always pops off, but it's a different thing getting that win. And of course, it's a very different Weaver than a lot of these past tournaments. I mean, this is a hero that scales a lot better, and the damage just ramps up considerably, especially level 20 and 25 talents. It's a long way away, but the Geminate just starts to pound you into the dirt. It's like, what, plus 90 with the level 20 talent, plus 65 now with the buffs. You're looking at over 150 bonus damage per Geminate that can also proc off the Shard. Sakuchi going through everybody. It's just a whirlwind of pain. So that is what Dyrachyo is looking to get towards here, hopefully with as little deaths as possible. Dare I caster curse him. And EG coming out with their own pace. Shaker last pick mid to combat the Pango. Of course, only one of those heroes is real, as I mentioned.
Yeah, it's, well, we have interesting carries on both sides. I think Weaver and Darkwill are a little unexplored in the current meta. We could definitely do a little bit more digging on those heroes. This mid matchup, it's the same old that we've seen so many times. As you said, Pango, not a real hero. Earthshaker also being spammed in the mid lane quite a bit. So
it's so funny he like complains about it and then he just plays it every game. But what can you do, you know? I mean, it is a great Pango game. There's a reason they picked it, right? Very limited Rolling Thunder control on the side of EG. And it's another AoE stun hero to deal with the Dark Willow, pull you out of the Shadow Realm, and then just burst you down. The mana burn, also pretty substantial this game if you can get a fast defusal, right? You're looking at a lot of melee strength heroes for EG that just don't like losing their mana pool. So I kind of like what the Pango does here for Gaming. And it's a lot of AoE control between the Pango and the Tofu Invoker here.
I will say, though, you said it's not the best Rolling Thunder game. I will say he's going to have to be a good driver for it to be a good Rolling Thunder game, because he is going to have to deal with Fissures, Ice Shards, and then there is going to be the Overgrowth that's going to be popping up. But popping up, Whisper pops up in the top lane, gets a kill on Celery. So while this is a kill duo for sure, the Dawnbreaker Tusk, Weaver is going to be a hard hero to lock down. That Enchantress, not nearly as hard.
This is a very strong kill lane, and Enchantress generally suffers versus those lanes. I mean, your nature's attendants are only as good as you can stay alive for them to heal you. You just get bursted down in a second, you're absolutely gone, and that's a first blood to Whisper. Honestly, I feel like Whisper's had a quieter season than we expect from him.
Yep.
And I think this is time to show up or go home, right? So he has been one of the cornerstones for his team, one of the linchpins. Give him a fast start on a very powerful hero in the Dawnbreaker. He might just run away with it here.
Do you think maybe part of that is because of the player we just saw on the screen there, Because, who's going to be rocking the carry Dark Willow in this game? I mean, this South American squad was put together, for my money, it was the two superstars from South America put on the same team together. Because on one side, Whisper on the other. Do you think by doing that, it has maybe hurt Whisper's game a little bit more? Is they're going to try and go on Ace here, the Bristleback, try and shut him down early, and they do just that. Because and Panda pick up a counter kill.
I mean, that was just too easy, right? They still have full wand charges down here. Just living the life, and we're seeing the dominance of the Dark Willow in terms of the laning phase. This hero's very powerful on lane with the low BAT and just the high base damage. Very hard to trade versus. I kind of agree. The one thing about that, though, is, you know, you could say, well, maybe Whisper's game's been hurt because Mikaz takes more farm, but I feel like Whisper played with arguably the one carry that was even greedier than Mikaz for most of his career. So if anything, he should have more room to operate with Mikaz on his team instead of Hector, but it just hasn't panned out. So this is, again, time to show up. I'm excited to see what they can pull out in this game. And for me, EG has two modes, especially going up against Gaming. There's the mode where they play ultra fast with like the bounty hunter type lineups. We're just going to dominate the lanes, run at you. The game's over at 20 minutes. This is the other mode where it's a bit more patient, bit more consistent with just team fight execution. Like, we're just going to out team fight you in the mid game with big Dawnbreaker ultimate coming through, Earthshaker controlling the fights, and then Dark Willow on Pakaz to help bring up the scale, especially against the Bristle. And if the lanes go their way, that's just even better.
But Z-Smile is here to be able to block out Ace, and he gets him. Now the Tornado's going to help. They actually managed to get a kill on Celery on the other side, but Ace is still dead. So great rotation from C-Smile. Just the extra bit of damage they needed. Pakaz, meanwhile, hiding away from Tofu, tried to hunt him down. Meanwhile, the fight's still going up there in the top lane as they trade out kills. Both supports do die. Dyrachyo chasing after Whisper, trying to get some extra damage on him with the Hellbear.
He's going to clap him.
Yeah, if he gets the clap and he still has this bug on him, it's going to be a ton of damage. Whisper tries to turn around and get the damage on Dyrachyo, but Dyrachyo scoots on by, turns around, picks up that double.
Big turnaround for Dyrachyo up here. This lane was not going extremely well for gaming, especially with the first blood on Whisper, so they get the double turnaround, whereas bottom, Ace still struggling. But honestly, I mean, if you get some stacks up for the Bristle and EG can't contest him that easily, he can always come back. So I don't know if the early start for Ace means too much. It's nice for Pakaz for sure, as he's just trying to rush the Midas down here. That's what you have to be worried about. You cannot give too many kills to the Dark Willow.
Early gold, early levels, and getting kills will speed that along. Pakaz gets to be part of yet another one. I mean, part of the reason you want to rush that Midas, right, is the levels. The talent levels are super important for this hero.
I've said it all year, right? This is the best Midas hero in the game to me. Yep. The attack speed is invaluable. The levels are invaluable. Though I will say, I mean, he's skilled a point of Cursed Crown, Cap.
Oh yeah, that what is that? That's supposed to be levels of stats.
Yeah,
come on.
Clearly didn't watch the last series, if anything. So maybe Pakaz playing his own version.
Maybe that's for the best.
Yeah.
5-2, Evil Geniuses may have a kill lead, but they do not have a gold lead, and that is something that Gaming Gladiators have pulled the wool over a lot of different teams in the past. The Centaur game.
The backstab.
Coming around from behind. Pakaz didn't see that one coming. Not that he's going to be too punished for it. Maybe will. He actually runs back in as Celery with the Wolf.
This is your Vanguard Bristle timing, so Gaming are just trying to collapse with Ace, force the pressure point. And if you use the fact that Willow is not great in these numbers fights.
Does have a wand, pops it, be able to get off the Shadow Realm, but the Tornado is going to help finish him off, and Panda is here on an island now with the creep wave pushing in. Now, like, with these kills raining in on both sides, these side lanes are getting crazy hectic.
He does lead Dyrachyo in that 1-on-2, and he will get punished with the single target burst coming out. And it's a tough lane for Weaver, honestly. You mess up one Sakuchi up here, you're just gone. So Whisper's going to have a very strong start. Pakaz gets forced off the lane. And now it's a question of, do you go back to bottom here? I mean, your tower's just gone. Pakaz is going to TP in. He wants to defend this. I mean, the tower basically paid the price off the catapult. It's just a question of, can you get something in return? And they'll gobble up Celery. So some more levels for Pakaz. And it puts Gaming in a position of, do you run back down here with the Vanguard Bristle once more to finish off this tower and kick Pakaz out again? And if EG, you can't provide another death on this Dark Willow.
Yeah. There is, both teams are definitely going to be assaulting this bottom lane, I think. And that kill actually puts our Treant Protector to some pretty key levels. I think, you know, you get to level 3, you have 1-2-0, but then after that, you can actually start getting those levels in Living Armor, which will help the Dark Willow, but also help protect this tower. C-Smile going to be victim here of the first Rolling Thunder. Matthew is going to try and come in and help him out here, though what can he really do? Does he snowball, pick him up? Then they're going to be next to the tower, straight up for a Tornado EMP. The Dawnbreaker ultimate, though, it's going to come in. A little bit of heals, it's not enough. You're stuck inside. They block off the rest, so they're not pursued, but ultimately they do still lose their mid laner despite heavy rotations and an ultimate use from Whisper.
That was a lot of resources off this dual off lane that yielded nothing here. They're going to bring Panda into mid on the bottom wall. Matthew's just going to die to Dyrachyo top. Pretty much a disaster in mid for EG here.
This is not going well. Matthew will make him reach for it, but ultimately they do still get that kill. 7-5 as Gaming Gladiators might find a 6th kill. Back to back to back. They are just running over Evil Geniuses in this middle area. Panda will be able to get away to the trees, thankfully, and heal himself up a little bit, but
this was the alternative to making that second move bottom. Just let Ace clean it up on his own, because all the skirmishing mid brings the supports, and this is just the more efficient way to do it, right?
Now they're going to try and cut off Pakaz. Quinn on the hunt, but didn't quite spot the Dark Willow due to the part it's nighttime.
And this is where Dark Willow suffers. If you lose your tower fast, you get forced in the jungle.
Now they see him underneath the ward, but he is caught inside the brambles. Quinn's going to take a lot of damage here. Panda's going to pursue, but Bakaz cannot afford another death, and that leaves Panda alone. Threatening to terrorize, ultimately doesn't throw it out. Cannot save Panda, cannot save their tower, and C-Smile's rotation may only net them this support kill. They're going to be able to get him with the dust, but now the Rolling Thunder is going to be troublesome. Bouncing back off the cliff, C-Smile trying to get a cliff push off, does manage to get that. They have to chase away Ace though. That damage was beginning to build up from the Quills. So Terrorize put to use. Yeah. Gaming Gladiators just forcing reaction.
I mean, what's happening top?
Getting so much. They're going to get a tower out of this. They have to get kills off this. They cannot afford to be losing towers for nothing. They will punish Celery. Can they get Dyrachyo next?
Oh, no way. He still has ult up. Skelly Boy's just doing the work here while everybody's distracted. Quick bottle refill into mid. The efficiency in this early game is really nice for Gaming right now as they're picking up the pace. And again, just straight into C-Smile. EG just can't solidify the map right now.
No, they are constantly scrambling to try and save somebody. And not quite enough. And Quinn
should have played more Pango.
Bushbuckle means that now he's going to be nailed by that Solar Guardian. He's going to be chains done. Goodbye. 10 minutes in, finally Evil Geniuses get a little something to work with, though the damage is done already. They have a Treant Protector, and they've lost both their side lane towers.
It's a big misstep, right? When you're rolling these early games like this, it's all about momentum, especially based on the supports around your mid hero. That's a big swing. It gives some breathing room for EG in what was turning just to be a rout on that laning phase. And what I was mentioning is, for Bakaz, when there's this much early tower pressure, Dark Willow's not a hero who wants to be forced into the jungle super early, right? You don't have some crazy farm spell in Glaives or Sven Cleave or something.
You want your hand of Midas.
Yeah, and
right?
then you're okay
you
getting
go
there.
jungle.
But it's a slow hero, and I think this Bristle pick, exploiting the fact that you have Enchantress to back it up, so you're pressuring both tier 1s on equal sides of the map. It's not a situation Bakaz can respond accordingly to, whereas Dyrachyo, he's going to be happy to join all these fights on Weaver, man. He comes in, he throws a bug out. You have good minus armor synergy.
Nailed him. And that's one great thing about the Dark Willow. Later on, might have a harder time being able to kill Celery with the Untouchable, but early on, you've got this Bedlam that'll get you free kills on an Enchantress every time. Maybe support on support. Dark Willow's really nice against that hero.
Oh, I do think it's a very good Dark Willow game. If Bakaz can get there, he's going to wreak some havoc in the fight. The question is, can he get there? And right now, these gaming cores are pulling out ahead. And the thing is, if you misstep on this map, once Roshan is going to melt, right? You have Goo, you have the bug from Weaver, you have Alacrity from Evoker later on in the game.
Untouchable to be able to tank the Roshan.
Lucky shot. I mean, there's a lot of minus armor poke that comes through from this gaming lineup. Even just the single point in Goo that hits you, it got buffed, right? It's a lot of minus armor straight off the bat, even with the low levels here. It hurts.
Bouncing around once again. Rolling Thunder will find more and more kills. Gaming Gladiators. Now they're going to put some pressure on this mid tower. This is something Evil Geniuses cannot afford to give up, but can they stop it?
No, no way.
Smile being gone, and too many heroes here, all 5. I mean, I love the fact that Gaming Gladiators make a move like that, right? Getting the pick off, but then just bringing all 5 and saying, go ahead, fight us.
Just not a lot of zone control for EG, especially dealing with the Enchantress summons this early, and they know the Weaver can rotate. Can't keep these towers up, and that's a lot of minus value for the Treant lineup here. Treant would prefer to fight around these towers. It's not just about living armor healing them up. It's like, how does Panda get a good fight with Overgrowth, right? A lot of the way you do it is you take defensive fights around your tier 1s where the enemies dive you, and it sets up Treant spells. All 3 tier 1s gone by 12 minutes. This is looking like a classic gaming game of, we're just going to run through the objectives so fast you don't have a chance to respond. And it's Ace leading the pack, a very good sign for them as, I mean, he has been the linchpin for this team's success all year, right?
Yep. In fact, the Gaming Gladiators, their run through the majors early on in the season was based around a lot of the fact they just figured out like what Ace needed to play to give them the win condition every single time. Do you feel like that changed, though, in the recent meta?
I mean, for sure. A lot of that hero pool was Summons heroes, it was Aura builders, it was things like the Underlord that he was almost undefeated on. I mean, where are any of those heroes now, right? They're gone. So you have to kind of adapt, pull these new heroes in to make them work for you. We're starting to see it with things like the Primal Beast and the Bristleback. That is something gaming have had to adjust. It changes a lot of your itemization across the board. EG will go for a quick pickoff here on the support Invoker, of course. Damn, that is a big swing there from Whisper.
It always surprises me how much damage that does, but he does have a 1-4-4 build, so very much focused on being able to throw out that damage. You need to go for an early game Blade Mail, start working towards Echo Saber, BKB. Blink Dagger, though, finally up for Evil Geniuses, and this is where we could see Evil Geniuses do more than just find a single hero pickoff. They've got their team fight hero online with the Blink Dagger. They're going to smoke up almost immediately with 3 heroes.
It's a decent time to fight if you didn't have the shield rune on Quinn right now, who just finished Diffusal, because Ace is clearing through the Ancient stack. So he's kind of taking the defensive orientation on the map. You get these towers down and you go back to your side of the map. It does give space to EG. Can they find
have
anything?
vision of Dyrachyo right now. He's sitting underneath both a ward and a sentry.
I mean, this is the dream.
Shikuchis. This is a perfect
Echo him on the stack.
Geniuses. Yeah, they're just going to catch him with the Echo. It doesn't have to be on the stack as long as they get him stunned right now. Mid-Shikuchi, chain that stun, and finish him off. Evil Geniuses. Blink Dagger reveal nets them a very big pickoff on the enemy carry.
Pretty much what C-Smile wanted with this Blink. Get a big core kill. Quinn's going to try and turn it back. Arcane Rune.
Oh, Ice Shards tried to stop the Rolling Thunder from being able to catch Bakaz, but it just wasn't quite good enough. Bakaz Overgrowth and the Fissure block, but the support damage is there to help get the kill on Bakaz, and Matthew a little bit late there on the snowball to save Bakaz as a result. And Quinn's feeling good. He's got an Arcane Rune, so he's just going to keep on chasing.
Yeah, they're going to bring Whisper in. No Dawnbreaker ultimate to join the fight. He's going to have to do it the hard way. They have the burst for Tofu.
Beautiful. Fissure actually catches 2 more on top of the kill onto Tofu, so maybe separating Quinn from his supports, they can focus down Celery up next. Big hit from Whisper will finish him off. Dominating for Whisper. Yeah, you were right, Avery. Now's the time for Whisper to pop off, and he is doing it right when his team needs him most.
5, 1, and 3 in 15 minutes. He's got to lead the fights. He's the one hero for EG having a tremendous game here, and it's going to be catch-up duty for Bakaz with this Midas. C-Smile also had a very slow early game, but of course, these are heroes that you kind of expect to be behind in this game for EG, right? Versus Enchantress, the start that Bristle had, maybe the lanes go a little better for you, but the objectives, there's just no easy way to defend it. So you're going to play with less map, you're going to play from behind, but you can take those types of fights with this lineup that has a lot of turnaround, and that's lane gaming you're going to have to think about. That exact type of fight bottom, how far do you extend into Overgrowth, Tusk Snowball and Shards, Fissure Block?
This kill would be massive if they can get it. He's used to Swashbuckle. There goes his mobility, and there goes his health pool.
Yeah.
Got it in an instant.
That is what EG are looking for right now, and you can't split up too much of your gaming. You own a lot of the map. Can you be this greedy on it, right? That's the big question, at least before big defensive items come out. I mean, Ace, probably a hard target to go on, but even then, that's what this Tusk pick is designed to do with Max Tag Team. Give you the physical threat. Prevent Ace from just controlling all of the map.
And Ace is about to, like, with his Aghanim Scepter now complete, and then I feel like once you get the Shard, that completes the sort of run at you territory. It's very hard to turn around and kill this hero, and he can chase you down pretty easily by leading with that Shard. Tons of burst damage to follow it up. So Gaming Gladiators could definitely, you know, solidify things a little bit more by playing with Ace, but Evil Geniuses, I'm sure, are well prepared for that kind of action.
And the front line is going to be important for gaming because it is Ace, and it's kind of only Ace. You don't want the Pangolier getting jumped first in the fight, and you definitely don't want the Weaver getting jumped first, especially when Dyrachyo just went Desolator. This is a very aggressive Weaver itemization here. Yep. It's not some early BKB. It's not more stats. It's just raw damage, more minus armor amp to go along with everything else they have too. That's the part that's super nice here, right? The physical synergy is just off the charts for gaming. If it lines up on any core hero, there's not a lot of armor outside of the living armor here for EG. Yeah. Dark Willow not exactly known for buffing up the physical resistance, so you're gonna melt. And Roshan, yeah, it's gonna be very fast, very early. This was a gimme, right?
I think that death on Quinn was definitely a moment of reflection for Game Gladiators. It was like, okay, we've been greedy enough trying to play all 3 lanes and play very deep on the enemy side of the map. Let's go ahead and regroup a little bit, focus on the objectives. They'll take the Aegis for their side, give it over to Quinn, so now he can play a little bit more frontline.
Yeah, you know, he dies once, and they'll make sure it won't happen again. That might have been the fastest Roche under 20 minutes of the tournament.
Yeah,
that thing had minus 33 armor on it. At 17 minutes, that is ridiculous. And gaming, they're going to try and translate this Aegis into more, right? This is not a team that generally sits back with their objectives timings. They want to translate them around Ace's timings, just up the pressure, especially if they can stay on EG's side of the map without giving kickoffs. They're going to be really happy about limiting Bakaz's space, which again, he's not on one of these heroes that can shove lanes out quickly like a Sven or make up for the lack of room. At some point, you're just going to have to fight them back.
I like this positioning from Gaming Gladiators, just taking away the double ancient camps here on the left side of the map.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Whisper, though, I mean, they do have this global capacity where Whisper can at least always play away from his team, so he's trying to greedily farm up that bottom part of the map. He's got his Echo Saber working towards the BKB. They're definitely focusing on later game timing. The Aghanim Scepter is almost done for the Dark Willow, though. In fact, he could buy it out as soon as his courier actually gets to the secret shop, which is all dark right now for Evil Geniuses.
If you're EG, I feel like you almost want Gaming to run past a tier 2 or something, give you the fight setup.
Spotted Panda, but they do have the stun there. Tofu reaches out, but even still, double damage on Quinn helps.
Yeah, this is not a fight. Double damage Aegis, which means you're just going to give up more of the map. This is a ticking time bomb. Like, you can definitely turn this game around if you're EG. At a certain point, you bend, don't break, get that one team fight, then reopen the map.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But right now, I mean, do you want to go into this ball?
How well do you feel like this version of Weaver scales?
I think he scales better than some of the previous versions for sure.
Okay.
The new shard plus the talents for the Geminate, it hits real damn hard. This hero can be really scary in the late game. I think it is still a hero that's susceptible to getting bursted, and maybe he's not as terrifying in an overall team fight. But when you have some of these other cores that can help pick up the physical damage slack, then he's just great because the bug goes through, and suddenly Pango and Bristle are having a field day, right?
Yeah.
You're amping the damage of everybody on this team. That's what's really nice about the gaming lineup. The scaling synergy is nothing to scoff at. Gonna make a quick smoke, try and control all the Ancients here. Continue to limit Pakaz's room.
Pakaz?
Yeah, he might get caught.
Yep, they're gonna hit him with the tornado. Team has to respond here. Shadow Realm TP away, but the cold snap was still on him, so he couldn't actually complete that one. Oh, here comes that Rolling Thunder. Overgrowth is gonna be able to stop him. Snowball, though, didn't go through. It was actually on to Quinn, so he wasn't in a position to be able to pick him up. Oh, Echo Sam goes in, almost enough burst damage. Matthew is there with the final punch, but it is a blow that is good for EG, but the fight is not. EG is going to lose more members here, as they've already lost the 2. Looks like Quinn, he's searching for more. He's like, you guys got this kill, right? All good. I'm gonna look for a 4th kill out on the map. Maybe they were a little bit too greedy here. Does not have a TP though, so he's gonna be dying.
21-minute wisdom.
Finds him with the quills. Oh, Panda! Panda, get it!
What?
Hey, he got the wisdom rune. At least gives up his life to get the experience for himself and his team.
I don't know how many players get that rune in that situation, but Ace gives them a little bit of a freebie.
Speaking of freebies, one thing about this Bristle pack, Tormentor is always a freebie for him.
Solo it up here. That's going to be a nice grab. Map control paying off for Gaming as they continue to run through these. A little bit of a weird death for Terraccio. I think he time-lapsed super early. Just didn't line it up. Does get a Deso charge out of that fight, however. And, I mean, he gets the BKB. He's kind of invincible unless you straight burst him off the Echo, which we've seen. There's a lot of interrupt for the Shaker jump in this game until C-Smile has his own BKB. It's not necessarily reliable to just go in on one of these cores versus the Invoker, versus the Pangolier if he's not the one getting caught. So BKB timing's really important for EG here, particularly when they come out relative to Terraccio's. And I mean, Bloodstone already done for Ace. Yeah, he's big.
The BKB combined with the shard especially, allowing him to be super aggressive. Good kill if they can get it, but he's already popped the time lapse, and that's going to pull Matthew way out of position and up on top of the cliff. He'll wave goodbye, spotted with a Sunstrike, but nobody's close with the stun. Still looking to be able to chase down some heroes. They know Whisper has got to be somewhere close, and they got him with the coup. So he's going to be slowed down significantly, trying to get away with that hammer. Panda will cover him with a bit more slows, but the bug is going to latch. They'll have vision of Whisper.
They're going to take the fight. Aegis ran out.
On to Quinn, right as the Aegis has run out. He's in trouble. He's already dead. Oh, what a turn. Is Pakaz in good position, but look at Terraccio and Ace. They're both hunting onto Pakaz right now, trying to finish him up with the quills. Terraccio commits into the base. He goes to finish off the enemy carry, but another Shadow Realm.
Oh, he's in trouble.
No, he's overextended himself. Instead of getting the kill on the enemy carry, he got himself killed instead. Panda is going to be left alone here with the damage dealer pushed all the way back inside the base. EG can't really keep this good situation going for them.
They're healing him and bouncing, coming back.
Okay, a punch up in the air does get him killed, but Ace is way far forward, and there are too many members of Evil Geniuses. He has stumbled into all of this. Now it just leaves Celery all alone. Now, we did get that shard from the Tormentor. That'll help him get a little bit of distance here.
I mean, you're looking for the full team wipe.
A Blink Dagger, a Hammer. and they'll finish him off.
Just a matter of time here as the physical burst. Winning EG a fight on the turnaround. They won't get the wipe, but I mean,
the fight was so delayed that Gaming Gladiators heroes were up again.
I mean, they're super happy with that, especially Bakaz, right? He gets the Weaver kill, doesn't even die here, and just everything on that turnaround was great because the Aegis expired the second C-Smile jumps in with that Echo Slam. They had it down to a T there as Gaming were trying to force that fight. You can't really blame them, right? They're trying to make the most out of this duration running out. It's just the smoke on the other side. They weren't expecting it. Catches two. It does get disrupted by the tornado, but it just doesn't matter. You have enough lockdown to follow it up, and it's just about running down the supports while you can. And this Bramble into Shadow Realm coming up for Bakaz is just perfect.
So massive. So massive that he gets this kill. You can see how much gold he got out of that. We saw at the end, the chart, he got the most gold and most experience out of anybody in that fight. Massive win for this hard carry Willow that is only going to get stronger and stronger.
I mean, I talked about the combination Dyrachyo on a Weaver, right? It has to be one of the most explosive combinations in Dota right now.
Yep.
It's just, you know he's going to have some deaths on the hero at the same time. He's going to go in super aggressively and make a huge amount of space. It's just a nice edge.
Yeah, he is a man who rides that line constantly.
Exactly.
And he surely was confident going into this series because he has been playing a lot of pubs of it. In fact, he played 5 matches recently.
Oh, yeah.
Only lost 1 of them. So he's been practicing the Weaver, had to feel good about it going into this series, and they had a great start. They still have a big lead. Gaming Gladiators still control this game, no doubt about it. It's just they've given a window, an opening for Evil Geniuses to now strike.
And they're amplifying the BKB timing, right? Now you have BKB done on Whisper and on C-Smile, and then you can push towards your next item for Bakaz, which is going to be the Hurricane Pike. So these heroes on EG are tanking up, whereas that was your Bloodstone timing for Ace, and he just got melted through it. So he's going to go into like Bot's Lotus here on the Bristleback. He's not really getting too much tankier in the next few minutes here for EG if you end up in another fight if you're gaming. So it's going to come down to Dyrachyo and the BKB he picks up on the Weaver. That's going to limit the amount of burst EG can pump into the Weaver, and it pretty much should guarantee him a time lapse here, at least a better time lapse than he's been getting in these fights. He's been getting forced out early, generally not what you want. And he'll lead the charge. Wants to put it to use here. Still looking for Deso charges as well.
Now, the potential Roshan spawn time has started, so both teams are going to be thinking about Roshan. Gaming Gladiators probably a bit more than EG, but EG can finally contest. Felt like that first one was probably too much for them, but this feels like a Roshan they can actually fight for.
This is a dangerous game, man. You're showing all these waves versus a Blink Echo Slam Shaker alone. You don't know if C-Smile's there ready to pull the trigger, and he'll have to time-lapse out. This is really a game about who bursts who off the jump, who's tanky enough to survive it. The Hurricane Pike on Bakaz, like we're seeing here, it's an interesting item choice, right? I think you have options of going Manta, for example. The Dispel's pretty solid. This is going to be a lot tankier. The Hurricane Pike is also super nice in this game versus the Bristleback, or even some of the Weaver and Pango later on in the fight to recreate some space, get you another Shadow Realm.
Sure.
Kind of like the idea. I mean, it's also a standard itemization for Willow. Absolutely nothing wrong with it here.
He is going to need to start speeding along. He's got to get the BKB, he feels like, next, but then Octarine, super important to hit with that level 20 timing. So you can have that kind of near perma Shadow Realm obnoxiousness.
That's what it's all about. Late game Octarine plus neutral item for extra cooldown reduction. Just get permanent Shadow Realm, then you're a god.
I like this a little bit of efficiency. They stacked up the Ancients so they could clear it out at 27 minutes. So they go into the smoke with tier 3 items right as they spawn.
I mean, of course, you're still going to stick with the Grove Bow here.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Bakaz is going to stick with that one for quite some time.
Yeah, it'll be smoke on smoke. Gaming, they're just going to meet him up here. They want the next Roshan. Remember, that Roshan happened super early. The next one's even more valuable, and they're just going to run into him. You see,
Smile. He's going to run it instantly, goes straight for Dyrachyo as the chain's done, gone to land.
Hit it up.
A small moment with no BKB. Dyrachyo now gone.
Buyback time lapse.
Oh no, Quinn got himself stuck on the cliff and he can't actually chase after Bakaz. Bakaz who's stuck on his dead end. They have to get on top of him now, but now the Shadow Realm TP
Get out.
no stuns, he's getting out. Oh no, a buyback from Gaming Gladiators that now puts them at a point where they can't immediately capitalize. They do manage to get Panda, so there will be one member down on the side of Evil Geniuses. We'll see whether or not he buys back to contest this Roshan, or if this is enough space for Gaming Gladiators to just go for it.
Got Matthews buyback as well, but of course it cost you Dyrachyo's here, who time-lapsed back in, used the BKB and found nothing in that entire fight. He gets jumped once more. So you're going to feel good about getting this Roshan, but not nearly as good as you would have felt getting it for free. And they'll put the Aegis on the Weaver here. Not a bad choice, right? I mean, at some point, you're just going to have to make sure you can man up and play the fight aggressively, wear through these ultimates. The Saves and the Disruption have not been enough to buy him the time for the time lapse.
Yep. Ace is still having a fantastic time in these fights, though, and he's now completed a Lotus Orb on top of the Bloodstone, Aghanim Scepter, and Boots of Travel. So they're going to make sure they can keep playing the map and try and keep Evil Geniuses from being able to expand too far out there. They're just going to be locked inside the base.
And that's the thing. EG, they're playing these fights in a way where you're shutting down Dyrachyo. I mean, it's a tri-core lineup, right? All these cores are scaling pretty hard. They all have good synergy. Sure, you kill the Weaver, but if it costs you too much, can you actually win that fight afterwards? And the only real consistent damage they have going into these later portions is the Dark Willow. At some point, Pakaz has to be able to stand there and win them that long fight, kill multiple cores after they commit Echo Slam, you know, Solar Guardian onto Dyrachyo.
Right.
That's what you're saying. Ace is big, and yeah, he is big and bad.
Now, they are going to be going, I was wondering, where's the break mechanic come in? Because you're right, they haven't really been addressing this Bristleback all too much. We're going to go for a Shadow Blade on the Earthshaker. We'll see whether or not he completes out the full-out Silver Edge. Obviously, Shadow Blade, the invisibility is super important.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going full Silver Edge here. I feel like they're aiming more just for the Tusk Axe. That's something that can shift the way these fights are played. Displace one of these, especially Ace on the front line, displace him into your burst. That's a very different scenario.
Right.
So that is something Gaming are racing against here. I mean, they're not racing, right? They're still 15K up. They are controlling the whole map, cruising through this game. Still have Aegis for 3 minutes. Could very well be just be a high ground force here.
I think they should, because I'm looking at Matthew, and he's got an Aghanim Scepter queued up.
Yes, so
you do not want to be trying to still break the high ground when you're dealing with Aghanim's Tusk, so I definitely want to take that advantage. At least get yourself 1 or 2 lanes of barracks before that item comes up.
It would feel nice to go high ground here, especially with Weaver just hitting level 20. Talking about this hero scaling, I mean, this is one of the big timings, right? Plus 90 on the Gemini. Has the shard as well.
Yeah, that kind of flat damage buff is going to be super impactful in this window right here. Meanwhile, we don't have the armor items. Whisper's trying to go for the AC, which would help a lot against all this physical damage and minus armor, but not there yet.
Still, EG, they have both supports out on the map. Doing a decent job of holding his net worth even while the space is really limited. This is way better than being stuck in your base right now. And it is a tough high ground to crack. You have the Tusk Shard, you have Fissure that can block people off on the ramp, isolate a hero. Somebody gets bursted, then you go back and fountain heal. It's definitely not the easiest high ground, particularly for a Weaver who, as we've seen, is pretty burstable this game. Be another solo Tormentor from Ace.
Yeah, who wants it this time? Oh, they already have all of them.
Nobody. Goes to us, I guess.
Nice. What's your shard ability?
You get to listen to me for once. Very nice, very powerful shard.
Gwyn gonna get some chain stuns here. BKB is available. Do they have anything to stop BKB TP away? No, not yet anyway. And it doesn't look like anybody, I don't see anybody going for any. Like Quinn's going Octarine, not Basher, and Bristleback is going to be going for Akaya, so that is going to be a problem.
Nothing in the short term. It'll only be the Basher on Pango later. Quinn opts for it. Satanic for the Weaver, definitely nice here. Now you're suddenly 3,000 HP. Way harder to burst them off the magical damage.
We're getting to the final 60 seconds of that Aegis, so now has got to be the time for Gaming Gladiators to pull that trigger and at least try and see what they can do.
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, we tried.
Good effort, guys. It's okay. Satanic will heal him up instantly. And, well, they got the living armor on the bottom tower. Do you want to go hit mid instead?
I just don't think you can force the high ground here. You don't have a great way to siege it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess like, what's the point of chipping away at that tower if it's just going to get healed up by living armor?
Exactly. You'd rather just build the lead and farm the map, play for the third Roshan, or at least a team fight that EG is probably going to bring to you. And yeah, if you can catch the supports on the map, because Matthew has been getting away with a lot right now.
That is a good item to take out of their hands for a while. Matthew does blink back into the range of Tofu. He does have enough mana. Tornado is going to be used. Is there any more disables left from Tofu? Used a lot of them, and oh, the damage just enough. Matthew almost got away with Courier Murder there, but does ultimately get murked 22-18 with an 18,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators. Finally putting a stop to the supports that are farming out on the map.
This is going to become a real test of Dark Willow carry right now. How strong do you think this hero is? Because we've basically seen Gaming exploit a lot of the weaknesses of it, right? The slow pace, the inability to defend your towers or join these early fights. The fact that when you lose a lot of these neutral camps, I mean, for any carry, it's really bad. For Dark Willow, the Midas doesn't feel great. Pakaz just had a very slow game.
Decent amount of AoE damage.
Yeah, so now's your time to pay it back and show why this hero is a late game powerhouse.
Quinn,
gotta happen soon.
Gonna try and get some revenge for Tofu. Rolling around here, they do have the vision of Pakaz. Are they going to focus him down, though? Another Shadow Realm going to be popped, threatening to terrorize. Instant BKB from Jirachi, who wants this kill, and he wants it bad. He couldn't get it in the last engagement. BKB, plus they have the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in.
Quinn.
Neither goes for Quinn, though. Quinn going to be the target. Swashbuckles away from that final hit from Whisper. Pakaz still in trouble, and his BKB is now down. What does he do? Keep it away. C-Smile, same thing here. Oh, he barely gets out. Oh, man, that was a close one.
The Geminate hits off this Weaver when you get minus armor down. There's no saving you. I'm surprised that EG get out of there with everybody.
Yeah, I think that was just the Shadow Blade that got him away ultimately.
Garachio is having a tough time sticking on the targets here. I mean, that is the one downside of Gaming's line. There's not a huge amount of lockdown and control, right? It's kind of just, you just want to run into EG and slay him with the right clicks here. Yeah, outside of Tofu. And Tofu, he's doing his best, but hard to control this Dark Willow in the Shadow Realm right now when your only real AoE spell outside of the Invoker is the Rolling Thunder, and they've been jumping Quinn. Did get the cheese out of Quinn on that as well. So technically, you know, you got through one life there.
Kinda. I like what Tofu's doing right now. He's just like hunting, right? He's ghost walking, run around at high movement speed. He's got a gem as well, so if he runs into, say, the Earthshaker with invisibility, or he finds some sort of ward, he's constantly checking for vision to make sure evil geniuses do not feel safe pushing outside of the base. And again, trying to limit somebody very important here, Matthew. Still, what was it, 1,000 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter. It's looking like Gaming Gladiators, I think they're likely to get the third Roshan, but it means they're also probably going to be facing up against Walrus Kick High Ground.
Dire's top tower.
That's the thing, the Walrus Kick is really nice for stalling the game, but it doesn't help you in that Roshan fight, I think, especially if it ends up being Dire side, where Gaming can just abuse buybacks. Again, there has to be at some point more consistent damage coming out from EG so they can win a longer fight. Otherwise, I think Gaming are going to be happy to throw lives and then just take the longer extension.
Sure.
Win it off that.
I almost wonder if evil geniuses, I'm sure they are going to contest Roshan, but I almost feel like it would be better for them just to say, go ahead, take the Aegis, try the high ground, see what happens.
It is a route you can go. Again, that comes down to your conceptual understanding of Dark Willow right now.
Yep.
And just how hard does this hero scale in this particular game? Silver Edge for Pakaz is definitely going to up the capability in the fight, especially versus Ace here. More attack speed, more damage, crits, everything adds up, and hey, Walrus Kick online for Matthew. He eventually grinded it out in this game. The lead has been built to 22,000 gold for Gaming, but he eventually found some space, which is going to change how these fights operate. And I mean, you got to just instantly go for the fight here, right? If you want to get a fight in, maybe force some buybacks, set yourself up for the Roshan, which is going to spawn soon, and you know it. Now's the time, and it'll be a smoke from EG to try and find something on the map.
It is a powerful tool to be sure, but is it enough to cut through a 23,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators in this Roshan fight that's going to be coming up? 45 seconds until Roshan spawns. Both teams going to be playing for it throughout this 3 minutes. Duraccio, he just completed his data list. We also have some tier 4 items. Very important, Spell Prism on the Dark Willow, so he may not have the Octarine, but he's got the next best thing, a free 12% CDR.
CDR is always what you want on this hero, especially with the talents coming out. I mean, Gaming, they're closing in on some big ones too, but they're not there yet. They're level 24 on Duraccio. Something to note, he went the Ascetics cap here.
Okay.
This could be really big in the fight because you might not expect the extra status resistance on the jump trying to burst his Weaver, and suddenly he lives with 3,400 HP.
If he's the one that gets targeted.
Well, I mean, it's Duraccio, so he's going to be in there.
That means Duraccio does have to like really aggressively go in. Otherwise, I think if they get the initiation on Quinn, then things are probably a lot better for EG in that regard.
They have to find the Pango the Weaver. There's not really a way around it because Ace is just way too big, man. He just finished hard, 4,600 HP right now. Do also finish this Assault Cuirass for Whisper.
Shot dies fast.
Yeah, it's gone. This is just an impossible contest. I mean, how do you even get an angle in here, right?
Okay, so Evil Geniuses do not contest this, Roshan. They are going to have all of their resources for a high ground defense, and we'll see what Gaming Gladiators, what their strategy is to break this high ground.
This is a go high ground Aegis. You have everything you need. Not much is going to change in terms of how these fights are going for you. So you have to devise a plan right now. Think about it. Understand someone is getting kicked in. There's potential to fissure block the ramp. You're going into Overgrowth. You're going into Maresca. The pack, it's going to have almost permanent Shadow Realm. If you can't get on Pakaz, he's going to kill you in these long fights at this point. Damage is creeping up there.
Other big items coming in soon. Sea Smile working towards an Aghanim Scepter. The Silver Edge is going to be on the side of the Dark Willow instead. And the Assault Cuirass we already talked about for Dawnbreaker.
Continuing to grow.
I mean, is there something you see that Gaming Gladiators want to wait for right now? Or is it they're just waiting for a better opportunity?
I mean, you can wait for more items on Quinn. This Pango still has a lot of room to evolve. In a sense, you can wait for some of these level 25 talents if you really feel like they make the difference. But honestly, I don't think much changes about how the fight is going to go, right? It's just a question of, are you jumping the right heroes in EG? Do you see them? Or are you willing to just let them sit base until you have 50k gold lead?
Yeah, why not?
That's what Tundra would say.
Best way to siege the base is perhaps just building more war engines. There's the kickback, first one of the game.
And there's a time lapse.
And immediate time lapse from Dyrachyo, who's still playing a little forward here.
Thing is, you're happy to trade that if you're Matthew.
Yeah, they're getting damage on all three of these tier 3 towers right now. They know that Evil Geniuses are strongest when there is just one lane being pushed in. There's the kickback again. Ace gonna be in some trouble here. He's gonna be pulled in with the snowball. Quinn's gonna try and rescue him though with this Rolling Thunder. Ace has his Lotus Orb still protecting him. He's gonna run out of here. Quinn, same thing. He's gonna roll on out away from this space. How much damage have you really done? Overgrowth is actually gonna be used on Quinn. He's gonna be in big trouble. Tornado comes through. Is that enough to save him? No, he ends up falling. Because at half health, trying to get away from Dyrachyo, who is tearing through these heroes right now. Snowball pickup. Picks up Whisper. He's gonna be pulled out of position though. Blink away. Nice. Whisper over to the side here. Can he get back to the fountain? He's getting away from this one. Ace, yes, his quills do manage to finish him off, but he's at half health right now, deep inside the enemy base. The rest of his team, though, Gaming Gladiators, focused on the objectives.
Yeah, screw the heroes. These buildings are a way easier target right now. You still have Aegis on Dyrachyo. They ate the cheese. Literally a buyback from EG.
Back is dead. They see the opportunity. 1 small second is all it takes to be able to finish him off. C-Small, oh, 1 health. Oh, Impetus. It might be enough damage. It's going to fall all the way to the back, but it's not quite enough. Now the damage starts raining in. A kickback. 1 life down for Dyrachyo. Can they do it again? It's going to try and squash him, but not quite landing. Time lapse to get to the other position, but there is Matthew on the other side. Too many stuns. Gaming Gladiators are not able to break Evil Geniuses on the high ground.
They get a tier 3 and that's it because they split the difference here, and the kickbacks are just devastating for a lineup that can't take the fight super deep. All the BKBs got wasted really early there. Man, the supports from EG doing work in these high ground holds. Their spells are so annoying between the Overgrowth, the kick, the shards, the snowball saves from Matthew, right? I mean, he is MVP in this for sure right now. He gets multiple cores out on the brink of death. Whisper lives with under 100 HP, and C-Smile lives with barely any after this Impetus, down to 25.
I mean,
Solar
just
Guardian kept them up.
Fighting.
Yeah, this is where this team shines, right? I talked about the 2 modes that EG have. They're either going to run you over, or they're going to try and out-team fight you. That is one of the strengths of this lineup. And they're showing why. It cost them some buybacks, but they are happy to trade that for a big Aegis timing, especially when all their cores stay up.
I mean, ultimately, Gaming Gladiators, they got a tier 3 out of that. That's all they got. They almost got the barracks. They were focused on the objectives. I guess they also got a buyback out of what? I think Panda.
Both supports.
Bought back. Both supports ended up having a buyback. So
economic damage, but it did cost you that Aegis. It cost you the cheese. You still have a Refresher Shard on Dyrachyo, but Gaming's not the best Refresher Shard team. I mean, it's okay. There's nothing crazy. He did get level 25 out of that as well in the Weaver, so he's fully amped up here. But that's one of those high grounds where it's like, all right, that went pretty wrong. But the next time, what's our plan, guys?
Are you willing to take that next time? Like, you got 2 buybacks out of the 2.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What's your plan when you do it again?
Yeah.
What changes? Somebody's getting kicked. I mean, the one thing they had going for him was the Lotus on Ace that reflected the snowball.
Yeah.
That's a nice mechanism, right? Even if you get kicked in, you stall it out, and then you just go from there.
Let's go ahead and take a quick listen in onto the Gaming Gladiators side after that fight.
We also just need to not over-focus on these racks. Like, the racks are not going to win us this game. Killing their heroes and building an enormous, insurmountable gold lead is going to win us this game. Don't over-focus on these racks. Play this slow and calculated.
Great insight there. Gaming Gladiators saying, yeah, we were overly focused on the barracks. We're trying to end this now. We don't need to, guys. We can play it slow, and you said you could just go ahead and wait it out. Get a 50,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's right in the sense that if you get a lane of racks in this game, does anything change? No.
Probably not. No.
The way you win this game is you need to kill EG's heroes. You have to win them in a team fight. And, I mean, a lot of times you're going to get baited on this racks and give them a good team fight out of it. And right now, all of a sudden, EG out on the map, right? Still 40 seconds for Dyrachyo to come back up. But they're getting a lot of net worth out of this, a lot of breathing room. And Ags on C-Smile, a blink on Whisper to make sure this Starbreaker gets applied correctly. And he also has that Starbreaker cooldown. This is a 6-second Starbreaker on a Dawnbreaker with Deso AC plus the Shard. I mean, you get 3 or 4 of these off in a fight. It's hard to lose it, right?
Yeah, Bakaz is not the only damage dealer in town.
Exactly. So some of the hidden scale for EG is starting to show itself. And of course, Bakaz working towards that 6 slots Moon Shard.
Well, we're talking about the damage
in the
from
backpack.
Dawnbreaker, but what is, he's going for a Scythe of Vice.
Well, I mean, you got to balance. I mean, not everybody can carry the game.
Okay, so we get a little bit extra control. I mean, I could see it, right? You get the Echo Slam, you follow it up with the Solar Guardian, you land, you then can Scythe of Vice. Like, it is a ton of chain stun.
It's a good set.
When you choose to jump on somebody.
I mean, he probably asked what he should build, you know, because, yo, chill out, Whisper. I'm still a carry.
You got this, man.
Don't kill them all, man.
Speaking of Bakaz, he is getting close to level 25, which is pretty big. 100 attack speed for a hero that is already pumping out serious damage.
I mean, you get the attack speed, you get a Moon Shard, you get a Pirate Hat. And how much do you need, really? You know, at a certain point, it's too much. These are valuable talents. And of course, a lot of these fights, I feel like, still come down to Matthew. I mean, Matthew has been, to me, the linchpin of the EG team for a long time. He's the biggest shot caller. He's their drafter. He understands how these fights are going to go. But he's really what sets the fight up, right? If you get the good punch kickback into the burst, if you get the big snowball saves, that's what's winning EG these fights. Maybe they have enough firepower to just take it straight up, but you're still looking at a 24K deficit. You're still looking at 3 cores for gaming that are on top here and all continuing to scale.
Gaming Gladiators, you could see what they were talking about. They're definitely playing it a lot slower, but it's also because they've given Evil Geniuses a chance. The game has changed quite significantly, where EG is no longer holed up inside of their base, whether it's just purely because of the map push that they've gotten or also just confidence. They are not hiding.
It's time to smoke.
Or maybe they're hiding right now. They are pushing back to their base at the right time, too. Gaming Gladiators have gone for a 5-man smoke.
I mean, double damage on Dyrachyo. That's what's signaling it here. Oh, Ace is going to TP top, so they feel like they're not going to find anybody here. Just want to get all the lanes in off this smoke. Daedalus completed for Dyrachyo as well, by the way, so this is about as strong as Weaver's going to get. I mean, there's not much left in the tank, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is a carry that can operate without boots. That's the one nice
But he did see Smile. Goes invisible.
No detection.
Need the help of Tofu to catch him. C-Smile is already too far away. Maybe a slight error there from Gaming Gladiators having Ace lead, but he's also the person if you're going to run into 5 heroes of EG, you want him on the front line, so.
I mean, to me, this game is almost even because so much of the net worth for gaming is on these supports, but can you use it, right?
Yeah.
Can Tofu and Celery have the impact they normally would have in a game? I mean, how many of these heroes are you going to be able to just sit there and rain in the impetus is on? You can't touch the Dark Willow. You might not see the Shaker. There's snowball saves that can disjoint. Like,
and maybe part of the reason he's not so focused on trying to scale up, he took a pit stop and went for more utility. He picked up a Lincoln, so that's going to try and combat some of that.
I mean, that is not a Moon Shard, so that tells you all you need to know.
Exactly, because how many Moon Shards is too many on Dark Willow?
2.
Okay, well, he was thinking about a second one, but he's now backed away for and set a Swift Blink. I mean,
he's also getting close to being slotted here. Yeah. Also pick up his level 25 talent, and I mean, we're at 47 minutes. This game goes to 60. You're going to get the next set of neutral items. And it might go that distance because we've seen EG be very patient about holding the high grounds going into these late games, right? They are a team that has had Mega Creep comebacks. They are a team that has been there with us at that point, in fact, with some of their members at least. And this game could definitely go in that direction. It can get very weird at this point because you're maxing out. And finally, a Tormentor goes down for EG. I think they're first of the game, right? I think all the others have gone to ace.
Yeah, is there any shards that they really would have liked? I guess the ice shards is kind of annoying. The upgraded ice shards. Who cares about the Curse Crown upgrade for because the Fisher's a nice upgrade, I guess.
That Dark Willow shard is nice, but yeah, you're not in a range to use it a lot of times.
Yeah, not on a carry Dark Willow.
Nah, it's definitely not. Actually, it's probably bad because you're just inflating your network.
That's actually a good point. Minute and a half left until Roshan is up. Now, it could be up right now. Evil Geniuses are not in a position to play for it. Do you think they're giving this up again?
This is a Roshan you can start to think about fighting for sure. I think you have a lot more staying power if you can keep the Dawnbreaker alive, especially, and you're just looking at, again, that 6-second Starbreaker with the Hex. It's a lot of control, a lot of burst that doesn't necessarily rely on the big Echo Slam anymore. That's the valuable part of this Hex, right? You can go and find the Weaver, find the Pango, Hex him up in a Starbreaker with like a Totem follow-up and tag team. That might be enough. Then all of a sudden you can hold your BKBs, hold an Echo Slam, start to take that longer fight that's been the problem the whole game that I think still favors gaming for sure. That's when the support net worth on gaming side really comes into play. Like you get stuck in a Roshan fight with buybacks, your BKBs are down, you're just taking man fights into these gaming cores. All of a sudden, the two supports are going to make that a world of pain. So I don't know, that Roche fight, it's a very tough fight for EG to take, but it is starting to get doable.
You know, looking forward, we're talking a lot about this game and how it's going to progress, but just thinking about this game, no matter what happens in this game, thinking about the series, I feel like the composure that these two teams show and who ends up making that final mistake in the game, I think it's super important for the series because it does look like this is going to be a marathon. This game one is anyway.
And you're at the brink of elimination. You can't make mistakes right now. The TI pressure is going to start to get to you here. And it can come down to one team fight which determines a game, which might determine a series.
Hey, for the first time, Evil Geniuses will have a chance to play for Roshan on their favorite side of the map. Radiant side.
And this is very good for them, right? We're talking about these extended fights. Well, if you don't have to do it into the buybacks that are instantly there, you feel way better about that. Because all of a sudden, yours might not be too bad. Especially if Whisper goes down, you just buy, you can instantly stole or Guardian straight back into the fight. You don't even need to wait for that long TP. There's some global capability here for EG. We're talking about the buybacks. I mean, Witcher even up right now. It's everybody but Celery.
Everybody but Celery.
So yeah, this is going to be a straight 10 on 10.
And here comes the big man himself. Over to the Roshan side he goes. Evil Geniuses are ready to play for it, but Gaming Gladiators show up just in time to contest. The 5-man smoke, they're going to wrap around.
Send the Skellies in.
They get some idea. Okay, nobody from Evil Geniuses is home. Where are they at?
Any amount of vision.
Look
what you're looking for here, so you can get the jump. But look at the wrap, man. See Smiles up so far.
But they're also prepared for this. Celery is in a position to break it with a very deep ward sentry combo there on the far left. But if Gaming Gladiators don't see this coming on the right-hand side, oh, they spotted Celery. Okay, he's going to be done. Oh, that's right. He's managing to get away a little bit of distance. They couldn't finish him off, and now they go straight for Pakaj. They try and get the Rolling Thunder on top of him. They force the BKB usage out of him. Evil Geniuses are trying to reset right now, but the Rolling Thunder is constantly in their face. Whisper blinking over, knows he needs to be able to help out. Their Dark Willow, they do have to, they blow him up. Boom, he's gone. Duracio's dead, but they get C-Smile in exchange, and Evil Genius is now on the run.
You have to play for the buybacks here. You have to regroup if you're both teams in a sense.
They've lost sight of Pakaz with that Shadow Blade. He's getting away. 5 seconds for Matthew, but he's now been caught by the bugs. Can he get this snowball blink away? It is unlikely. Trying to cover him with the tornado, but there's nowhere he can blink far enough. He will be caught by this as well. Gaming Gladiators with that extra pickoff, especially since C-Smile didn't buy back right away. It's looking like Roshan is theirs to take for the 4th time.
EG does not want to buy back 2 heroes into running through the Vision, running through the Invoker to try and take that. I believe the Bash are done for the Pangolier. The Rolling Thunder did a lot of work that fight, and a lot of the damage came out from Duraccio. A lot of it was into Pakaz, who ended up living. And he just gets bursted down. Another time-lapse buyback forced out of the Weaver, but he'll get it back with the Aegis here. So a pretty acceptable outcome if you're gaming right. Especially with the fact that Celery broke that smoke and lived off of 1 hit.
Okay, so Tofu does consume that Aghanim's Blessing. So we've now got the Sunstrike, double Cataclysm going on.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have the best stuns to use it.
Yeah, I'm not.
Hey, never know.
Depends what Gwyn can get for them, I suppose.
Yeah, the old bash into Cataclysm. But once more, you are faced with this high ground. And a almost permanent uptime Shadow Realm. 2 more seconds here. We'll get the early BKB.
Going to be put to use here. Ace heals himself up with a Bloodstone. Dawnbreaker raining in. The damage is not the best. They do try and break him again, but Ace is just causing enough of a distraction. Whisper now tries to go in, but the Varus is already gone, and he's going to have to jump away. They manage to get the sight onto the Weaver. Force Staff getting them some distance, and that is just enough outside of the sight of the Dark Willow. Couldn't complete it. Couldn't take away that Aegis, and Gaming Gladiators can now keep up the pressure.
So that's EG trading a Rax to keep Matthew's buyback here. That is how much they value the Tuskar in these fights. I kind of agree with it, right? I mean, you can just buy the Tusk there and take that fight. But like we heard, the Rax, it doesn't mean much at this point in the game, especially when you have a Dawn who can just clean up the lane anyway. They will retain all their buybacks outside of Pandas, which they traded for Dyrachio's, and Aegis up for 3.5 minutes here. So you're going to have a 2-minute differential where you don't have Dyrachio's buyback and your Aegis expires. So if you're gaming, you kind of want to use this Aegis. On the flip side, if it goes really wrong like it did the first time.
Like if he dies after being kicked deep inside the base?
It's pretty terrifying, right?
It's going to be so important in how they use these Lotus Orbs and Linken's to protect that hero.
We are almost at 40,000 gold lead, but it doesn't matter if you get kicked.
Can you get the chain stun? Not quite enough. The snowball was put onto him, and Dyrachio already used the time lapse, so he pulls Matthew back, and now Matthew may be forced to use that buyback.
Really nice grab for gaming. That is what they want, because now you're putting them in a position where if Matthew dies again, this high ground just gets broken entirely. I say that of Pakaz, he's just raining down hellfire
Dyrachio, he's going to get on top of Pakaz right now, but of course Staff does get him a little bit of distance with the side device. Now they get the Terrorize on him. That's going to be the first life, and no, he does fall.
Did get Matthew's buy.
Matthew, can he get the kick in on the revive? Dyrachio instantly pops BKB. C-Smile looks to jump forward, pops BKB, but Dyrachio popping his own BKB to go for Quinn instead. Now with the kickback on him, they blow him up instead. Ace coming in deep, and look at the Fisher. He's blocked off right now. With his BKB, he can protect himself. An immediate refresher. C-Smile trying to get out, but Panda was in deep.
Pakaz on the front line. No buy.
He jumps straight in, takes out Dyrachio. Panda gave him an opportunity, and Pakaz goes straight for the throne. Now he's going to finish up both Ace as well. The Bloodstone, C-Smile. He gets C-Smile. He gets something out of it, but he still falls.
How much can EG get off of 100 seconds with no Weaver, and they know it? That's the C-Smile kill.
He's got mangoes coming in from the courier. Because is like, I cannot take any moments to go back to the base. I have to maximize this 90 seconds.
I agree. Every second matters here if you are EG. You have potential to throne gaming back if you get a good fight out of it.
There's an arcane rune up there.
That is the Dark Willow dream right now. Pakaz sees it, but he's not going to see it. Oh, a missed opportunity in the night, and they will just push down the lane. I mean, this is not an easy push either, right? Because you know the rest of the buybacks are up for gaming. Yeah. You can equally throw it straight back their way here. Daedalus completed for Pakaz, flying it in now. He can eat that Moon Shard and finish it up. And man, he is hitting so damn hard in these fights. Nobody survives a full burst from the Shadow Realm if they're stunned for the duration of it.
Eats the Aghanim Scepter, now a Daedalus. Good cut though, Tofu is going to be cutting the wave here.
Yeah, it's gone. They have no other free.
Evil Genius is not protecting their waves. A massive push coming in at bottom. It looks like they may not even be able to get a single lane of barracks out of this.
Skelly Boys, meanwhile, are cleaning up a tier 3.
They're going to take the tier 3 tower.
Who's pushing who here? You got nothing out of that. Absolutely nothing. I mean, you got the Dark Troll Summoner, but you got absolutely nothing out of that if you're EG. Though, you did feel good about winning that team fight, and it only cost you Matthew's buy for another Aegis high ground push that does not end this game. So if you're gaming, it feels like you're getting frustrated at this point, right? You have 30, 40k gold lead, you have Aegis, you have Refresher Shards, you have Cheese, and you're just not getting enough out of it. Maybe you just need more Lincoln Spheres. I don't know. Start stacking them up.
We've seen that before. We've seen 4 or 5 Lincolns all being put onto one hero just to try and protect against this.
Just try and stop something about how these initiations are going. We do have another Lincolns on Tofu. We have a Lincolns now on Dyrachio. So yeah, guess they agree with the assessment. I mean, just start massing Lincolns here.
Yep. Now, it's going to be an interesting note because that buyback cooldown is going to be up in 2 minutes. Another minute after that, and we have 60-minute items. So is Evil Geniuses going to be able to get their 60-minute items, or is Gaming Gladiators going to be able to take control of the map like they've done for pretty much 80% of this game?
It's interesting. I mean, Gaming could try and push up and play off of it. You know you don't have this Matthew buyback, so if you find the Tusk, I almost feel like that's the one of the most important ones to take out here, because you're not going to find Bakaz without buyback in this game, right? It's probably just not going to happen when you can play so far back, and he has so much damn gold to play with here.
Bakaz, who is 9-3 and 12, he was pressured pretty early, but throughout this later game, I feel like he's done a very good job in keeping it clean. Whisper even more so, 7-1 and 15, 1 death.
Only 1 death for him, who's been going into the middle of these fights. He's played this game very damn well, and a lot of these fights are also coming down to kiting Ace, making sure there's not a hero around him that heals, because Bakaz will kill the Bristleback incredibly fast if there's nothing to Bloodstone heal off. That's how this matchup's supposed to work.
And as much as we're setting this up as the potential of Evil Geniuses coming back, they could just slip up in the next fight and get Megas. They have to keep a constant composure in this game. Some may seem calm, cool, and collected, perhaps. 1.5 minutes
those
left.
Those days are long gone.
1.5 minutes left until we get these 60-minute items. Those are massive game changers. And we're also going to have that Roshan potential spawn time starting at the same point.
And Matthews, he's getting to the Tusk dream. Like, you have that Ags, but now you have Aether Lens on top of it. It just makes your life way easier. And full Octarine completed. Of course, he does not have to save for buybacks since it's on cooldown for 3 minutes. So you are looking at some low cooldown spells here, 8 and 6.5 seconds between the kick and the punch, with an Aether Lens cast range and a Spell Prism to back it up. If Matthew's alive, I feel like somebody is dying on Gaming side.
The scary part
almost
is
the highest priority at this point.
We saw in that last fight, especially with the Lincolns, like, without a buyback, he has to jump in. He has to somehow get through around some of these Lincolns, get the kickback in the first place. But then even if he gets the kickback, his way to stay alive is snowballing that person. If he does it onto, say, Jirachi, we saw last time he got the time lapse off. So he has to just kind of free fall and hope that his team catches him. They have to stop Duraccio from being able to get off the time lapse. Otherwise, he's guaranteed dead.
It's a risky move. I mean, that's why they prioritize that Tuskar buyback so highly.
Yep.
They're willing to give a lane for it. Just guarantees the first initiation doesn't matter too much. And maybe that's like one of the pieces missing here for Gaming in terms of all the itemization is a Hex of their own. Just something to give them the chance at the instant Hex on a Blinken. Like, you never know, right? He can mess up the snowball cast, doesn't hit it exactly on time. You have a chance, especially with Invoker being invis all the time. But outside of that, yeah, I mean, you're just maxing it out here. Ex Machina for Duraccio. I mean, take your pick right now, right? But double everything, never bad, and another DD rune to boot. So we are getting into the ultra late game here. Some 60-minute items. We'll see what they opt for.
Cataclysm gonna get him some reveal. It's gonna spot Panda, who, with being on disc, is gonna try and walk away. Blink out, but he's gonna be lucky to survive, and he will not.
Yeah, but if you're gonna die on a part of the map, that's where you want to do it.
That's true.
And this will create that space for EG to farm some neutral items.
Yeah, they're getting something out of it. They got the Pirate Hat on the Dark Willow. They got that massive attack. They got the Stygian Desolator on the Dawnbreaker, which is probably the best item for him as well.
That is a really nice pickup for Whisper here.
So funny. I see Panda swap out his neutral item. I'm like, oh, what did he get? Oh, no, he's just swapping in his Philly Stone. 61 minutes into the game. Need an extra 90 GPM while he's dead. Another, wait, whoa. He actually went for another Stygian Desolator. See, Smile wants to start pumping out some single target damage, too.
I mean, it makes sense, right? They aren't always going on the same target here, and their individual physical burst means a lot when they're going on these big core targets, especially at the end of these fights. If you're cleaning up a Bristleback, you're cleaning up a Weaver. Makes sense to me. These are some nice items for EG. If you're Gaming, you've got to match it. Ace is deciding what he wants here, still thinking about it. But it's just Mirror Shield on Celery. You know, it's okay. Ex Machina for Duraccio is definitely the big one here.
I almost wonder, I wonder if
wants
Ace,
to go.
if he has Mirror Shield as an option, maybe you put him in the front to start hitting some of these buildings.
The problem is he just starts getting Shadow Realm.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the problem. They don't have a hero that kills the building fast enough before Pakaz starts wearing you down.
Well, he is going to be cruising now. Force boots picked up on him.
Okay, so they're just going for the economic advantage, right? Double force boots between Ace and Quinn here means you free up the boot slots.
Yeah, exactly.
Get another item. Put that gold lead to use.
Quick reveal. I mean, we haven't seen any combos of the Cataclysm, but it has done a great job of revealing Evil Geniuses the few times they actually get outside of their base. And it's going to be yet another Roshan. What is that, 5th Roshan of the game for Gaming Gladiators?
It'll be an Ag Scepter, or, I mean, who at this point?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Dyrachyo ever wants to give a time-lapse to anybody else.
Nobody wants it. The rare game. I mean, Tofu, you already got one, man.
I'm not sure if Celery wants little friends this late in the game.
Oh, they're going to give it to Quinn so he can eat his own. I sell it back. So, more economic advantage here.
Is there enough gold in the world for Gaming Gladiators to break the seemingly unbreakable Evil Geniuses?
I mean, not really. That's the thing. This game is getting capped.
Yeah.
There's just not that much left to spend on.
Yeah,
the banks
the biggest
are full.
thing was like, okay, we can make some minor tweaks, right? It's like a 5% here.
Yeah, exactly.
But the 60-minute items, that was the biggest splash we were going to see in a while.
That's where so much of this game came down to the understanding of Dark Willow as a carry, which is not something a lot of these teams are used to. If you're EG and you believe Pakaz will carry this game with the matchups he has, no matter what, you were happy with the high ground defense hold strategy. You're just wearing through this lead, and the 30K gold lead at 65 minutes doesn't mean a whole lot. It honestly doesn't mean much here.
One thing to note about this, due to these item choices, we also have now Arcanist armor on Panda, something to know. But it does mean that Evil Geniuses have the Pirate Hat advantage. We've seen sometimes in these late games, like a bunch of teams.
That's a roll.
Rolling Thunder, they're going to go straight forward here with the armor. He gets off the Shadow Realm on Pakaz, has to use the BKB, got the kickback, and there's the burst! That's an Aegis, yes, but it's also Weaver in an awkward position. Is he going to time-lapse? Is he going to BKB? He does both. They got a second lane of barracks, but again, does that change anything?
I mean, 30 minutes ago, it was don't focus the racks. At this point, it almost feels like kill the racks before somebody else gets kicked in and get the hell out. The times have changed.
And the scary part is, what if they get Megas? Then they have to hit tier 4s. Then you're just even closer to being kicked into the fountain.
Let's go even deeper.
They actually
here.
went outside their base, though. Evil Geniuses decide to go and fight aggressively into him. They have maybe Ace. Ace in trouble. Got him on the overgrowth. C-Smile chasing after him, but he's already got the floats down heal. Back up the full. C-Smile trying to get out of here. Dyrachyo chasing after him is going to bring him down. Big crits coming in. Massive damage. A Sunstrike right in the edge, but Whisper will manage to away. And because
he
dies for
evaporates.
once.
They find the Dark Willow, take the damage out of the fight. Force a Shaker buyback. Matthew somehow survived off the Octarine cooldowns on the Snowball without an Aegis.
Evil Geniuses who break ranks first. They were the ones who were holding this high ground for so long. They decided to take a fight outside of it and it immediately goes bad.
And that was the weird opportunity to choose it, right? That was just an awkward go up the hill from Whisper that it ended up being super deep. You almost get the Bristle back, but it ends up just being too far. You overextend, show your backline, and the second Dyrachyo finds Pakaz, I mean, I'm sure he enjoyed that kill with some crits.
Oh, yeah.
He has been getting pummeled the whole game, but finds his revenge. And now, no buyback on 2 EG cores. You know Gaming want to press the advantage here.
Quinn's got an idea, which is Rolling Thunder, go straight into the enemy, and just create some space. Now he's taking a ton of damage. He's got to be careful of this one. See if he can roll away before the Shadow Realm second round comes in. He does manage to get out. They get a tier 3. Oh, they got Matthew. Oh, Matthew being pulled away.
Who's kicking who?
He is going to have to lose his buyback here.
I mean, Quinn's back in the base.
Quinn, yeah, Quinn. As long as Quinn doesn't die here, this is all space, but the final hit. Oh, the tower. Oh. So close, but Quinn stays alive.
You gotta be careful, son. That Rolling Thunder is not protecting you anymore.
And the buildings are dying.
And by the way, we have a Divine disassembled on Whisper right now. He can assemble that at any point in this fight.
If he sees the opportunity for a big hit, it might not be because you have to worry about.
This Starbreaker is going to launch you into the next game right here if it connects. But that's the big question. Can you connect it right now if you're Whisper? And at which point do you assemble Divine right now? Still 3 buybacks down for EG. They got Matthews out of all of that when it was said and done. So once more, if you're gaming, you must throw yourselves into the breach. You must press the advantage here.
And maybe they only need to do it one more time to get the Megas once more into the breach. Whisper does have that Divine ready to go.
He is not going to pick the time.
Crits. A second one queued up already.
Surprised that Gaming are giving him the breather and waiting. Okay, there's the Hex on Tofu. So that is the big item I was thinking was going to come out earlier. This is really nice because Tofu can basically be ghost walked on the back end of a fight or whatever and instantly catch a Blinken off one of these cores if you don't preemptively BKB. Especially even in the longer fights, it's huge for locking down Bakaz out of a Shadow Realm. You've got 2 seconds to find him between.
I mean, if he's fast enough, what if he catches Matthew on the Blinken?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It can absolutely turn these fights, especially when there's no buybacks on EG's side. This is them being pushed to the limit here in game 1.
Another Rolling Thunder. Here it comes, the initiation. What is EG going to be able to do about this? Their building is going to be hit.
Just take the rack.
There doesn't seem to be much they can do to stop it. Panda's going to jump in with the overgrowth, trying to slow this down with the Glyph also being used. Terrorize trying to push him away with the BKBs. Gaming Gladiators committed to getting the Megas, but can they get out now? C-Smile makes a jump in. Not quite enough to finish off Tofu, but here comes Whisper. Looks to finish him off. A snowball door bounce back. That's keeping Tofu alive. Well, Whisper is Divine Rapier is in trouble, and he gets bursted down by Dyrachyo. Divine on the deck because now fighting to keep them in the game as Evil Geniuses are going to be limping along here. A massive net worth deficit. Megas, C-Smile.
Round 2.
It's an opportunity. The Hex doesn't save him. No. Bakaz puts him down, but Whisper will fall for a second time. 3 dead with no buybacks. Make that a 4th. Panda can buy back, but it's Panda and Bakaz, the P duo against Gaming Gladiators as a full 5 stack.
And the tip from Dyrachyo may have had me early, but in the ultra late, there can only be one. Double Hex from the Gaming supports just broke that high ground fight. And now you have a Divine on Celery. The true carry has arrived.
Look at him. He is doing the most damage. Dyrachyo, they just lean into the buildings. That is going to be it. Evil Geniuses will call it 69 minutes. What a nice game, but Gaming Gladiators will close it out and get a Game 1 victory.
Oh, man. Going into game 2 here, if you're EG, I mean, what do you go back to, right? Because I feel like this was your game plan. Go to the ultra late with the Dark Willow, with the scaling physical on Whisper, but it ended up just getting shut down by the late game hexes and the overwhelming net worth advantage. And so much of this game, I mean, I know it's hard to think back 60 minutes in a 70-minute game, but the first 12 minutes were mega deciding here, right? 3 tier 1s down by 12 minutes to the Enchantress creep pressure and the Bristleback Vanguard that kicked your Willow out of lane. The laning phase here was an absolute train wreck for EG, and they still managed to hold on, make this game go to 70 minutes, and almost come back.
Almost, but not quite enough. And now the experience has got to play in for the side of Evil Geniuses. They've been down in big series on the TI main stage before. They're going to have to do it again. They're going to have to bounce back after a tough game 1. But we've got a long series ahead of us, it seems. So let's go ahead and check in with the panel so they can break down that game 1.
If that game 1 is anything to go by, we definitely are in for not only a long series, but a treat. Oh my goodness, the match going 60+ minutes, Purge. We looked at the averages for these 2 teams. We compared them. They both had relatively short game times, 35, 36 minutes. I thought it was going to be a quicker one, but we get to the point where Dawnbreaker's picking up a Divine Rapier for herself and Enchantress then picking it up when it gets to the deck.
It was about time that Whisper bought something. He had like 12,000 gold in his inventory. Then he bought the Arcane Blink. He's got 10K again. So happy he bought something. But if you stopped watching at 30 minutes, it makes sense for both teams that their game length is really low. They were fighting constantly throughout the entire game. It was just that Gaming Gladiators did it a little bit better, kept compounding that net worth advantage, and that's part of the reason they were able to restrict the map and get us to that late game.
I mean, I think it was the 10th longest game in playoff history for TI, and also second longest game so far in the Road to the International. So, of course, they can't beat Tundra's, what was it, 97-minute game or something? But still, the fact that his class is so long. And I think the key thing for me is this highlight we're seeing here from Gaming. At this point, they're very aggressive. They have what is like a double-digit net worth, 10K there. They're making this jump. But because Shaker finds that instant initiation on Pango, the fight's already a 4v5. And then you realize, wait, you heard on the listen as well, Quinn's like, guys, why are we going for a Rax? Let's just make this a 20k lead, 30k lead, 40k lead if we need to. They have confidence in the late game, but because of this one moment, it gave EG so much confidence to try and play out the game, and they weren't able to win it, but they were always able to punish gaming at some points throughout.
Yeah, we heard that listening, and don't focus on the racks, but when the game length went as long as it did, that's all they ended up focusing on Sheep. It felt like team fights were just poking, prodding, trying to bait them into each other. EG breaks first, they go for that initiate, and unfortunately it wasn't successful when you hit that 65-minute mark.
Yeah, I really don't think they were aiming to go this long on EG's side. All right, you look at both their lanes, they're meant to be lane winners, right? Tree, Willow, Dawn, Tusk, like, they're both strong early game brawlers. The Earthshaker helps bring up some of their weaknesses, and then they wanted to win this game with Willow's timings, but it felt like Willow was never that strong enough. And honestly, I did not like Picas's item build this game. I don't think that if you look at Shiro literally just builds to be able to be invincible and keep using his W. I don't think these other Willow players so far that we've seen are playing in that similar manner. It's like, where is your Wind Waker going late game? I want to see Willow, Willow should be unkillable because he should be able to just use Realm, Wind Waker, Realm, Wind Waker. Instead, he's kind of being able to be killed, being able, you become unkillable when you can move yourself with the Wind Waker too. I don't know. I don't like the approach of items here.
Could you have argued that you're able to go a little more greedy, that build that Picas did, because you're looking towards your Dawnbreaker, your Tusk to try and save you, even the Tree Overgrowth if it does get to that point?
I think potentially EG was in a position where they lost the early game momentum. So this was like, we can't do the traditional build that other teams are doing when they're winning. We're playing from behind. In the moment, under the pressure of the stage, he's like, okay, let's quickly go for this item. I can maybe take the high ground fight. And it was giving them moments to play out, but again, it wasn't like the perfect build to actually win you the game. So yeah, EG, another team to try and pick up this Willow, another team looking at other team successes and falling short again.
I mean, I thought the build was interesting in the sense that he was doing a lot of damage to heroes that had BKB active. So like the Daedalus and the extra attack range in terms of defending the base for an extra 30 minutes, I think his item build was good for that. But you are right that he's more vulnerable. He's not doing as much Shadow Realm damage. He's more able to be killed, but I think in the context of the game, that was okay. They had the best initiator with the Earthshaker, and that was what kept him in the game. It stuns into damage follow-ups, and that's why it was so hard for Gaming Gladiators to close this one out.
I mean, we're already talking about carry, so let's talk about the carry on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Dyrachyo picking up Weaver, a hero that hasn't seen too much light of day when it comes to competitive Dota as of the recent past few months, and here in the road to the International, also only having a couple of showings. 13, 9, and 6 for himself. Talk to me about it, T. How it worked, why it worked, Weaver, if we're really going to see an increase in him, or is that just a game and it worked for Gaming Gladiators?
Yeah, it's a couple of things. I think for gaming, they have Ace playing this scaling core once again. So now your carry doesn't need to be that hero that's going to win you the super late game. You just need to be present. And that's kind of also how gaming won their majors, right? It's, you get some annoyance for Dyrachyo. He's like, hi, I'm here. If you kill me, great. But now you use so many resources, Ace is going to come through on this other big hero. And I think this is like the perfect combination. Bristle plus anything semi-active is going to give gaming a very good position to win most of these games.
Well, look, EG's back's against the wall. They're one game away from potentially being eliminated here in road to the International. So let's have a look back at what's happened so far for them as a team.
Our run in the group stage was horrible. It was really bad. We played some really good games in our streams before coming here, but we sucked.
La fase de grupos fueron horribles. No jugamos como hace 6 meses. No sé, fue desastroso.
I think this is the event that we have, even though we are losing a lot of games, we are in really high spirit compared to events that we were winning. But even if we're losing now, we're happy. We're gonna try to step up in this main event. Maybe we win, Vivo-Key wins. I don't know what's gonna happen. I think we're decent against gaming. We had even matchups all year. We never played in playoff. It's gonna be the first time. So anything can happen. We have Trees against Queen. I think we're gonna do great. As long as Dyrachyo plays like in Talon, we're gonna do fine.
Creo que más que decirles algo del momento, les recordaría
el cómo hemos llegado aquí y todo el esfuerzo que hemos puesto para estar en el TI. Y trataría de motivarlos con todos los hechos que hemos realizado juntos y todo el esfuerzo que hemos puesto.
We got a little bit of bonus content there. It's so emotional, right? Like, obviously, it's a tournament. Teams are going to get eliminated, but, you know, you got to look back at that road, how you got invited to the road to the international and everything that's going on for them. So, Matthew sort of having some words. Everyone talking about their high spirits. You got to keep it up. This is when it matters the most. If you talk about it after a rough group stage, that's all well and good, but right now, that's the do or die. That's when you have to keep these spirits high, Sheep.
I hope he can do it. I mean, every time I hear anything from this guy, he seems so like smart, both emotionally and like within the game. I truly trust, like as a player, I would trust him to raise my spirits, or at least like remind us like why we're all together and here as a team. Like he feels like he brings the team together so well.
I just like the idea that if you think about previous TIs, like TI7 or something, before the the TI8, TI9 era, like this logic of like the emotion, the feeling good in loss, like that wasn't a concept that you even had in Dota teams, right? And now you fast forward to modern day, it's like you're seeing teams still having that spirit, still having that drive, even though they're kind of in a difficult spot. So I think it's like we're in just a really healthy spot for kind of just the ethos of a lot of teams we have now at the international.
It's definitely true, and as the games go on, everyone's looking for smaller and smaller edges, because just being better wins you games. So having good emotions after you have losses, being able to bounce back from bad group stage, it's all really important. And I think after their first game, they made it very close. Even in the early game, they made it very close. I think EG should be in good spirits going for game 2.
Yeah, just focus on all of those things that you pointed out that were very close, those 1% differences. But what makes me worried is they were really confident with that draft for game 1. Like, very confident. It felt like they had the Exodia when it comes to drafts. That's the confidence that they felt.
I think they were definitely happy with it. We kind of caught one of their coaches after the draft had concluded, and he was very confident in it. Obviously, didn't execute the way they imagined, I would think, in that case. And that's harder to improve on, right? If you have a draft that just comes out poorly, you can kind of adjust that. Playing better, you can only get so much better from game to game. You're still the same team. So maybe it's just like a confidence thing.
Well, that was going to be leading into my next question, is if you have this confidence in your game 1 draft, and yes, it's down to this execution of small little errors, how do you change your draft for game number 2? What do you really look at? How do you pinpoint it? Or do you just hope to run it back and go, okay, we've played it, now we know where the errors are. But it's also an elimination, so how much confidence do you put into it?
I think Spirit showed the best example of that. They go a game down, they identify the aggression and how certain key heroes can shift that aggression away from themselves to give them more time to get online. And here for EG at least, it's like the same kind of logic. Like they have great lanes, super aggressive, but then they're trying to copy a carry strategy from other people when it wasn't their identity. Like if they swapped this carry for like any Pakaz hero, then I feel like they'd be in a good spot. They could utilize Dawnbreaker, Seasmar punishing the Pangolier in those mid-20 fights. So I think just put the copycat stuff to bed, get a normal carry for your carry that's been doing relatively well throughout the year, and then they should be in a good spot. But just accept the fact that Game are going to choke you out of the map.
With that said, though, I thought that looked best for Dark Willow carry so far. Like, he skilled Curse Crown in lane. Arteezy was like, nah, I'll get stats instead. I'm not going to fight. So he fought in lane. He high ground defended very effectively. So for a copied strat, it looked okay. I would just maybe adjust second phase or final round bans, or maybe switch up a support or something like that. Some minor adjustments could be on. Or if you have a backup strat that you're comfortable with, go with that instead.
It wasn't a perfect game for Gaming Gladiators either, though, and they had a lot of confidence for themselves. Celery picking up that Enchantress. We've hyped it up so many times. We even talked about it yesterday, even though he wasn't playing. Invoker as well on Tofu is hit and miss. We've seen him struggle in lanes in other games, did quite well in this one. But what would you want their takeaway to be, Purge, whether it's draft related or even execution?
One of the things I would think that was hardest for them is they just didn't have good AoE lockdowns to guarantee the kill against the Dark Willow. So even without the Octarine or the Euls, like Willow was just kind of surviving, just blasting heroes. So that was one downside in their draft that made it hard, because if they just killed Pakaz, they go high ground, everything's fine. So maybe more stun type heroes. But with that said, they got to that net worth advantage with the heroes they did. So they should still probably feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, it's kind of also on Quinn a little bit in this game. A couple of times he did get picked off, that allowed the fight. Like when your draft is Quinn's initiation and then that's it for your team fight. Like he can punish Willow a lot, but if he gets picked off, game gets quite difficult. And again, the listening to reference here, you could see that he was like, guys, if I die and this game gets weird because we're going for racks, it could be over, right? So maybe the fact that they took one mistake to find that adjustment, the next game for them, they shouldn't make the mistake. They shouldn't need to correct it. It should just be potentially a flawless game. Again, they're a lower bracket. Is it trying to make a run? You can't make mistakes. These teams are going to capitalize on them.
I agree. It's like the same with Dyrachyo on his Weaver. Sometimes just went a little bit too deep. We saw him in that base trying to kill Willow.
That past that tier 3 that wasn't yet taken.
Oh, yeah, no, this maybe some discipline issues, yeah.
All right, so looking at that discipline, I know that we're going to be having our teams walking out pretty soon. They're lining up for themselves. Sheep, give me your best EG coach hype impersonation, because you said at the start of the series you loved this team, you loved what they were bringing to the table, their game plan and their play style. So you gotta motivate the boys to get back on track.
As myself?
Can you do it in Spanish by any chance?
Yeah. You gotta do it as yourself, but in Spanish.
You know some Spanish.
No, no, no,
I want to hear Pudge do it.
No.
Okay, you can do it in English, and we'll see if Pudge can do a little bit in Spanish.
Come on, EG. Come on, boys. You guys got the flair, you got the fun, you got the drafts, you got the coolness. You guys are so cool all damn year. Right? You're coming to international. You are not going to disappoint us now.
That's right. Don't let us down. We got a lot of fans for both Gaven and Gladiators and EG. Do you want to do it in Spanish, Pudge? No.
I only know like 10% of the words she said, so sorry.
Let's go, gamers! Woo!
Yeah, we gotta keep it even here. EG getting their hype talk for themselves, giving Gladiators. Do you think there is much motivation that needs to be pushed onto them? Because they're 3-time major winners. I know we keep saying it, right? But there is so much merit to that. They've been able to bounce back before. They've gone through the lower bracket a number of times too in other competitions. So it's not always flowers and fairy tales for them, T. They're not always this upper bracket team. We've seen them here before.
Yeah, I feel like we heard it in interviews as well, like the best teams are the ones that can treat every tournament like it's a brand new time. Like if you lean on your history and your past, then that next team's going to come up with a little bit more pressure, a little bit more kind of understanding of the patch and punish you. So I think for gaming at least, you can kind of see it a little bit as the tail off after the majors. Like, wait a second, they are catching up to us. We need to reinvent, we need to do this. And I think if anything, they just got to, chill, play their game. They're doing it very well, and they should be in a good spot. But always respect everyone.
I think it's better that they had some tournament losses after their big streak. That they got that pressure out of the way. They talked about that some of those tournaments. Riyadh, for example, they got 6th or 4th or something. They didn't go all the way as we expected. And now that Band-Aid is ripped off, they can roll into TI and be like, okay, we owned this year. We were the best team of the year without a doubt. Maybe we're not the best today, and that's okay. So, but they're still going to play really hard, and they showed up for game 1.
Are there going to be any respect bans when we do head towards this draft that might be coming out in game number 2, either side?
I'd argue maybe Bristleback will be in contention. It depends on obviously your first, second pick. But I feel like teams throughout the tournament so far have been trading who's first pick. So if you win the coin toss, they go for first pick. The value of having that opening entry, the second phase closing out the draft as well with a kind of gotcha pick after seeing 4. But if it is the same pick order, then I'd argue maybe you put Bristleback into that ban phase in the first phase.
Who do you get rid of, though? Because I think the Primal is
that was a Muerta ban. That was there. Like, Muerta's
good. They played it 7 times. Like, they love it so
Yeah, you know, like if you let it through, you know 100% it's going to be going in for Gaming Gladiators.
Which is fine, because I feel like if you have a Muerta or a Bristleback, both heroes are so potent that you should have strategies for both of them. So after losing a game to Bristleback, if they've got some good concepts to deal with the Muerta, maybe it's like, okay, guys, Bristle's too much for us to handle. Let's put that aside. Let's bring out our anti-Muerta strategies, potentially.
But they just played against Bristle, so wouldn't they be able to adapt? Wouldn't it be more like, hey, we saw what went well and what bad in the game we just played, so let's feel out like how we just need to change a little bit?
I agree with you if it's like a group stage or something. But like in the elimination match, that run back thing is a little bit spooky. You have to be like, oh, we know we're gonna get top 4 at the tournament to feel confident enough to do the run back. I feel like they're gonna pivot strategies, I assume.
All right, fair enough. I mean, I'm not against it. I think Bristle's obnoxious.
It does seem like it just wins every lane. Its net worth is always really, really high. Yeah, it's hard to play against.
All right, with Theory crafting a lot, and I am excited to say the lobby is full. Our draft is about to start. It's game number 2.
Evil Geniuses versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 2.
Let's see if Evil Geniuses are able to bounce back for themselves. They picked first pick, okay? They had that pick priority and they wanted first pick for themselves. They get it here, and so this does allow for, if they want to leave the Bristle in, if I was going to say the Murtha in, but that one's already banned out, that they could pick it up for themselves.
Yeah, just to drive that home. Smurta gone.
Just gone.
Don't want.
I don't ever want this team to play a hand on her again. Conqueror as well has been a lot of first phase bans. I heard run me through why it has this much priority right now, and when it's not getting banned out, it's not necessarily 100% being picked up either.
Maybe not every game, but some teams just do really well laning with it. I've seen Kunkkas just kind of like dominate the mid lane with Tidebringer, proper harass, and then it transitions so effectively with pressuring the map and ganking. And then your item builds are straightforward, Blade Mail Heart or Blade Mail Eggs or Blade Mail BKB or something like that. So he just kind of feels too strong in lane, versatile, can gank, scales well. It just kind of is a solid hero to ban if you're worried about it.
Gaming Gladiators turn to ban.
Within more bans being laid out here, Primal Beast as well as Chaos Knight.
It's pretty cool from EG here. So they're banning the CK now because